Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
I'm tired of lying to people. Everybody be like, why are you single? Why are you single? Why you don't got no man? Cause I ain't shit, ho. I ain't gonna lie. I am not shit. I'm not shit. I won't ever be shit. I'm not shit. I don't know what to tell you. Blame all my old niggas. I'm sorry. Fuck.
Serious talk right now? Okay, you know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. Okay, and before some people were like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using my, okay, there's a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and like literally like it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
For me, the Democratic Party emasculates black men. And I think Hispanic men probably feel the same way. And I say this because they weaponize identity. When and where we enter, who we are, how we identify is important to who we are, just like our fingerprints. But if you're not going to use my identity to advance a social justice cause, and you're just going to use my identity as a blunt force object, now I got a problem. So what the Democratic Party does, they put black women on a pedestal and they say, we're the mothers of the movement, or we saved the party. But Democrats use it in a way that alienates other folks, and it offends me. So when I talk to black men across this country, they don't see themselves in this party. It's one thing to recognize the power and prowess of black women and the sacrifices that we make. It is another thing to put us above black men. The black struggle, black men and black women have to be together. We don't have the luxury to be separated, and so I resent the Democratic Party for doing that. And so black men do not see themselves in the party.
I have a serious question. I stopped referring to myself as a feminist years ago after doing my own research for myself. But I wanted to ask black women on my platform, where do you stand today? Because after the election, you are aware that non-black women chose their men over you. So where do you stand now? Because the whole feminist thing is fake. I mean, it's faker than girls girl code, girl math. I mean, all of it is just BS. So I thought I would ask, what are you fighting for? Where do you stand? Because there's no way you still believe in being a feminist after the exit poll results.
Do you have like any unique experiences so far, like going out on dates?
The last guy I went on a date with, and he asked me, and like I was asking him and stuff, and I like standard questions, you know, like, have you ever been with a foreign girl? Have you ever been with like a black woman and everything? And when I asked him that, he's like, yeah, but I don't think I want any N-word kids. He said, I don't think I would want any N-word kids because they would get bullied here in Korea. I said, I almost jumped out of my seat. I said, so like, why that word? Why couldn't you just say you don't want any black kids? But you use a nice hard word.
Wait, he said N-word kids, not, or did he like use the word like?
No, he said the word verbatim. He was like, I don't want any nigga kids.
Have you tried dating foreigners then?
There were a lot of African men who were trying to talk to me at the time. I was not interested. And to be honest, I think I had an obsession with Korean men. And it wasn't really an obsession, it was pride. I felt insulted by the fact in some areas of the culture, they have a very negative like view of black women, especially plus size black women. Like they're not good enough to be in a relationship with. And I was just thinking like to myself, I am more than good enough to be in a relationship with. And I'm not like, I could date a Korean man if I want to.
You were trying to like prove that that's false basically.
Yeah. Like I feel like it was like kind of like pride.
Yeah.
And also a bit of, I may be like in an obsession as well, which I'm so glad that God brought me out of as well.
Bloop.
So, but anyway, cause I don't gotta prove nothing to nobody.
whatever reason, I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person. And yes, although, you know, I don't have that, there are other areas of my life that are flourishing, you know, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, you know, my friendships and, you know, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner, and not knowing how long I'm going to be in this season scares me a little bit. And it also scares me to know that it may not ever happen, that it may not ever happen. And so it's just like, I don't know. I don't even know if I'm making much sense in this video, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to love and when it comes to relationships, I'm checked out. I'm checked out. I'm checked out. I don't even want to try. I don't even want to care. I'm at a point where I think I've like literally just have given up, because I just don't, because like I said, I just don't even see myself being that deeply connected to another person again, because I'm just scared the same thing is going to happen again. I'm scared that I'm going to get super attached and I'm going to be so like deeply invested into somebody, and then they're just going to just up and decide one day that they don't want to be with me, and then I'm back, you know, heartbroken, trying to get myself together. And it's like, I don't ever want to go through this again. Like, this is like, healing is something else, man. Like, some days you're good, some days you're not, and it's really a freaking journey. And it's like, I really don't want to put my heart on the line like this again. And I just feel like even if I were to like try again, it's just not going to be the same. It's just not going to be the same. I'm not going to want to do what I did before. I'm gonna want to tone it down a lot, give the bare minimum. And
this is for my black girls that want to go to South Korea. If you're not black, then please just keep scrolling. Girl, you are not a beauty standard in South Korea. There are gonna be some men that will be attracted to you, but you're not a beauty standard, okay? We're talking about the plastic surgery capital in skin lightening. When I was in Korea, I look like Shrek to 90% of the public. You go there, just remember that when they flocking over to the doves, don't get hurt. You better go to Korea with a mission, and it better not be to get a man.
I feel more single being here, and as a black person I don't have the, unfortunately, confidence to be like, oh yeah, let me just go up to that guy, because the language barrier. And in Korea it's very obvious that like white is the standard, white is like preferred, like a lighter shade. And if a white girl and a black girl were like standing next to each other, I feel like 9 times out of 10 they would choose the white girl, because it's kind of what they've been shown as popular and mainstream and attractive.
Oh, another night going home alone. Oh, another night going home alone. This single life is ass. And don't get under my post talk about some, just focus on yourself, love yourself, date yourself. I don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. I'm tired of it. Stop trying to tell me to mask my desires for being with someone else, that I should just be with myself. I've been with myself. I'm always going to be with myself. Like, it's me and her to the end of time. Like, stop it. Like, after a long day of work, I just be wanting to lay down. I want to cuddle. I want to tell my man about my day. I just want to hug. Like, damn. Like, it don't even be about all the other stuff y'all be talking about. It just be the simple things that you miss the most. Like, that's really it. Like, it's not even like, it just be the simple things. That's all I'm gonna say. So just be grateful if you got somebody and you got a hug today. Because you know what?
I don't need no man.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think Black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a Black woman in Germany.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make Black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make Black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make Black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
The Black Kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it, we're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that Black Kings often go to Black Queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
So I did a duet the other day that I had saw while scrolling on TikTok with DJ. It's on my profile if you want to check it out. It has the song Glorilla with the lyrics referencing, you know, tall, dark, and handsome men. I'm just curious, you know, about this comment right here, 44 Tory. Who's it about? Because the person I duetted this with specifically, first off, tagged snow bunnies. He was referencing white women, which is why I chose to do the duet on him. And then the last I checked, white women, Hispanic women, Asian women, Black women, women of all colors and beauty can date Black men. So please educate me. Who is this about? I'm here for the tea.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Said if you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting and bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but everybody cannot have a perfect man. There's not enough perfect women to go around. And even if there is, they don't want you. And in addition to that, some of us evil, lazy women, we want love and affection too. Like, everybody can't get a kind, caring, loving woman. Some of y'all are just gonna have to settle for us evil, lazy women. And while we're at it, we can just go ahead and put that 50-50 conversation to rest. Some of y'all are gonna get 80-20, 100, -10, meaning some of y'all gonna have to pay the bills and cook and clean. Some of y'all gonna have to pay the bills and clean, and all she does is cook when she feels like it. And some of y'all men, y'all just gonna have to do everything. Y'all gonna have to do everything. Y'all gonna have to pay the bills, cook, clean, and her primary focus is making sure that her children are taken care of. Also, but you actually also gonna have to help with that too. So yeah, my point is, I know a lot of y'all men want kind, loving, caring wives, but they don't want y'all. And so y'all are gonna have to settle for us evil, lazy women. And y'all just need to accept it. Listen, a lot of the good women that wanted to be wives and be nurturers, a lot of them are already married. What does that leave left? Some of y'all are just gonna have to take us evil city girls. Okay, some of y'all are just gonna have to take some of us hoes and leave us as hoes, but we just wives. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of y'all are just gonna have to settle. You can't have your cake and eat it too, is my point. Like, you can't have the best of the best. Sometimes you just gotta get what you got and be happy and be grateful. Come on now. Okay, like I said, the evil, lazy women like myself, we want love too. And some of y'all, we're your options. And we don't cook or clean. Come on now.
I feel more single being here, and as a black person I don't have the, unfortunately, confidence to be like, oh yeah, let me just go up to that guy, because the language barrier. And in Korea it's very obvious that like white is the standard, white is like preferred, like a lighter shade. And if a white girl and a black girl were like standing next to each other, I feel like 9 times out of 10 they would choose the white girl, because it's kind of what they've been shown as popular and mainstream and attractive.
Hola mi amor, hello and welcome. Today's topic is somewhat interesting. It's why I love white men. So let's talk about it. If you like this video and this type of content, please feel free to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel to see more like this. Also, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you'd like to share them in the comments, I would love to read them. Okay, this is why I love white men. So I love them for a couple different reasons, and probably not what you think. White men historically have the audacity, and first and foremost, I just have to respect that. They just have the audacity, and so that's one of the reasons why I love white men. And it's like, I don't know, like, what they think, but like, being a Latina, like, I don't know, like, it just hits different. Like, some of them really do hit different. Y'all know the spicy whites. Spicy whites. So first and foremost, I love their audacity. 2, we can actually learn a lot from these people, and especially their ancestors, I think. And the trends that we've seen in history, we can learn a lot about them. They have always been very powerful in society, I want to say. Like, they make themselves known. They're great at imperialism. They've had a lot of power, and of course this is exclusively for white men, but the British invaded like what? How many different countries? I think maybe the Congo, India. They've been everywhere. These white bitches been everywhere. So they really are one for the streets, but I don't know how they do it. So I just think that in general we can learn something from.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like, I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my ass. I'm going to die with it. Like, I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off, other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a help.
Serious talk right now? Okay, you know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. Okay, and before some people were like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using my, okay, there's a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and like literally like it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
So I have a story time and this one is for the books.
Hey y'all, come look at this.
So I've been seeing this guy and we have been seeing each other. The conversation is amazing. The chemistry is amazing. We spend quality time together. It's not a sexual relationship. Y'all know I've been celibate for at least 7-8 months now. And we have really been developing a really good bond and a really good friendship. But tonight, you guys, that sexual tension, it was at an all-time high. Today, I was working on my next YouTube video, Woman is King. He recommended that I go to this coffee shop because sometimes when it comes to like research and stuff like that, I like to do it outside the house because I record inside the house. I've been seeing this guy since the summertime and it's been very lighthearted and we really connect on an intellectual level, and so I am being intellectually stimulated. And so this entire time since the summer up until now, I have been mentally stimulated by him, and so I keep getting turned on the more and more we hang out sexually.
What you doing later, Red Ball? Okay, stop playing.
He knows I'm an impulsive person, so like I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I tried to have sex with him tonight and he turned me down. He told me no. He hit me with the, I really like you. If I didn't like you, if I didn't care about you, I would definitely take you home and F you. But I really like you, and I really like our friendship. I really like our bond, and I don't want sex to ruin this bond that we are trying to create. He just pulled a me on me. That's something I do. He just used it on me. First of all, he recommended this amazing coffee shop. He met me up there because he just bought a house and he had some paperwork that he needed to fill out. And then went and had dinner at this other spot. And like the conversation and the bonding and the vibe, it was just giving very much sexual tension. And then he hit me with it. He really walked me to my car, put me in my car, made sure my seatbelt was on, and said, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, damn.
I've never been turned down for sex. Like, this is new. He straight up said, if this was like 2 weeks within us meeting, I definitely would have gave into this. But he was like, I'm not about to ruin a good thing. He won't even cuddle with me, y'all. He won't even spoon with me. He really put me in my car and told me to go home, y'all. And then we're out to dinner, and I'm an Aries. Okay, so I do little, spicy things in public. And so I tried the little footsie trick under the table. You know what I'm talking about, to the girls that do that.
Tell her, whoever she is, I love her already.
And nothing, y'all. Like, he would not give in to me. And I'm just like, is this for real? And then the crazy thing about all of this is like, I'm actually turned more on by this.
He cold.
That was nearly 25 minutes, y'all. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Right, and my fellow Haitians say, y'all stealing Wi-Fi. He called y'all a bunch of vole, which means a bunch of stealers. Thieves, all of y'all. No, I'm playing. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Nearly 25 minutes, everyone. Once again, fair use, everyone. Fair use. Right, I'll put all the links after the stream. The links will be in the description box after the stream. Shout out to the replay gang. So yeah. What happens when you let women talk, everyone? Specifically black women, because we're black men. But what happens when you let women talk? I gave y'all just 25 minutes, almost, right? Of varying women from varying races doing things that are, or saying things that are uncharacteristically their race. In other words, black women admitting that they're lonely and that platonic friendship with other women won't make up for lack of romantic relationship. You don't hear black women do that often. Huh? Black women admitting that they're getting turned down by their homeboys who they want to that dude to pipe. You don't hear that from black women often. You're not supposed to admit that, Yanni. And for those of you who were asking, was that Yanni? Yes, that was Real Talk with Yanni. Huh? Asian women admitting that they didn't buzz themselves to death. They didn't press the red button so much. They're numb. Huh? Now, you know that, first of all, you're not supposed to have hypersexual Asian women. And they definitely not supposed to admit that they're out here reading smut books, for those of you that don't know, just hypersexual books, right? Getting off on that. They read so much of that content. They watch so much corn. Huh? And she said she stopped using the rose toy because she numbed herself. So once again, Asian women are not supposed to be admitting that. White women aren't supposed to be admitting that yes, they'll sugar baby to pay off their college loan, and they're definitely not supposed to say what that white woman said. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. Is it patriarchy? If I need a helping hand, is it patriarchy? Huh? Essentially is what she said. Uh-oh. All of these women, and definitely what's not supposed to happen, Z, black women that go to other places, black women that travel overseas out of the West, primarily out of America, and go all the way to the East, South Korea, so they're away from the masses of black men. They're away from the masses of white men. They're literally on the other side of the planet, South Korea. And they're telling you they're not desirable. Black women are not supposed to admit that. They're supposed to tell you, no, I didn't want to date anybody. I went in there for a mission. I went there to go to school, and I went there for career and my work. And no, I wasn't trying to check for anybody. And so it don't even matter. I don't even know if they were checking for me or not. That's what black women are supposed to do. But black women after black women after black women told you, yeah, I'm practically invisible over here. Number one. Number two, the heavy set, dark-skinned black woman that I played was definitely not supposed to admit that African brothers were trying to talk to her. She was not interested. She was interested in the Korean guys, and they only saw her as a body. For those of you who missed it earlier, here you go.
Have you tried dating foreigners then?
There were a lot of African men who were trying to talk to me at the time. I was not interested. And to be honest, I think I had an obsession with Korean men. And it wasn't really an obsession, it was pride. I felt insulted by the fact in some areas of the culture, they have a very negative view of black women, especially plus size black women. Like they're not good enough to be in a relationship with. And I was just thinking to myself, I am more than good enough to be in a relationship with. And I'm not I could date a Korean man if I want to.
You were trying to prove that that's false, basically.
Yeah.
So for whoever that, I'm gonna try not to insult you because you were in my comments. So respect. Whoever that was in my comments that said it was a moronic statement, what I said about these begging ass broads, which begging ass broads, Z?
When did you realize that you were attractive, but you just were a person of color?
Whoa.
I was 26. He used to say, I wasn't everyone's cup of tea, which was that was my coded language and being not everyone's into black girls. I grew up around a lot of predominantly white people, or the people of color also did not with black girls either. I went through high school and then most of my early to mid 20s thinking that someone had to specifically have a predilection for someone who is black and for them to be attracted to me. No one
I've always said I'm an acquired taste, so I can very much relate to what you're saying. I see you, I identify with you, I get it.
You kind of lose yourself a little bit. It sucks because I'm very proud of who I am now, but it's taken me a while to get here where I can celebrate it versus
repress it.
Yeah. I just want you guys to get to know me in a different way.
So for all of you who saw that, if you go to this video in my videos, you'll see a comment that calls Mr. Z's title for that video moronic. And he says, oh, it's just anti-blackness. I'm assuming it's a he, excuse me. I'm assuming it's a he. And says, oh, that's a moronic statement. The title he's saying is moronic. You don't get it. Either you're white and you're trolling, and you do get it, but you're pretending like you don't. Or you're one of these ass-kissing brothers. Mr. Z knows begging ass black women and women of color when I see them. I know when begging white men for attention and white peen, what it sounds like. That black woman, that heavyset black woman in South Korea told you the African brothers were interested. She was not interested, and she tried to prove herself to Korean men. to no avail. They only saw her as something to pipe. Those black women and whoever that lighter skinned woman is, once again, Naima told us she's Middle Eastern. Okay, they could easily pull black men. They're not interested. They're begging the white men for attention. Going back to my title, let them speak. And what happens when the black women and other women tell you the truth? When women start to talk and they talk long enough, it's going to take a while. When we finally get past the victim talk and the men ain't ish talk, women start to admit to you, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm the one who ain't ish.
I'm tired of lying to people. Everybody be like, why are you single? Why are you single? Why you don't got no man? Because I ain't shit, ho. I ain't gonna lie. I am not shit. I'm not shit. I won't ever be shit. I'm not shit. I don't know what to tell you. Blame all my old niggas. I'm sorry. Fuck.
That's why Mr. Z has a theme on his channel of let them talk. What happens when women start to tell you the truth? When you let them talk long enough. Once again, it's going to take them a while to get to the truth. And they're going to stumble into it. It's going to be by accident. What happens? You have the Latina telling you, and she's all for imperialism. She want to be dominated. Oh, whoa. She all for the imperialism. She said the white dudes could teach her a few things. Oh boy, I bet they can. You let black women talk and they tell you, hey, the platonic relationship thing, the Golden Girls thing, they can only do so much of that. They're tired of pretending. To all you feminists, white, black, Latina, Asian, and otherwise, life with Bree straight up told you, platonic relationship can't replace romantic relationship. She's 20-something. She knows that. And you got 40 and 50-something and 60-something women, year-old women, black women in specific, demanding that women like Bree and other women, namely black women, lie to themselves and to everybody else about how lonely and miserable they are, pretending like they're not. You got the other young lady that record herself in the car, the other young black lady recording herself in her car, telling you, stop telling her to love herself. She's always going to be with herself. She already know herself. Pretty sure there's a pun in there. And to stop telling her that. She's straight. She knows herself already. Oh boy. For those of you that don't know what Mr. Z is saying, here y'all go.
Another night going home alone. This single life is ass. And don't get under my post talk about some. Just focus on yourself. Love yourself. Date yourself. I don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. I'm tired of it. Stop trying to tell me to mask my desires for being with someone else, that I should just be with myself. I've been with myself. I'm always going to be with myself. Like, it's me and her to the end of time. Like, stop it. Like, after a long day of work, I just be wanting to lay down. I want to cuddle. I want to tell my man about my day. I just want to hug. Like, damn. Like, it don't even be about all the other stuff y'all be talking about. It just be the simple things that you miss the most. Like, that's really it. Like, it's not even like, it just be the simple things. That's all I'm going to say. So just be grateful if you got somebody and you got a hug today. Because you know what?
I don't need no man.
Whatever reason, I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person. And yes, although, you know, I don't have that, there are other areas of my life that are flourishing, you know, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, you know, my friendships and, you know, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner. And
yeah, Huh? So when Mr. Z says, you know these women crying themselves to sleep at night, huh? That's what y'all think. That's what y'all wish. Y'all wish that. Stop putting that on. We're not crying ourselves to sleep at night. Life with Bree has something to say about that. The other young lady I played recording herself in the car got something to say about that. Huh? Uh-oh. Huh? Uh-oh. Does my title make sense now? And y'all give Z a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Huh? You let the women talk and they know exactly what's going on. You just got to give them some time and space. It's going to take forever. Eventually, we'll get there sometime in the next decade, century, millennia, maybe sometime by the time Lord Jesus comes about. Baby, what they call it? White baby Jesus. When white baby Jesus comes back around in the next, I don't know, 10 millennia, then eventually the women will tell the truth. Just a bit of truth. Just a teeny tiny bit. If you let them talk long enough, they'll let you know. They'll even let you know the position that white society is elevating to them to that's somewhat artificial. Ain't that right? Nina Turner, let her talk.
For me, the Democratic Party emasculates black men. And I think Hispanic men probably feel the same way. And I say this because they weaponize identity. When and where we enter, who we are, how we identify is important to who we are, just like our fingerprints. But if you're not going to use my identity to advance a social justice cause, and you're just going to use my identity as a blunt force object, now I got a problem. So what the Democratic Party does, they put black women on a pedestal and they say, we're the mothers of the movement, or we save the party. But Democrats use it in a way that alienates other folks, and it offends me. So when I talk to black men across this country, they don't see themselves in this party. It's one thing to recognize the power and prowess of black women and the sacrifices that we make. It is another thing to put us above black men. The black struggle, black men and black women have to be together. We don't have the luxury to be separated, and so I resent the Democratic Party for doing that. And so black men do not see themselves in the party.
By the way, Nina's not the only one. I'm going to go find the clip from Teslin from a couple of years ago. She said the same thing. So if Teslin gets it, if Nina Turner gets it, you think Simone Sanders doesn't get it? You think Tiffany Cross doesn't get it? You think Angela Rye doesn't get it? Huh? Uh-oh. All the black women that speak condescendingly to black men, you think they don't get it? You think Kim Foster doesn't get it? Huh? Ah. Just a little bit of truth from the ladies. Just a little. You let them talk long enough, we're going to get there eventually. It's going to take a while. Huh? They're going to tell you that they're in South Korea and the Korean guys are telling them they don't want no N-word kids. And she can afford to lose a couple of pounds, but she's not unattractive. Definitely in the face, she's kind of cute. She can afford to lose a couple of pounds, but yes, guess what? Where 80% of brothers would smash, maybe 50% of brothers would consider marriage if she's kind enough. The South Korean guy told her up front, yeah, I don't want no N-word kids. Let her talk.
Like any unique experiences so far, like going out on dates?
The last guy I went on a date with, and he asked me, and like I was asking him and stuff, and I like standard questions, you know, like, have you ever been with a foreign girl? Have you ever been with like a black woman and everything? And when I asked him that, he's like, yeah, but I don't think I want any N-word kids. He said, I don't think I would want any N-word kids because they would get bullied here in Korea. I said, I almost jumped out of my seat. I said, so like, why that word? Why couldn't you just say you don't want any black kids? But you use a nice hard word.
Wait, he said N-word kids, not, or did he like use the word like?
No, he said the word verbatim. He was like, I don't want any nigga kids.
Ah. Huh? Ah. Well, let the women talk. Let the women talk. Let women talk long enough, and they're going to tell you, yeah, I got one foot in feminism and one fit in patriarchy. And if it benefits me, then is it really patriarchy? Let the women talk and they're going to start telling you the truth, even the white women.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm gonna die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm gonna be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping.
Maybe it's just a helping hand. Definitely, Dr. Thunder. Give me a few minutes. I'm definitely gonna take you up on that offer. I never miss an opportunity to have my PhDs up. And Dr. Thunder says, "What's up, bro? I have some time today if you want me to come up." Definitely. Right. I'm just going through some of the materials, right, of women telling the truth. Just a bit of truth. You let them talk long enough, they're gonna tell you a bit of truth. Like the one I just played with the white woman telling you, "Hey, yeah, look, about that patriarchy. Look, if it benefits me, is it really patriarchy or is it just a helping hand?" Yikes. Huh? Where's all the feminists? That's why Mr. Z says patriarchy by feminist specifications. Mr. Z know what he's talking about. Huh? You let the women talk long enough, and they're going to tell you when they're in different environments, away from black people, away from black men. We're not the ones making fun of them and mocking them. We're not the ones making them feel invisible. When black women are away from black men, maybe even white people, white men, how do they feel around non-black men and sometimes maybe even non-white men? How do they feel, Z?
This is for my black girls that want to go to South Korea. If you're not black, then please just keep scrolling. Girl, you are not a beauty standard in South Korea. There are going to be some men that will be attracted to you, but you're not a beauty standard, okay? We're talking about the plastic surgery capital in skin lightening. When I was in Korea, I looked like Shrek to 90% of the public. You go there, just remember that when they flocking over to the doves, don't get hurt. You better go to Korea with a mission, and it better not be to get a man.
Oof. You better go to Korea with a mission, and it better not be a man. Whew. Huh? There's another clip of her saying she had to really find herself. It was depressing. At the end, she said it was fun. But the whole video, she's kind of being lighthearted about it. She's like, well, South Korea was real lonely and real depressing. Yeah. What happens when you let the women talk? When you let them talk long enough, even the Asian women. See, everybody, we really got to be careful with these stereotypes, especially as black people, black men. We got to be careful with these stereotypes and putting people, women, non-black women on a pedestal. Shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr. Shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr. We'll call it with a Faulknerism. One of Charles Faulknerisms is don't be don't be red pill for black women and blue pill for non-black women. I want black men, particularly black men in the black manosphere, to be careful because these Asian women are out here buzzing themselves to death. If you doubt me.
Serious talk right now? Okay. You know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. Okay. And before some people were like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using my, okay, there's a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and like literally like it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
Y'all thought Mr. Z was lying? What, y'all thought Mr. Z was joking? Yes, Mr. Z is poking fun. There's a pun in there. Yeah, Mr. Z is mocking them a little bit. Getting my little 5 chuckles in when I say go use your rose toy. Huh? Yeah, Mr. Z is making a little fun. It might be a little too vulgar for some of you, but the Asian women just, no pun, the Asian women just bust women out. Yes, it gets numb. She says she doesn't even use it anymore because she numbed herself. She says she's tired of reading smut books, which, by the way, once again, hyper sexual books. Huh? Yikes. What happens when you let the women talk? What happens when you let the women talk? When you let the women talk, when you let black women talk, they say, as Mr. Z said before, black women know that non-black people, black women, I want you to understand, black men find you to be the beautiful ones. Three Stacks was right. You're the beautiful ones to black men. To black men. Black women know, although very few of them will overtly say it. Black women know that non-black people, you notice I didn't just say non-black women. Huh? You notice that, right? Mr. Z didn't just say non-black women. Black women know that non-black people find black men to be the beautiful ones. Black women know that, and when you let them talk long enough, once again, going to the theme of this channel today, you get a little bit of truth from black women, just a smidge. Black women know, let them talk.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience.
A novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
Translation, black men are seen as the beautiful ones in the black race. This is not something that black men necessarily want. This is not something that black men are advocating for. We appreciate and understand how this goes in nature, how it tends to, better yet, go, how it, quote unquote, should go. Huh? Yikes. When you let women talk long enough, when you let them talk, they'll admit to you that maybe they don't have too much problem with imperialism and oppression if they're on the right side of it. If they're on the good side of it, if they're not on the receiving side, and maybe if they're on the receiving side, giggity. Even if they're on the receiving side, there's some giggity in there, huh? They may not have a problem with white imperialism the way the men do. Once again, out-group women have a different relationship with in-group men. Say it again, Z. Out-group women have a different relationship with in-group men compared to out-group men and in-group men. If you doubt, Z, let the Latina talk.
Hola, mi amor. Hello and welcome. Today's topic is somewhat interesting. It's why I love white men. So let's talk about it. If you like this video and this type of content, please feel free to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel to see more like this. Also, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you'd like to share them in the comments, I would love to read them. Okay, this is why I love white men. So I love them for a couple different reasons, and probably not what you think. White men historically have the audacity, and first and foremost, I just have to respect that. They just have the audacity, and so that's one of the reasons why I love white men. It's like, I don't know, like, what they think, Um, but like being a Latina, like I don't know, like it just hits different. Like some of them really do hit different. You don't know the spicy whites, spicy whites. So first and foremost, I love their audacity. Two, we can actually learn a lot from these people, and especially their ancestors. I think, and the trends that we've seen in history, we can learn a lot about them. They have always been very powerful in society. I want to say, like they make themselves known. They're great at imperialism. They've had a lot of power, and of course, this is exclusively for white men. But the British invaded like what? How many different countries? I think maybe the Congo, India. They've been everywhere. These white bitches been everywhere. So they really are one for the streets, but I don't know how they do it. So I just think that in general we can learn something from.
She's so turned on speaking about it. And Mr. Z means turned on the way y'all think Mr. Z means turned on. She's so turned on speaking about white male imperialism. Do y'all understand why Mr. Z says the big white obelisk? The great white obelisk? Z, it make me want to throw up. I get it. Huh? I get it. Huh? I'm not just stumbling through these things. If we are supposed to be walking through the 21st century and advancing society and advancing the black community and advancing black men, you have to take stock of everyone. Other black men, black women, non-black women, and obviously non-black men. Primarily, obviously, white men. We speak about black women here because that's the closest to black men. We speak about non-black women because the majority, the vast majority of black men in the black community are heterosexual. So if they don't end up with a black woman, they're going to end up with a non-black woman. And we speak about non-black men because that's often your co-workers, your bosses, your neighbors, and the non-black guys that's trying to flirt with you. Oh, goddamn Z. We speak about white men because, well, white hegemonic rule on planet Earth. And how do black women sound when they realize that whatever allyship they thought they had, once again, let them talk, they're going to tell you just a smidge, just a teeny tiny bit of truth. Whatever allyship they thought they had, they felt they had with white women, what happens when all of that falls apart in their face? Let them talk.
I have a serious question. I stopped referring to myself as a feminist years ago after doing my own research for myself. But I wanted to ask black women on my platform, where do you stand today? Because after the election, you are aware that non-black women chose their men over you. So where do you stand now? Because the whole feminist thing is fake. I mean, it's faker than girl code, girl math. I mean, all of it is just BS. So I thought I would ask, what are you fighting for? Where do you stand? Because there's no way you still believe in being a feminist after the exit poll results.
Huh? Yikes. Huh? That is what happens when you let the women talk long enough and they've exhausted all of the men ain't ish talk, all of the it's your fault talk, they start to tell the truth about what they think and feel. Huh? When you let them speak long enough, it might take a millennia or 2 or 10. Huh? And go into L's active super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'm gonna check those likes in a minute. And L's active says, we need a 3-hour evidence stream called If You Let the Women Talk Long Enough. Hey, Els, it's crazy because your first comment earlier, that, let's just put it this way. If Mr. Z really wanted to, I could really put together a 3-hour long stream. Not a 3-hour long stream, a 3-hour long pre-record with just video after video of the women just speaking about race, about gender dynamics, about money. Huh? And it would get real ugly. A lot of men would feel uncomfortable. A lot of women would feel uncomfortable. Huh? Oh man. When you let the women talk long enough, where do they end up? When you let the women talk long enough, or here's something very important. When you catch them and they're not in defensive stance. When they're not in defensive stance, or when they're a bit younger, they don't realize that this is when you're supposed to pretend like these things don't bother you. How do they sound? Huh? How do the ladies sound? Well, shout out to the brother on the college campus. This is how they sound.
What's your unpopular opinion?
Whenever white girls are with black dudes, that pisses me off.
Because why are you with her and not with me?
Literally, like, that's what I'm saying.
Hey, what do you think about interracial relationships?
It's okay for like a black girl to mess with a white guy, but not the same thing for a black guy to mess with a white girl.
Hey, how do you feel about interracial relationships?
White women, if they date a black man, dead wrong. But if a black woman find her a rich white man, right on, sister. Black power.
What do you think about interracial relationships?
I think
she's joking, but she's not joking.
I don't see why you wouldn't want to be.
Hey, what's your unpopular opinion?
Black men belong with black women.
Hey, what's your unpopular opinion?
All of the men who are snow bunnies, they have mommy issues.
Why do you say that?
Because, like, why are half the men here snow bunnies? Like, go back to your roots. Your mom's black. Your sister's black. Like, your mother is a black woman.
Black women need to check their attitudes. That's why.
Something wrong right there. You were surrounded by black women, your aunties, your mommies.
When black girls do it because they genuinely like them, and I feel like when
maybe
black
that's the
boys do it,
problem.
it's because they comparing them to black people.
That's the disconnect. You want easy
hypocrisy
When
explained.
black girls versus white guys, it's because like, oh, they're like a nice guy, this and this. But whenever it's a white girl, oh, I like snow bunnies, like it's a fetish. But when black girls like white boys, it's genuine.
That part.
What's your unpopular opinion?
White men are better than black men.
Why do you say that?
They ain't all that. The white boys do it the best.
White men are trash.
Why do you say that?
She's telling you how she thinks.
Hey, what's something that you want to see happen but you know it won't?
White women fetishizing black men because it's not cute and it's everywhere. Everywhere you look. Rabbit catchers.
At least she's being honest.
Snow bunnies are weird. The way they fetishize black men is very disturbing to me. Cut it out immediately.
What's your unpopular opinion?
People should mind their business about interracial dating. Why do you care who I date? Why do you care about their race? It doesn't matter. No one's going to do it better. He doesn't want you anyway.
Hey, truth be told. Huh? Y'all gives you a second. Okay, got that done? Yeah. Right? So, when you let the young women talk and let them tell you their truth, my truth, you let them tell you their truth, there you go. Huh? I know for many of us, we get frustrated listening to these women in their mumbo jumbo. Huh? The hypocrisy. But when you let them talk, they tell you the truth. They tell you, even though for many of us, let's be honest, many of y'all would smash Yanni. Many of y'all, if she was in an a-hole, she might have been on the marriage list. If she had the right comportment and personality. But she's telling, this is how you know Yanni got a crap attitude and personality. Because Yanni admits herself that she put the vagina on the table for one of her homeboys. She was insistent, and he was like, nah, let her talk.
So I have a story time, and this one is for the books.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
So I've been seeing this guy, and we have been seeing each other. The conversation is amazing. The chemistry is amazing. We spend quality time together. It's not a sexual relationship. Y'all know I've been celibate for at least 7-8 months now. And We have really been developing a really good bond and a really good friendship. But tonight, you guys, that sexual tension, it was at an all-time high. Today, I was working on my next YouTube video, Woman is King. He recommended that I go to this coffee shop because sometimes when it comes to like research and stuff like that, I like to do it outside the house because I record inside the house. I've been seeing this guy since the summertime and it's been very lighthearted and we really connect on an intellectual level, and so I am being intellectually stimulated. And so this entire time since the summer up until now, I have been mentally stimulated by him, and so I keep getting turned on the more and more we hang out sexually.
What you doing later, Redbone? Okay, stop playing.
He knows I'm an impulsive person, so like I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I tried to have sex with him tonight and he turned me down. He told me no. He hit me with the, I really like you. If I didn't like you, if I didn't care about you, I would definitely take you home and F you. But I really like you, and I really like our friendship. I really like our bond, and I don't want sex to ruin this bond that we are trying to create. He just pulled a me on me. That's something I do. He just used it on me. First of all, he recommended this amazing coffee shop. He met me up there because he just bought a house and he had some paperwork that he needed to fill out. And then went and had dinner at this other spot. And like the conversation and the bonding and the vibe, it was just giving very much sexual tension. And then he hit me with it. He really walked me to my car, put me in my car, made sure my seatbelt was on and said, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, damn.
I've never been turned down for sex. Like, this is new. He straight up said, if this was like 2 weeks within us meeting, I definitely would have gave into this. But he was like, I'm not about to ruin a good thing. He won't even cuddle with me, y'all. He won't even spoon with me. He really put me in my car and told me to go home, y'all. And then we're out to dinner, and I'm an Aries. Okay, so I do little, spicy things in public. And so I tried the little footsie trick under the table. You know what I'm talking about, to the girls that do that.
Tell her, whoever she is, I love her already.
And nothing, y'all. Like, he would not give in to me. And I'm just like, is this for real? And then the crazy thing about all of this is like, I'm actually turned more on by this.
He cold.
Shout out to Real Talk with Yanni for admitting she's impulsive. No, you think? Huh? I would have never guessed it when you were, making fun of civil rights leaders. I would have never guessed it when you admitted that black women signed on to feminism with white women, because in your words, they didn't see anything coming from black men. Huh? Uh-oh. How you sound now, Yanni? Huh? Yanni, you believe your homeboy if you want to, that if it was only 2 weeks, he would have smashed. Okay, yeah, that's it. Yanni, do you see your facial expressions? Do you see how you speak? Do you see how you speak about men, black men in specific? Your homeboy's mortified. He'll be friends with you. He'll be all right with you. He'll be straight with you. Huh? Smash? Absolutely not. He knows that he can't get rid of you if he does. Ask any man, any black man, if you doubt me. Tell them to tell you the truth, actually. And see if any black man disagrees with Z. The only time we won't smash if we know for sure it's going to be a headache. Do you know what it's like to get over your biology that says, do it, smash, do it. You know how disciplined a man has to be, or how scared he has to be? Uh-oh. Huh? Yikes. When you let women talk, they start giving you a bit of truth. Just a smidge, just a teeny tiny bit. You start getting just a teeny tiny bit of truth from the ladies when you let them talk. Huh? Yikes. And we're here now. Huh? And we're here now. Ah. So let's see what them likes are looking like. Y'all gives you a second. Yo, wildin'. Look, Mr. Z got 137 listening and 77 likes. Could we at least get Z past 100? Could we at least get Z past 100? Really, really like 110. Could we at least get Z to 110? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Look, y'all getting free torture. Could I get some likes at least? When y'all let the women speak, when we let women speak, this is half the goddamn human population. Half the US population. When you let the ladies speak, they start telling you the truth. It just takes a while. It just takes a while for them to admit that they know they ain't ish.
I'm tired of lying to people. Everybody be like, why are you single? Why are you single? Why you don't got no man? Because I ain't shit, ho. I ain't gonna lie. I am not shit. I'm not shit. I won't ever be shit. I'm not shit. I don't know what to tell you. Blame all my old niggas. I'm sorry. Fuck.
Now, of course, at the end is blame my old dudes. Okay, all right. But she did admit she ain't ish. That her words. When you let the ladies talk, they start telling you, stop telling them, and this is a message to other women. This is a black woman speaking to other women. She's not talking to men here, because we already know. She's telling other women, stop telling me to love myself. And the problem is, and we already know, this is especially with feminists. They push women to pretend like they're not lonely because men are either not walking up to them, not paying attention, or the type of men they find attractive or don't find them attractive. Women, this is the feminist shield of men are lonely. It's the men that are lonely. Women are perfectly okay. We all right. We good. We would rather we live longer, and we would rather be single, and because men are nuisances and men are a problem and men are a burden. That's what feminists push women, particularly black women, to lie to everyone about the greatness and the panacea that is the single life. And other black women are starting to tell them, look, man, stop telling me that. That's a lie. At least for me, it's a lie. I'm not. And you let the women talk long enough and they'll eventually start saying it.
Another night going home alone. This single life is ass. And don't get under my post talk about some. Just focus on yourself. Love yourself. Date yourself. I don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. I'm tired of it. Stop trying to tell me to mask my desires for being with someone else, that I should just be with myself. I've been with myself. I'm always going to be with myself. Like, it's me and her to the end of time. Like, stop it. Like, after a long day of work, I just be wanting to lay down. I want to cuddle. I want to tell my man about my day. I just want to hug. Like, damn. Like, it don't even be about all the other stuff y'all be talking about. It just be the simple things that you miss the most. Like, that's really it. Like, it's not even like, it just be the simple things. That's all I'm gonna say. So just be grateful if you got somebody and you got a hug today. Because you know what?
I don't need no man.
So yes, everyone. Women can tell the truth. Women cannot lie. Women could tell you the truth. It's gonna take some time, right? It might take some cajoling, maybe, but if you don't have it in you to cajole, it'll take some time. They'll eventually get around to it. Eventually, and this is the clip that did it for Z. It's two. It's Real Talk with Yeti, because I found it. I finally found it. It was on another brother's channel. I'm gonna shout that brother out, right? I'm gonna put the link in his in the description. Better yet, the link to his channel in the description, right? Y'all give me a second. I'm gonna remember it and I'm gonna shout him out. But it's this clip in particular because it says everything about the mindset of many women, women of color in particular, women of color, black women even more particularly. This clip right here says everything. because she says something here. Even, heavier set woman, black women, darker skin, West African features. And this is a type of black woman that would oftentimes speak of black men not being interested, black men being colorist, featurist, texturist, fat phobic, etc., etc. But she says something here that let us know that, once again, if you let women talk long enough, let her talk, you get a bit of truth. And because she was made to feel comfortable in this setting, right? She told you the truth here. And this is everything. I need everyone to pay attention to this because she tells you what it is here.
Have you tried dating foreigners then?
There were a lot of African men who were trying to talk to me at the time. I was not interested.
You hear that?
And to be honest, I think I had an obsession with Korean men. And it wasn't really an obsession, it was pride. I felt like I felt insulted by the fact in some areas of the culture, they have a very negative view of black women, especially plus size black women. Like they're not good enough to be in a relationship with. And I was just thinking to myself, I am more than good enough to be in a relationship with, and I'm not I could date a Korean man if I want to.
So forcing yourself on them.
False, basically.
Yeah. I feel like it was kind of pride.
Yeah.
And also a bit of, I maybe an obsession as well.
Yep.
I'm so glad that brought me out of as well.
Bloop.
So, but anyway, cause I don't gotta prove nothing to nobody.
You don't have to prove anything to anyone. Appreciate what she said. The African brothers were trying to speak to her. Listen to the beginning again.
Have you tried dating foreigners then?
There were a lot of African men who were trying to talk to me at the time. I was not interested. And to be honest.
Huh? I was not. I want y'all to appreciate that. Remember, darker skin, heavier set, definitely West African features, African brothers in South Korea were trying to talk to her. They have all these Korean women. They're trying to talk to the heavyset, dark skin, West African feature black woman. And she's not interested, and she's trying to prove, she said pride, ego, hubris, inferiority complex. She's trying to prove to herself that she could pull the type of South Korean man she finds attractive. And to hell with those African brothers trying to talk to her. Huh? Wow. And Vince's vagina arrogance. Right? And DJ Scansis wanted to bully the Korean guy into dating her. Sounds like Gooch from Different Strokes. Huh? And one of you said it earlier in the comments, way earlier when I played this, that it's not up to her, it was up to the Korean man. I'm paraphrasing what you said. It might have been Telescope who said it. But, and this goes to what Lion says often. Hypergamous failures. You saw African men as beneath you. You said you're not interested. Okay, fine. Z, I didn't say they're beneath me. Okay, fine, whatever. But the South Korean men showed you their ass. And in another clip, she admits that all they wanted to do was pipe. Huh? In another clip, she admits that all they wanted to do was pipe. That's what she was there for them. And they just wanted to explore her body. Wow.
They mostly, my experience with Korean men was that they just mostly wanted to have sex with my black body.
Not your black body is crazy.
It is. That's what they saw. They was
my black body.
They saw it and they were just like,
흑말 타고 싶다.
Yes.
That's exactly how it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the first time I experienced that was some guy, he wanted me to meet with him, have sex with him, and I said no, and he called me a kamdungi. It just full out.
The N-word, basically.
Yeah, full out. You are a Niggers.
A niglet. The fact that we're laughing at this and it's not funny at all is great.
Bro, I mean, though.
Uh-oh. And don't think it's just because she's heavier set and she's darker skinned with West African features that the Korean guy is calling her the N-word because she's not trying to have sex with him. Because she's not the only one that's getting called an N-word over there.
Do you have like any unique experiences so far, like going out on dates?
The last guy I went on a date with, and he asked me, and like I was asking him and stuff, and I like standard questions, you know, like, have you ever been with a foreign girl? Have you ever been with like a black woman and everything? And when I asked him that, he's like, yeah, but I don't think I want any N-word kids. He said, I don't think I would want any N-word kids because they would get bullied here in Korea. I said, I almost jumped out of my seat. I said, so like, why that word? Why couldn't you just say you don't want any black kids? But you use a nice hard word.
Wait, he said N-word kids, not, or did he like use the word like?
No, he said the word verbatim. He was like, I don't want any nigga kids.
And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Huh? Oh man. Yikes. And Saint Cyr says, fat and black in South Korea. You're not the beauty standard. You don't have to be fat and black. You don't. When we say black, I mean darker skin. You don't have to be fat and black to be not the beauty standard in South Korea, huh? You could even look mixed-ish with a different type of accent and still not be the choice in South Korea.
I feel more single being here, and as a black person I don't have the, unfortunately, confidence to be like, oh yeah, let me just go up to that guy because the language barrier. And in Korea it's very obvious that like white is the standard, white is like preferred, like a lighter shade. And if a white girl and a black girl were like standing next to each other, I feel like 9 times out of 10 they would choose the white girl because it's kind of what they've been shown as popular and mainstream and attractive.
Huh? And I gotta play this one more again because she lets you know she felt like Shrek in South Korea.
This is for my black girls that want to go to South Korea. If you're not black, then please just keep scrolling. Girl, you are not a beauty standard in South Korea. There are gonna be some men that will be attracted to you, but you're not a beauty standard, okay? We're talking about the plastic surgery capital in skin lightening. When I was in Korea, I looked like Shrek to 90% of the public. You go there, just remember that when they flocking over to the doves, don't get hurt. You better go to Korea with a mission, and it better not be to get a man.
She said when they flock into the doves, I'm assuming more petite Korean women, but she could be talking about white women too. She could have been saying snow bunnies in a different way. I'm not 100% sure. I'll let one of you guys inform me of that. Either way, non-black women is what she's saying. She said, don't get hurt. She says, if you go to South Korea, if you go to Korea, you better be on a mission, and it better not be to get a man. Ouch. Ouch. Huh? So does it all make sense now? You let the women talk and you get a bit of truth. Does it all make sense now? Huh? So that's why Mr. Z has the Carrie Hilson tell him the truth. And I didn't even want to play clips of women admitting that they cheated and why they cheated. I didn't even want to go down the cheating lane. That would have been too easy. That they cheated on their boyfriends, their husbands, their baby daddies, their spouses. All of these clips are women speaking about their experiences with non-black men as a black woman. Huh? Their insatiable horniness, their loneliness, them putting the vagina on the table for their friends, and the friends being like, shh, nah, I'm okay. Huh? Being called the N-word outside of America by non-black men and non-white men. Oh boy. Huh? Women admitting that in Germany, quite frankly, anywhere on planet Earth, that non-black women are interested in black men, and black women sit on the sidelines seething.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
And there you go. And Dr. Thunder says, I'm about to let you up in a minute, Dr. Thunder. And Dr. Thunder says, that being said, beautiful is beautiful. So the real issue is that they're not desirable in the US, and they're not desirable there either in South Korea. Naomi Campbell would get play anywhere on the planet. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Right. But once again, if you talk about heterosexuals, the way South Korean men, or I would argue any man on planet Earth, sees black women and is willing to risk public relationship, holding hands with. We know in other places they don't do the public kissing and whatnot, and PDA, public displays of affection in other places, right? Is different than black men. And a number of black women have said this. This clip I'm playing about the woman speaking about Germany, she's not the only one, right? So there's that. And Telescope says, and I really want to read this comment, Telescope says, U.S. sisters are used to everybody lying to them. Sister girl flabbergasted. And that's what it is. Huh? They're used to everyone lying to them. That Telescope, I gotta leave this comment up for a little while. They're used to everyone lying to them. They're used to everyone encouraging, and I would argue black women are also used to everyone encouraging them to lie to themselves. That's why I keep on playing this clip.
Another night, going home alone. This single life is ass. And don't get under my post talk about some. Just focus on yourself. Love yourself. Date yourself. I don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. I'm tired of it. Stop trying to tell me to mask my desires for being with someone else, that I should just be with myself. I've been with myself.
Very important what she said there. That's why I ended it where I did. Stop trying to tell me to mask my desires. Once again, black women are being lied to, and they're being encouraged to lie to themselves. They're being encouraged to lie to themselves. That's why I keep on playing this clip also.
For whatever reason, I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person. And yes, although, I don't have that, there are other areas of my life that are flourishing, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, my friendships and, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner, and not knowing how long I'm gonna be in this season scares me a little bit. And it also scares.
Huh? Y'all think Life with Bree is talking to black men? You think she's talking to men when she's saying this? Who thinks she's talking to men? Or is she talking to women? Black women. if I recall correctly, there's another video she did kind of responding to this because people kept on telling her, look, and as a matter of fact, I'm gonna clip that out. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna clip it out. I'll play it sometime in the future. Because black women kept on telling her, well, you need to get comfortable with loving yourself and being by yourself and da. Huh? So the question remains, do you think that Life with Bree was speaking to men and black men when she was saying that? That is difficult suppressing this? Or do you think she was speaking to black women? Uh-oh. And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And I just put a link down, but that's for Dr. Thunder only. We're gonna bring everybody else up in a little bit, but that's for Dr. Thunder only, and we'll have Dr. Thunder speak and kind of give his commentary on some of the stuff I played. But Doc, I just put the link in the description box, and there you go. Right. I'll bring everybody else up in a little bit. Huh? And Dee says she looks sad. Yeah, she had recently, not so recently, broke up with her man at time of recording. So yeah. Oh man. Huh? When you let the ladies speak, they start to tell the truth just a little bit. Somebody said it earlier in the comments after they've exhausted all the other options. Exactly. Onasi, this is true. And Onasi says, the female loneliness epidemic is unreal, LOL. Makes the male one look like child's play, but the media keeps on lying. Oh, the men are so lonely, and the men are so lonely, and oh my God, the men are so lonely, and the male epidemic, the male loneliness epidemic, the men are so lonely. Huh? And we let the women talk, and the women are lonely and horny. Oh God, boy, Z, what you about to play again?
Serious talk right now? Okay, you know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. Okay, and before some people were like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using my, okay, there's a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and like literally like it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
Huh? Everybody knows of men being hornballs. What about the women? Oh boy. Huh? The internet, I'm telling y'all, the internet will expose us all. The internet will expose us all. Huh? And you're up, Dr. Thunder. What's going on?
What's happening, man? How you doing?
Good, and you. Thank you for coming up. Thank you so much. I thought you gave up on me, Doc. I thought I might have pressed the line and you were like, yo, I can't be on Z's channel no more. You did too much.
Oh, no. You know that's not true. You know that's not
I was
true.
like, God damn, the PhDs ain't messing with me no more. I'm playing with you, Doc. Well, I'm halfway playing. I really was like, did I ever say anything and good too far? Okay, go ahead.
No. You're good. You know, I'm rocking with you. So yeah, this thing is this is some goofy stuff. So the feminism thing, the sort of the clock has kind of run out in a matter of speaking. We knew that the environment, and look, like I've been saying for the longest that there are really only two real solutions for the sort of relationship dynamics and all the goofy stuff that sort of comes out of the relationship dynamics. There's really only two solutions. One is a catastrophic event, something that wipes out all the technology, wipes out like 90% of the population. There's no running water anymore. There's no internet. There's no nothing. So then what happens is the natural order snaps in place instantaneously.
Yeah.
I've been watching this series on what is it on Showtime? Are you familiar with Yellow Jackets?
No.
Okay, so basically what it is it's a bunch of women. It's a soccer team, and it's a period story. So this happens to them when they're like it's mid-90s. So they're a soccer team. They're going to like a national championship. They get on a private jet. There's coaches and stuff like that. So there's guys, but it's mostly girls. It's a girls soccer team. So what happens is the plane crashes, and one of the girls destroys the box that, the black box that is sending out GPS signals. So they can't be found. So they're out there and they resort to like cannibalism and all kinds of stuff. Okay, so then what happens is,
so it's somewhat of a Lord of the Flies type situation.
Yeah, so sort of. But then what happens is they keep fast forwarding to the future because eventually they get out of that, right? And but of course everybody doesn't survive. People that die, they eat them, and or they go and they do this weird ritual where they're drawing cards, and whoever has the queen, they're the ones that get hunted. So they can either submit themselves to getting killed or they can run. Okay?
Yeah.
So, and I was thinking about this, now the climate is pretty treacherous. It's got to be something like Alaska or something. It's something like that. So it's a really treacherous sort of climate. But it just reminded me that if you had more men in this scenario, they would have been out hunting and getting stuff. You wouldn't have to resort to eating each other.
Yeah. And that's like last thing, absolute last thing on the cards.
Yeah. So anyhow, but I was thinking about that and how everything changes, and then even a lot of their progressive views and stuff, a lot of this stuff sort of adjusts. They like snap into place with a hierarchy, and so they want a leader. Now the leader's a woman, but they want a leader. And then when that leader gets displaced, they want another leader, and they're bowing to the leader and all these rituals and stuff. They just like snap in place, and it's not like they pre-thought about this. It's just, this is just the natural order. This is just what happens. So I just thought that was quite interesting. Did you know that a mixed woman became I can't remember her name right now, became a Republican? It was a big deal.
Mixed woman.
You know what I'm talking about.
Not Amala Ekpunobi.
No.
Oh, Kim Klacik, maybe? Kim Klacik?
No. She was the poster person for the slut walk.
Amber Rose.
No, so I don't know if you know this, but this is running on World Star right now. So she's no longer a feminist. She no longer regards herself as a feminist. And you want to talk about a startling turn of events. This person that did all of the debaucherous stuff, and then talked all of the heavy feminists, I don't need no ninja, slut walk, all of this stuff, went as far as they could go. But in raising her own kids, she saw how toxic that stuff was. And so that's why she's saying now that she's not going to, that she no longer regards herself as a feminist.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's multiple reasons for that, to be honest with you. Give me a second. Dr. Thunder, you could talk. Give me a second.
Yeah, I mean, I know that some of her thing is political. So she has gone right, and we know that a lot of women are sort of reorienting to where they think the security is going to be. But yeah, it's a sort of interesting change that we see. You said that you could run, you could easily do a 3-hour pre-record.
Easily.
Just women just talking like this. Actually, I think you're shortchanging that. I think that all of the, I mean, I think, I mean, I could run 24-hour always on the air streams of nothing but women just saying all kinds of wild stuff. Like at this point, the way that my show is, so many folks are in there posting so much stuff in my Discord. I could just like, it's incredible. It is incredible how much stuff, and then how much stuff that they're saying that is just totally ridiculous.
Yeah. But Doc, let me say this about Amber Rose real quick. Amber Rose, she's exhausted everything. So this was inevitable for Amber Rose. She was either going to go either more extreme with the extra sexual feminism, hypersexual feminism, or do this about face. This was bound to happen. She came in the door with Kanye. She apparently cheated on Kanye with Wiz Khalifa. And then she ended up with 21 Savage, and that's it. It's done. There's nowhere else to go after this. She has a kid from Wiz Khalifa, right? And there's nowhere else to go from this. So let's see if she tries to pull her a conservative white guy or whatever and try to get one last hurrah before curtains. But yeah, no, there was nowhere else for her to go with it. I do think she might have had an epiphany, maybe, but no, I it's possible, but I really think it's because there's nowhere to go from this. She's reached a market cap of, because when you start doing slut walks and you have a tattoo on your forehead, maybe it pre-tattoo on forehead, right? And she had a kid from Wiz Khalifa, but tattoo on your forehead, slut walk, yeah, you did too much. You just did too much. And so I think she has to either go even further down that direction or do an about face and turn the opposite direction. And that's what she's doing now. And so do I give her some points maybe for speaking differently? Yeah, but yeah,
I don't give her any points. Yeah, I don't give her any points for it. But I don't think that what it is that she's doing is, I see that as, for the most part, the change that we're seeing. I don't really believe a lot of the stuff that's being said about, feminism lied to us, and we shouldn't have done X, Y, and Z, and we're sorry, we want to come back, and all this kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff. I don't trust any of that. All that stuff is just environment, and she's just a sort of avatar for what I'm seeing happening.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. So I see I got the wrong framing from that. So I see where you're going with that, and I think we're going to hear more of that. I think we're going to hear more. As a matter of fact, let me play this clip from Real Talk with Yanni, and she asked the question, and she asked this right after the election. I'm just now getting to it. I saw it a few months ago or a couple months ago, but I'm just now putting it on my channel. But here you go, right here.
I have a serious question. I stopped referring to myself as a feminist years ago after doing my own research for myself. But I wanted to ask Black women on my platform, where do you stand today? Because after the election, you are aware that non-Black women chose their men over you. So where do you stand now? Because the whole feminist thing is fake. I mean, it's faker than girl code, girl math. I mean, all of it is just BS. So I thought I would ask, what are you fighting for? Where do you stand? Because there's no way you still believe in being a feminist after the exit poll results.
So, Dr. Thunder, I played this because this is the same Real Talk with Yanni that mocked civil rights leaders. There, a few years ago, I covered it. It's somewhere in my early streams. A few years ago, Dr. Umar Johnson said something about essentially, Black women turning their back on the civil rights movement for feminism. And Real Talk with Yanni did a live where she mocked Dr. Umar Johnson. She mocked civil rights leaders and pretty much said, and not even pretty much, she said they did all of that for white vagina, which we've been hearing for decades. Is Black men marched not for the liberation of Black people, not for voting rights, not to engage and enjoy all of the rights that all other Americans do, mainly white folks. No, Black men did all of that for white vagina. This is the same Yanni that admitted out of her own mouth that Black signed on to feminism because black men weren't offering anything, and male civil rights leaders did everything they did for white vagina. Now she's saying, well, look, I've been left feminism alone. So that's why I'm playing that clip. So to kind of go into what you were saying earlier, but if you wanted to say anything to that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't trust any of these developments. It's not like there's really been a true come to Jesus moment. Because what a come to Jesus moment is fully would be not only that you make a change because your current course of action is you can see how it's going to be devastating. You can see how if you don't change what you're doing, you're going to die or something's going to be really bad. That's not a come to Jesus moment. A come to Jesus moment is when perhaps you come to a point where you realize that you have to change, but you publicly, especially if you have a public platform, you publicly say, look, this is where I was wrong. These are the reasons that I was wrong. And this is now how I see things. See, that's rethinking and actually changing the way that you're going to conduct yourself. So because that's not the way that this is happening, that's not the way that any of this is happening. So I don't trust any of it. I mean, look, I can give people grace to change. You can change your mind. Matter of fact, I've changed my mind on a number of things. I think, unfortunately, what people do, on social media is if you change your mind on something, then they're quick to point out, see, there it is, hypocrite. They're quick to do that. But the fact is that if you're not changing your mind, it means that you're not opening yourself up to new information. And or even when you hear new information, you're so stuck in the way that you view things that you're not willing to actually grow and evolve. Evolution is good. Changing is good. New information causing you to come to new conclusions, that's good. So none of that is a problem. Where the problem is when people make this change, but they won't admit where they were wrong. They won't say, this is where my error was. I used to think this, and I found out that this was wrong. It's kind of so Kendra G has been she's been taking some heat for that Tamron Hall interview that she
I
did.
saw it.
And then also for some subsequent sort of conversations she's had where she said, look, I know different stuff now. I see what this is, X, Y, and Z, but she's not, to my knowledge, she still don't like Kevin.
Yep. So real quick, dog, real quick. I don't count nothing, dog. I don't count anything Kendra G says until she admits Kevin was right. Verbatim 100%. Those words. I don't count nothing because whenever somebody in her comments says, so you willing to admit that Kevin was right now, then she throws a fit. She knows we all know her pride won't let her say it verbatim in those words. And until she say it, I don't count nothing because she's gone through the same experiences that Kevin went through. The insane, delusional, mainly women saying the same thing over and over again. She's gone through that experience, the same experience Kevin went through. She's went through the emotions, the roller coaster. She's heard the insanity. She knows Kevin was right. Let's say before the whole dating show, before Kevin passed, she thought something different. Now she knows better. And she's essentially said it without saying those words. Until she says those words, I don't count anything she's saying. And I'll pause right there. I'm sorry to cut you off, but go ahead.
No. But that's exactly what I'm saying. And that's why none of this, I don't take any of this thing. So see, look, I can disagree with someone. I can say, I don't agree with this point, but I do agree with this other point. I don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? I can eat the meat and spit out the bone, right? But what I notice is especially in these spaces, especially because it's easier to build a following if you are one dimensional. And if you're only going to see things a certain way, nuance tends to lose folks because they will interpret it as fence sitting. When no, you're not fence sitting. You just don't agree with this aspect of what the person is saying, and you would rather present it in this way so that it would be a little more future proof. But people don't tend to see that in real time as much, and it can make it it can make you sort of open to a certain kind of criticism that I don't think is necessarily warranted. But I look, I say all the time, I don't agree with everything that Kevin said. I mean,
Yep.
I agree with I'm a strong 90-95%. But there's some things that he said that I can't rock with because I'm a Christian. I have a certain worldview, and that's going to sort of prevent me from being able to embrace aspects of what Kevin was saying. But he's a strong 90-95%. I'm rocking with him. So
I have that same relationship with Kevin. As a person that does over 60 hours a week of work, right? As a person that easily gets real close to 70 every week, and on occasion hits 75, and on occasion gets all the way into the 90s, right, of hours put in of work. The whole 60 hours a week thing, when Kevin was talking, I was like, I don't know about that one, and I made it publicly known, right? So and same disagreement I have with Angry Man with this. Look, this is not the way it's supposed to be. Right? So I have my disagreements with him also, and I agree with you about 95. For me, it might be 85%, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin had a little bit of bootstrap bro pathology. He had a little bit of that. He had a little bit of that, and look, that's fine. I mean, for the same reason that I would criticize Anton Daniels, or that I would criticize I dig Angry Man, but I also there's tends to be a little bit of that there. So you're not going to agree with everything that everybody says, but in my estimation, that makes it interesting.
Yes.
I like having conversations where people have a slightly different take on stuff. So it helps you to be able to measure where how effective your arguments are, and also to reevaluate in real time the way that the information that you've taken in has if it's been accurate or not, or if there's all kinds of positive ways that this can sort of this can go. It's like I'm saying, it just seems to be a lot easier for people to get a huge platform if they're very much, I'm just this one thing, and then and there's a hard line on that. So then if folks come in and say, hey, well, I tend to agree, but this one issue right here, then the group can sort of attack them and cast them over here, and then you become a simp and all kinds of stuff. That's the tendency, and that's unfortunate. But I also understand that. I understand it.
Let me remind you of a debate that me and Hoodservative had on your channel, maybe a year and a half ago or something like that, on one of your Friday streams, and I saw the look on your face, and you were in heaven. Like watching me, like the debate, because it stayed cordial on your channel, so it's like you were enjoying it, like the back and forth, because it was intellectual. It was I can't recall what we were debating, but it was like standard issue leftist stuff from me and standard issue more conservative right leaning things from him. And I could see that you were enjoying the debate.
Oh, yeah.
And going to conservatism, let me read this comment real quick from Leon. And he says, I can think of so many, I'll say women that convert to some religion or convert to conservatism when there is no road left. Yep. I agree 100. I agree 100. But yeah, Doc, you was going to say something to what I was saying about being conservative?
Yeah, no. I mean, so because I find myself not, I suppose I'm a bit more on the right than I am on the left, but I'm not, I'm not a MAGA ninja. I'm not a.
No, I never
so
picked you as that. I never thought of you as that at all.
Right. So yeah. So I'm not I'm not a populist right guy. I'm not an establishment right guy. I'm actually in more agreement with more of the populist left stuff. The establishment left stuff, I can't do it all. Like almost every single issue, I just can't rock with it. So it's a sort of interesting kind of dynamic. I'm an independent, I'm a third party like this. So I really enjoy hearing the sort of folks that are being more honest about what their actual perspectives are, and you and Hood tend to be that. That's always enjoyable. I don't like the sort of turn on Fox News and there's the token lefty, and they're saying
who's
the
there to
same
get slaughtered.
Right, and it's the same. It's the same talking points over and over. They show up on another program, and their talking points haven't changed at all, which shows that they're not listening, they're not changing, they're not evolving. And again, they're being evaluated by a sort of an audience that's going to come after you hard for saying something that sounds even a little bit like you're sympathetic to quote unquote the other side. And what is the other side? We're not talking about, it's a binary fallacy, right? There is no other side. There's just different perspectives.
I think you represent the majority of Americans. I'm willing to concede, and I do this all the time, that my perspective is niche, right? And I think a number of us on the left, me and Better, you have had that conversation. Leon, shout out to the brother Afro National. I'm not sure if he's still in the chat. He was earlier, right? We like I've either read or heard all of us espouse that, right? And for me, my issue with the left is that the left went whole hog on culture war stuff because it was cheap, because they doubled down and quadrupled down on Bill Clinton's third wave because they got waxed in the 80s. And so Bill Clinton thought he was going to be the leftist Reagan. And so they sold the farm on labor and on certain social justice stuff for the cheap stuff, which is TRA and S stuff, because that's a fraction of the human American population. They sold the farm on immigration. They sold the farm to cheapen labor by sending it overseas, NAFTA, Telecom Act. And so what was left was culture war stuff. And so now we're here where labor decimated, workers' rights, what workers' rights, right? And so you're watching these things get even shredded even more in our face right now. And that ball, I would argue, it didn't get rolling with Clinton, but he could have maybe not stopped it, but held it up a bit. And him doubling down, I would argue, so we got here. And then so subsequent Democratic leaders, Democratic chairmen, governors, Congress members, House and Senate, them doubling down on that is how we get here. And so that's where I come in and say, until y'all start speaking about what's beneficial for the masses of Americans, which will inadvertently help Black people and Black men, then you get what you get. And so I need the left to admit that the right just outflanked them with the culture war stuff. That's what just happened. And people like Sauger are admitting that they teased everybody with the culture war stuff and with Trump's charisma and his personality, and they're about to go in and do all the stuff for the rich elite white men that they wanted to do anyway. But they got everybody with the culture war stuff because the left did the culture war stuff, and they looked like they were winning until they weren't winning anymore. And there you go. Right. So
yeah, this is very interesting. I've described this issue. I've talked about this multiple times. All the left had to do, all the Democrats had to do, was put a candidate that was middle of the road popularity, and that had some extemporaneous communication skills. Okay, that's all they needed, and then to get off of the what I call the boutique establishment progressive politic stuff, the woke
Doc,
stuff.
let me cut you off for 1 second. When you're done with your comment, read Leon's super chat, because this speaks exactly to what you're saying. It's also a quote from one of your fellow PhDs.
Oh yeah, Mr. Z, I add GG's framework to the mix that the left uses identity politics to avoid distributive justice to communities and people in different classes and castes. Yeah, 100%, 100%. But all they had to do is run someone that was medium skilled, medium popularity, and that wasn't going to run primarily on the woke stuff, and that just talked kitchen table politics, kitchen table issues as their primary. That's all that was necessary. And I think there's a strong likelihood that you would have had a different outcome. Okay. But because they decided that they wanted to just ram this through, and a lot of it had to do with they had $1 billion in the tank, and so they needed to use someone that was already on the ticket. Otherwise, they couldn't use that $1 billion for the campaign. So that had a lot to do with it, and that's an issue that a lot of people are not talking about, because of course that makes the Democrats look like sort of money grubbing and a lot of guilty of a lot of the stuff that they claim that the right is guilty of.
Can I say Dr.
Also the
Thunder,
fact that they didn't run.
My apologies. Can I say, Douglas? I don't want you to. I got to be able to say it. I don't want to get you in trouble. Look, allegedly, Clinton Foundation money, Democratic Party bought, push Bernie out. I'm just saying. Y'all read through that.
Oh yeah. So look.
Yeah, allegedly.
All Bernie, look, man. All Bernie needed in previous elections was he needed a black agenda, and then he just needed obviously the structure not to push him out. Obviously, I mean that was the primary thing. But if he had a black agenda, I think he would have had a lot of folks get on board. Look, the fact is that student loan forgiveness, and I know that on the right they played that as, look, you're making people that were responsible and paid their loans down and either that or didn't go to college, so they don't have student loans. You're making them pay for people that did. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But you had the student loan thing. You had universal health care. I think that single payer was, although philosophically I had some issues with it back in that time, perhaps I have changed my perspective. I still have the same philosophical challenge, but from a practical perspective, it just seems to me that that's just going to end up being a better situation with the way that it actually functions. So then there are situations where the practical solution is not necessarily philosophically sound, which I know sounds crazy, but it's just sometimes the way that stuff actually works logistically when you get your feet on the ground. A lot of this sort of musing and thinking about some of the issues, you can't know what you're going to face until you get there. It just seems to me that a single payer or universal healthcare, you could talk me into that. Let's put it that way. You could talk me into that, and I would go with that. There's some other more populist issues on the left that I could have got with. If look, if they ran someone that was willing to highlight some of those populist issues, get off of the woke stuff, and that had some extemporaneous talking, communication skills, I think you have a completely different outcome. And I reviewed a video where Tim Walz was doing a podcast interview. Sabby was talking about this. And he actually took some responsibility. They actually took some responsibility for some of the bad decisions that they made, and that they didn't, when they had control, they weren't more assertive about, going after the stuff that they needed to, and that they were just talking about Biden as if he was doing a great job, as opposed to actually getting in there and saying, look, this is where you're not doing well, and we need to change this. So he actually admitted some of those things, which was interesting. It would have been nice to hear from the front runner. I'm sorry, from the top of the ticket to talk that way. But, I guess it was good to hear it from somebody at all. Not that I trust it, but
I think his politics is a little bit different. But when you're part of the ticket and you're not the top of the ticket, then you have to and so I think we were the only part that I will say that I thought was unfair to Kamala was asking her to take responsibility for what we knew she couldn't override Biden on, right? Especially if rumor has it, allegedly, that as Biden's cognitive decline increased, it was the wife and the son that were, not running things, but kind of had a hand in things. So there's that, number one. Number two, I think it's the same thing with Mr. Walz, which is, that's why he's able to speak in a way, because I think his politics weren't perfectly aligned with Democratic establishment, politics. That's how I think he's able to push certain things in Minnesota that the rest of the supposed left or Democrats around the country, maybe outside of California, aren't actually getting done, right? So there's that too. I think that's why, and I think he's also kind of eyeing the White House in his own respect. So he already sees where the wind is blowing for the left, and that he's being pushed or pulled to the left. Maybe not so much once again with culture stuff and people's sexuality stuff, but the populist left, as you were saying earlier. So I think he's trying to get ahead of these things on top of that, and I think his politics are somewhat in that direction anyway, so it's just easier for him to kind of jump ship early, for his own ambitions, but also because his politics might lean that way anyway.
Let me I wanted to respond to something that was in the chat, and shout out to Gregory Scotland. I don't know if you highlighted his super chat yet.
No. As a matter of fact, you can, if you want to, you can go ahead and read that and then go ahead and do what you were going to say. Please and thank you. Thank you, Gregory Scotland. Thank you.
Yeah, and by the way, shout out to Gregory Scotland, who has been literally bankrolling the space. He comes in and he is very supportive. He's bankrolling every one of my streams. And he's very supportive over there with Kosher Clinician. I see him over there all the time. I see him in your chat. I see him all over the place, spreading the love. So shout out to Gregory Scotland, super knowledgeable brother. So I just wanted to say that. But the super chat is salute Mr. Z. Something that Dr. Thunder always points out is that we rarely hear Black women explain what they're apologizing for when it comes to Black men.
Exactly.
100%.
Exactly.
I point this out all the time. Now that issue is not exclusive. It's not exclusive to Black women.
Or
but
Black
one
people.
thing that
Yeah,
but I just, it's just something that I notice. It's like, look, I don't really want to hear about how this sort of amorphous group of people that you say that you belong to, you know, that we're sorry for, you know, doing this and we're sorry for doing that. I don't care about that. I don't want to hear the collective apology. That stuff is hogwash. I can't stand that. What I want to hear is you detail specific things that you did. I did this, I did that, right? And I shouldn't have done this because this was the outcome. I've thought again about this. And then not only that, you know, I believe that I should have to pay some sort of restitution because I caused this kind of damage. Matter of fact, I knew that this guy was not the baby's father. I made him pay child support anyway, and you know what? I should pay him back. See, that's what. See,
restitution.
I'm telling you but that's not going to happen because people are just doing what they can get away with, and then they're posturing for social media, you know, hoping that people don't remember the stuff that they were saying 5 minutes ago.
Indigo says, let me read this real quick. The doc and Indigo says, I wouldn't dare hold my breath for that. I hear you, Indigo. I'll give you 2 examples real quick, Doc, to what you were saying. The sister that admitted that she divorced her husband for no reason. So she kind of went through the detail on why she did it. So it wasn't so much an apology, but it was an admission that, I might have messed up. Like, she's in a relationship, full-blown relationship, in a loving relationship now, so she says, but she admitted all the reasons why she divorced her husband, and she miscalculated. So I'll give her that. And then the other, once again, this is another older black woman, or more seasoned black woman, who did the I apologize black man, because but parts of it were the woe is me, so that's why I don't count it. But she did go through how black women play this game, right? In as an adversary to black men. In the clip that I played earlier, also with Nina Turner, who is speaking about how the Democratic Party plays black women against black men, right? So there are moments when black women, I don't expect most people, namely women, namely black women, to ever give you 100% apology, right? But I do expect a 85% apology from black women. And the reason why I don't ever expect them to give 100 is quite frankly, I don't think most women are built like that. I think men, you can. I don't think most women are built like that. And I think the way the black community is currently constituted, for us to get 100% apology from black women writ large, black women specifically, it's at the threat of death, or, as you said earlier, apocalyptic type situations. That's the only way I see a individual black woman or black women writ large admitting we knew what we were doing, we did it anyway, or we gambled and we gambled wrong, or I gambled and I gambled wrong. I had 2 men trying to speak to me. I went for the wrong guy. It has to be either at threat of death or apocalyptic. I don't think anything short of that will you ever get a 100% apology from an individual woman, period, black woman specifically. I just don't see it, you know. Yeah.
Well, I think the issue is that there's too much pride. There's too much pride. And but look, you know, and I say this all the time. Look, all have sinned, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory. For all have sinned, right? The issue here is not that men are saying we're perfect, we never do anything wrong.
Yep.
No. That's not the issue. The issue is we definitely know that we've done wrong stuff. Everybody tells us that we have done wrong stuff. That isn't the issue. The issue is y'all doing at least the same amount of wrong stuff. It's different stuff. But you're doing wrong stuff too, but you don't ever say anything about it. And then nobody else people don't hold you accountable for it.
Yeah.
And then the environment has been situated not to ever force you to pay for it, right? So so this stuff is going rampant, and I would argue that because the environment is not imposing restrictions, as it were, people are going to tend to do what they can get away with. So look now, and people might not like me saying this. Women definitely won't like me saying this, but the fact is that because there are no restrictions on these sort of behaviors, the tendency is going to be for more women to engage in these behaviors and for it to seem more normal. So the reason that you apologize is because you recognize there was something wrong in the way that you were thinking. But if the environment is
Doc, I
not
gotta pause you for
imposing
1 second. I
restrictions,
gotta pause you for 1 second. D, this is to answer your question. Dr. Thunder is answering your question right now. And let me read his comment. He says, the F are we supposed to do with an apology? Dr. Thunder is literally answering your question. That's why I was waiting. Go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
yeah. So, but the point is, since there are no restrictions on their behavior, they're going to tend to do it more often, and it's going to seem to be normal and legitimized. So an apology, you would have to actually be saying, these are the reasons why I did this. They were wrong. I shouldn't have done this, X, Y, and Z. But the environment is not communicating to them that anything that they're doing is wrong. So part of the reason that you're not going to hear people, women in general, apologize is because they don't think that they've done anything wrong. So even if it's like, well, I need to get my rent paid or else I'm going to be homeless. Okay, I need to say something so that I can at least get my bills paid. Let me at least apologize for this, or at least say this. It'll end up being that kind of stuff, because I don't think that they actually understand what it is that they're doing that's wrong. So I think that's the problem. And when you look at it that way, it's not like a person that knows good and well what they're doing is wrong and then still does it. And then there's like this sort of defiant kind of thing, as in the case of someone that has full knowledge of what's going on. It's more like someone that has been coddled and been shielded from all consequences, doing stuff wrong. And then they're like, what the heck? I don't understand. Why do you have such an issue with this? And why are you men even saying anything? I can't believe that you guys would be getting on here and having these panel discussions and, talking bad about women all the time. I can't believe that you'd be doing that. What did we ever do to you? So it's like that kind of thing. And, which part of that,
Doc,
I think it's a little disingenuous. I think that there is some knowledge of it, but I don't think it's the same. So
because I'm going to offer a bit of pushback. I think the women know that what they're doing it's wrong, but because they're coddling, they don't appreciate the impact. Not to black men in particular, because they don't care the impact of us. They don't appreciate the impact to themselves, right? So I think they appreciate, like, maybe I shouldn't go down this road, but they don't appreciate that down that road is the creepy guy who, like, there's a reason why your dad told you walk around. He told you not to cut through the alley. Now, you see the darkness in the alley, and you know that something may happen. You just don't appreciate how bad whatever may happen might be, right? So you cut through the alley, and then when it happens, now you're hit with the full consequences. You see what I'm saying? So that's what ends up happening. I think they appreciate, okay, I know my dad said don't cut through the alley. He told me to walk around. I see it's dark. I'm a little scared, but I'm going to cut through anyway. And they know, okay, I might get hit on or I might get robbed, right? Or anything, something like that. But they don't appreciate that robbery might turn to assault, might turn to rape, right? Or might turn to straight up the final end. right? So you get what I'm saying? So they know something may happen. They just don't appreciate how bad it could be for them. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I just want to I want to clarify what I'm saying, because I'm looking at the chat and it seems like what I'm saying is being understood in a way that I don't intend. I'm not saying that they don't have a conscience. Okay, so they fully understand that what they're doing is wrong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that since the environment is not pushing back against the behavior, anybody, men also, anybody that was not facing restrictions would take full advantage of whatever get all the way up to the edge of the line. Okay, so what I'm saying is, part of the issue is that since the environment is not restricting certain kinds of activity, they do that activity all the time, and it's been normalized. Not that that means that it's right. It's not correct. It's wrong. And yes, they're destroying families and all that kind of stuff with a lot of this behavior. So I'm not arguing against that. I'm saying that because the environment allows it, it's sort of like, I can understand that someone would be somewhat confused or think that it's weird that people would be pushing back against them, since it's been something that they've been allowed to do for all this time. That is the point that I'm making. And that's not the same as me giving anybody a pass. It's not the same as me is me saying they don't know any better. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they're getting a certain stimulus from being able to do whatever they want. We don't get that same stimulus. We get the opposite of that. Ours says, if
We
you
don't
do
get a
this, then
buffer.
that's right. If you do this,
They
then
get a buffer.
homelessness.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. I agree.
Right.
I agree.
Right. If you do this, then homelessness. If you do this, then prison. That's what ours says. And it's a very hard line. And so it forces us to comply within those confines. It's just not so much with them.
Yeah. No, I agree with this. I definitely agree with. And then there's the whole stigma difference between men and women. Okay, fine, if you do this homelessness, but even if not homelessness, moving in back with your parents, how's that going to affect your social and dating life? Where with women, you do this, homelessness is not even on the table, right? So moving back in with your parents, that's not going to affect her dating life and her social life whatsoever. Nobody's going to look at her lesser than for being 45, living at home with her parents or anything like that. You see what I'm saying? So I agree with Dr. Thunder on this 100%. The society writ large, families, friends buffer them in a way, and that buffer allows for them to take a different calculus on how they speak to and treat everyone, including especially the men in their lives, the boyfriends, the baby daddies, the husbands, and how quick they are to pull the trigger on ending a relationship, and for very surface level reasons, right? So the things that they brag about, where we're the ones who leave relationships at 80%. For them, that's a bragging point. Y'all are so lesser. Y'all are not, and when I say y'all, I mean the men. The women are saying the men are not meeting our expectations. That's why we're divorcing. They don't appreciate
I have some context. I have some context. Because of what I do, I'm around 20-something women all the time. And I overhear their conversations frequently. And sometimes, and I try to resist this. Sometimes folks will try to include me in a conversation. They'll try to ask me a question. I try to just stay out of it, because I know they're not going to like what I have to say.
Doug be ducking and dodging the conversation. Don't ask me. My name is Bennett and I ain't in it. Go ahead, Doug. Go ahead.
That's right. But I was having a conversation with someone. This is months ago. And they were describing to me a scenario where one of their friends, they broke up with their boyfriend. Okay. And then they started to go in detail about how, he wasn't doing right and X, Y, and Z. And it just seems like these guys are or doing all of this bogus stuff, trying to force the woman to break up with them so that they can say that they didn't, that at least they weren't the one that broke up with them, like, and as soon as they said that, I said, oh, okay, so that's how you guys are contextualizing that issue. I see. Right. So even with, and I think that's something that you have to recognize, that there are many things that seem pretty clear to us, like straight up, like me. How can you look at 80% of the divorces being filed by black women, in the black community? But how can you look at that and see that as some sort of positive thing? How is it possible for you to contextualize that in that way? Well, there it is. I just gave you a key into how that's possible. Because they see it as the ninja is trying to screw up to make it seem as though they're making that they were okay, but that the woman just broke up with them anyway. Like that's some sort of badge of honor to hey, I didn't quit, kind of a thing. And I'm thinking, I don't know dudes that are doing that. I'm sure there's somebody doing that. I'm sure somebody's done that before, but I don't think that's the regular thing that is happening. So that's a sort of interesting sort of dynamic.
I think that type of sentiment is what informs the if he cared he would type of rhetoric that women were spouting definitely a couple years ago. The if he cared he would, or if he that type of thing. So it's this almost like men wake up in the morning thinking of how they can get over on women, right? And how they can oppress others and oppress women. Like there's this very whimsical, kind of cartoonishly evil interpretation of men, and specific for us black men, that many women have adopted. And I think, okay, fine, if you adopted that, cool. But if you're not same-sex loving, how does that work for you? How does this adoption work for you when you have adopted this way of viewing men, that men are cartoonishly evil, and that every moment of every day is how can I take advantage of other people, namely other women, right? And if that's your mindset, I think that's very, very depressing and sad. And I think that's how a lot of women, namely black women, find themselves in the position they find themselves: very lonely, very single, very horny, very depressed, very sad, pretending like they're not. And as a matter of fact, Doc, I'm gonna play a couple of clips for you where the women are admitting like they're not necessarily happy with their singleness, right? And here we go. Here go the first one.
Another night going home alone. This single life is ass. And don't get under my post talk about some. Just focus on yourself. Love yourself. Date yourself. I don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. I'm tired of it. Stop trying to tell me to mask my desires for being with someone else, that I should just be with myself. I've been with myself. I'm always going to be with myself. Like, it's me and her to the end of time. Like, stop it. Like, after a long day of work, I just be wanting to lay down. I want to cuddle. I want to tell my man about my day. I just want to hug. Like, damn. Like, it don't even be about all the other stuff y'all be talking about. It just be the simple things that you miss the most. Like, that's really it. Like, it's not even like, it just be the simple things. That's all I'm going to say. So just be grateful if you got somebody and you got a hug today. Because you know what?
I don't need no man.
Ever reason, I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person. And yes, although I don't have that, there are other areas of my life that are flourishing, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, my friendships and, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. and it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner, and not knowing how long I'm gonna be in this season scares me a little bit. And it also scares me to know that it may not ever happen. That it may not ever.
Yep. And there you go, Doc. Like that. That's why my title is. You let them talk a little bit. They're gonna give you just a smidge of truth, just a teeny tiny bit, and line in the back. Yes, I'll send you that clip in email line. I'll send you that clip. I'm gonna start letting people up in a bit. And Dr. Dunbar, if you want to come up, you definitely can come up. PhDs are obviously primary focus, and definitely get a privilege on Z's channel. But yeah, what do you think about those two clips, Doc?
Oh yeah, I mean, one thing, you like watching Destro Reborn, that woman that he always has on there saying, "I don't need no man."
I don't need no man. Shout out to Destro. Shout out to Destro. Go ahead.
That is it's hilarious. It's just funny. But one thing that's interesting about this entire thing, and I think that folks have to be reminded of this. It's like they don't. It's almost as if each day women are waking up and with no knowledge of anything that happened yesterday or any day in the past. It's almost like that. So when you say stuff like, look, we're not the ones that have been saying we don't need women, or we don't want women, or we're we're just fine without you. Actually, that wasn't something that's not really been what we've been saying. We've been saying, actually have been, the tendency has been to be pro-family, and the tendency is to be, pro-community. That's actually been what we have been on, and supportive of women. That's where we've been at. And so it's interesting when they will get on and claim that somehow we are now saying that essentially what they've been saying all this time, that they don't need us, and all this kind of stuff. It's like, no, that's never been the talking point. That's never been what we've been saying. Men obviously want women. It's the women that changed the game and started talking all this, we don't need you for nothing, and you're not necessary. So what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to just ignore that? Just act like that they're not saying that? Yeah, I mean, you have to address it. Come on.
This is the thing you were an adult, but as a kid growing up in the 90s, and shout out to all my millennials, we remember this as kids, and it was like lightweight trauma, that message, right? And so we took, all right, ladies, all right, I guess. I mean, I'm only 8 years old, but I guess, right? Like, I'm only 9, 10 years old, but I guess when I become an adult, I'll take heed to what you just said. And so Xer women, youngest of boomers, Xer women, and millennial women, to me, are reaping what they sow with that particular type of message and not checking it for decades, particularly in the Black community. And we took them at their word, especially, I would argue, men your age and younger, Dr. Thunder, so under the 50 and under. And what Black women are dealing with in specific is that the environment changed under their feet. You have the JD Vances of the world, a heartbeat away from being president. You have the Elon Musk of the world. You have the Donald Trumps of the world, right? And they're changing the environment in everyone's faces. And so now the ladies are going to have to stand on what they said and what they didn't fight against. So even if you didn't say it, ladies, you didn't advocate against it, definitely not publicly. And so now you're just going to have to eat the consequences of don't need no man, or a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. That type of rhetoric comes at a cost. And now that winter is here and it's cold outside, it's freezing outside, right? and I want to be clear. Most men don't interact with the black manosphere. So this is not the average man saying, "Oh, I'm gonna get women back." Da, 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 da. No, they've been socialized and raised and taught that women are good. They got it. They don't need you. And if they, and at the most, if you're lucky, she may want you. You might be for a season. So I want to be very clear what Mr. Z is saying. I'm not saying that men are being vindictive. The average man is not being vindictive. He just took the message that he was being told since a child. You're not needed. You're barely even wanted. And so he's moving accordingly. And so now the women are acting dumb, like they don't understand that this was the message. You enjoyed the message as children. You enjoyed the message as adults, as adolescents. And so that message also got filtered to the men. And so now the environment is changing. And maybe you do want and need a man, but the men are convinced that you don't need them or want them in mass. And well, right? So yeah, it's cold outside. Just saying. All right, yeah, go ahead, Doc. Okay, he's muted, but yeah. So I
I'm
played
here.
that
I'm
clip.
here. Sorry
Oh,
about that.
go ahead, Doc. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's
I
sad,
actually
you know.
I wanted
Go
to
ahead.
respond to one thing in the chat.
Mhm.
So LS Active, and this is a while ago. You got a bunch of super chats you got to read.
Yeah, I'm gonna read. I'm slow on my super chat. My apologies, everybody. I gotta get to them. But go ahead, Doc.
Let's see here. LS Active, with the 9. What is that? British pound. I think that's British
Yeah,
pounds.
let me highlight it. Give me 1 second. There we go.
Yeah. Thank you for that support. Saying I agree with Dr. Thunder that Naomi Campbell can get approach anywhere in the world, but does he
Super
believe that
bad.
black women can become the beauty standard anywhere they land? Isn't beauty no in the eye of the beholder? The answer to that is no. Of course not. And yes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but there also is a sort of science of beauty, and it has to do with symmetrical features. The reason that I use in fitness, right? So the reason that I used Naomi Campbell is because she's dark complected, and
Yes.
because that's always that's always the thing that gets said is that, oh, it's colorism. Well, no, it's kind of like if you're beautiful, you're beautiful. I mean, from a certain perspective, you have a certain level of fitness, and you have a certain symmetry in your body and in your face in particular. You're going to be esteemed attractive, and somebody's going to mess with you. A lot of somebodies will mess with you because you have largely the same sort of dynamic in a lot of other places in the world. There's a lot of guys that are not necessarily getting play from the women in their group. So it's not an issue. It's never going to be an issue of you can't get anybody. That's what I'm pushing back against, because what was happening earlier in the show, in some of the clips, was women were talking about is that basically because they were black, that's the reason that they wouldn't get any play. And I'm like, I understand that generally speaking, black may not be the beauty standard, but there are certain levels of beauty that transcend that. And so what you need to admit is that you just aren't that. And I know that in the West, we're telling women that everybody's a 10 and all like this, but Naomi was actually a 10. So because she was actually a 10, none of those other factors actually matter. So maybe get a better idea of where you actually line up, and then be honest about the way that fitness, your level of fitness or lack of fitness is impacting your options. You can go over there. I mean, isn't this what they were telling Passport Bros? If you ain't got no game, here, then you're gonna get ran over there too. Isn't that what they were saying? So it's the same thing. If you don't understand where you line up, you're still gonna be in the same boat.
Thanks, thanks, Doc. Give me a second. Y'all. Regular streams. So let me say this too, Doc. Um, so the whole beauty standard thing, and I'm gonna play the succession of clips because it's different shapes, sizes, and skin tones of Black women speaking to this, and I I think someone said it earlier, and I tend to agree with that. Black women have been encouraged a certain way by the dominant society, by definitely other Black women, that has caused them to be delusional, just straight out. There's no other word to say. And so what ends up happening is that Black men, like you said, look how open Black men are about being the sexual preference for other people, but maybe not being comparable to white men writ large on planet Earth, but specifically in the West, right? And we have these conversations. You have Austin Holloman traveling and saying how race plays a factor in Latin America, namely Brazil. And there's just this blunt honesty from Black men, and we speak about our physique and how that plays the big D stereotype, and how that plays in how other women from different demographics are attracted to Black men, even how Black women are attracted to Black men. We speak about the kind of nerd jock thug image and how that plays, and we just have these very overt conversations about that, and no one kind of lies to us about where you fit in that. Black women, on the other hand, are encouraged in a way, namely from other Black women, but from non-Black folks, that put Gabby Sidibe on the cover of a beauty magazine next to a white woman. And I'm using her for a specific. I'm not trying to make fun of her, mock her. No, I'm saying like it's in a weird way, it's mocking her and Black women writ large, right? And that's the same thing I think with Lizzo at a point, right? And so when you travel to South Korea and they don't maybe have this PC culture thing going, not in the same way at least as in the West and as in America, you will have South Korean men straight up tell a Black woman, oh no, I want to, unlike the white men, because the white men are doing it too over here in the US, but they won't say it. The South Korean men will just say, oh yeah, I want to enjoy your body, but I don't want to have kids with you. Or that's all I want to do with you. I just want you to know that this is what it is for me. You'll have the South Korean men tell Black women, oh, I don't want to have inward kids. Right. And I think with that, it's a very shocking thing for them because they're not used to such a blunt rejection, right? And once again, I think when you speak of being a woman, feminism, and the way men in the West, men in America specifically, even more specifically Black men, have been raised and taught and socialized to interact with women, especially the ones we don't find necessarily physically appealing or attractive, or I know you're Christian, Doc, so this part doesn't apply to you, or the women that you have reserved for a certain type of activity if she so chooses, but you don't want to go any further with her. In other societies, they're just blunt with that. And I think when Black women go overseas, they visit overseas, and they're hit with that, I think it's jarring to them. This kind of speaks to what you were saying earlier about the difference between men and women and the buffer, right? There's no buffer for them with that type of rhetoric, and I think it like I said earlier, it's jarring for them. And I'm going to play a succession of clips. I'm going to let people up in a minute, and Doc, definitely, if you want to stay, definitely. But I want to play these clips of the women speaking about South Korea and their experiences in Korea, right? So here we go.
Serious talk right now? Okay.
Wrong one. That's an Asian woman, but that's not the one. But here we go, y'all.
This is for my Black girls that want to go to South Korea. If you're not Black, then please just keep scrolling. Girl, you are not a beauty standard in South Korea. There are going to be some men that will be attracted to you, but you're not a beauty standard, okay? We're talking about the plastic surgery capital in skin lightening. When I was in Korea, I looked like Shrek to 90% of the public. You go there, just remember that when they flocking over to the doves, don't get hurt. You better go to Korea with a mission, and it better not be to get a man.
Have you tried dating foreigners then?
There were a lot of African men who were trying to talk to me at the time. I was not interested. And to be honest, I think I had an obsession with Korean men. And it wasn't really an obsession, it was pride. I felt insulted by the fact in some areas of the culture, they have a very negative view of Black women, especially plus size Black women. Like they're not good enough to be in a relationship with. And I was just thinking to myself, I am more than good enough to be in a relationship with. And I'm not I could date a Korean man if I want to.
You were trying to prove that that's false, basically.
Yeah. I feel like it was kind of pride.
Yeah.
And also a bit of, I may be an obsession as well, which I'm so glad that God brought me out of as well.
Bloop.
So, but anyway, 'cause I don't gotta prove nothing to nobody. My experience with Korean men was that they just mostly wanted to have sex with my Black body.
Not your Black body is crazy.
It is. That's what they saw. They was
my Black body.
They saw it and they were just like,
흑말 타고 싶다.
Yes.
That's exactly how it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the first time I experienced that was some guy, he wanted me to meet with him, have sex with him, and I said no, and he called me a kamdungi. It just full out.
The N-word, basically.
Yeah, full out. You are a negress.
A niglet. The fact that we're laughing at this and it's not funny at all is great.
Bro, I mean though.
Do you have any unique experiences so far, going out on dates?
The last guy I went on a date with, and he asked me, and I was asking him and stuff, and I standard questions, have you ever been with a foreign girl? Have you ever been with a Black woman and everything? And when I asked him that, he's like, yeah, but I don't think I want any N-word kids. He said, I don't think I would want any N-word kids because they would get bullied here in Korea. I said, I almost jumped out of my seat. I said, so why that word? Why couldn't you just say you don't want any Black kids? But you use a nice hard word.
Wait, he said N-word kids, or did he use the word
No, he said the word verbatim. He was like, I don't want any nigga kids.
I feel more single being here, and as a Black person, I don't have the, unfortunately, confidence to be like, oh yeah, let me just go up to that guy because the language barrier. And in Korea, it's very obvious that white is the standard, white is preferred, a lighter shade. And if a white girl and a Black girl were standing next to each other, I feel 9 times out of 10 they would choose the white girl because it's kind of what they've been shown as popular and mainstream and attractive.
Yeah, go ahead, Doc. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is interesting. So one thing I thought I as I was watching with the one with, she says that the guy said that he didn't want any little ninjas.
Yeah.
So the thing that's interesting about that is, so she was surprised that that he said that.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
But check it out. She was surprised, but I'm not sure how offended she actually was. No, check it out. So check it out, because the reason I'm saying that is because I don't think that I think that there's a strong separation that Black women have created between being a woman and being Black. And so the anti-Black stuff, although they talk about it as being part of what limits them in an intersectional context, I think that they see that, calling somebody a ninja as being something is more of a male.
For men. Yep. I agree. I agree 100%.
So I thought that was interesting. And then the other thing I was going to say is with the heavyset woman. This was a couple weeks ago. I reviewed a video of this Black woman, and she's probably in her late 20s. She's a big woman. I never, went after her for her looks or anything like that. But I did mention, because she was presenting her talking points from a Christian perspective, how she was praying and she was doing this and that. But she's also morbidly obese. And when she was talking about being on her healing journey, her weight never came up in that context. He was talking about sort of abstract stuff, but not about the thing that stares everybody in their face. And so I mentioned that not as a way to make fun of her or any of the rest of that, but of course, in my chat, in my comment section, people were coming after me for how dare you, go after her looks like that and all like this. I didn't say anything about her looks. People in my chat were, but I didn't say anything about her looks. All I said was, look, you're shortening your life by being this heavy, and and XYZ. And she was and there was some inconsistencies because her whole thing was about decentering men, right? So wait a minute. So you're a Christian, you're so-called quoting scripture. You're not mentioning the fact that you being morbidly obese is the sign of violating one of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony. And but then a lot of the stuff that you're saying is talking about how you're not getting some of the dating options you want, so now you're going to decenter men and blase. And so I'm not allowed to mention that there's an inconsistency with your treating your external self as separate from who you actually are. Yeah. Because that's a tendency that I see. I have in sort of westernized Christianity, in particular, mega church, the secret, and all of this kind of stuff. That you have a spirit, you live. I'm sorry, you are a soul. So you are a spirit. You have a soul, and you live in a body. So what they're trying to do is create this hierarchy that creates that primacy of the things that are invisible, and less of of who you actually are, of the things that are in the physical realm, as it were. And that's an innovation, because in the early church, it's much more holistic. Yes, you can talk about you have a spirit, you have a soul, and you have a body, but none of those things exist. But none of those things exist in this realm without each other, right? I mean, there's no such thing as a disembodied spirit, right? As far as being able to converse and be a person, right? And your soul doesn't exist without your spirit. Your spirit doesn't exist without your soul. Your body doesn't exist without. I mean, it's all interconnected. You can't separate the things. And so when people try to treat their physical body as being less of who they are than the rest of them, it's inherently problematic. So then when they get on here and start talking about a healing journey, but they're not talking about the thing that is staring people in their face, that's a big problem. And so I was pointing that out. Now, I brought that up because this heavyset woman in this clip that you played, she was talking about how God brought her out of something. Well, wait a minute here. Can God bring you out of your obvious overeating problem? And if he does bring you out of that, wouldn't that solve many of the issues that you're likely talking about on this podcast? So it's ignoring the stuff that's right in your face. That is not some heightened level of spirituality. That's a sign of a moral depravity that excuses sinful behavior. And this is one of the reasons why the whole spiritual but not religious, that whole thing. It's like, well, people don't like the term religion because it means rules. It means that here's a list of rules that you must follow. And obviously folks that are of that size are not following certain rules. Now, I'm not suggesting that just because a person is smaller, that means that they're better at following the rules. I'm not saying that at all. It's just with somebody that is big, what their sin is. You know immediately what it is. Other people could be hiding it, but you know what it is. And so I'm not trying to get on someone disproportionately because we can see what they struggle with. And I'm not trying to poke fun, but if you're going to be talking about getting on your healing journey, if you're going to be talking about, you know, any of these kind of topics and manifesting and all this kind of stuff, then you need to manifest about, I don't know, about 100 pounds off of you. I'm not trying to be mean spirited. I'm not trying to.
I agree. No,
I'm
I
not trying to
understand.
be mean spirited. It's tough love. Maybe it's hard to hear, and especially since it's something that you struggle with, and it's directly related to the lack of dating options that you have. Okay, and I get that, but that's actual love, and I was actually saying that in my video, responding to this woman, saying, look, you know, if people are not telling you that you need to lose about, and this woman probably needs to lose about 200 pounds, you know, if they're not telling you that you need to lose weight, significant weight, it's because they don't love you. So all of that patting you on the back and girl, you go, and all of this kind of stuff, oh, you're beautiful just how you are, and all this kind of stuff, that is not love. It feels good. It sounds like compassion. It feels like compassion. It's warm and fuzzy, but it is not love. So then when we get online and we start, a lot of the stuff that I say, which is critical, and look, I'm not making stuff up. I'm not making up some random stuff or just inflating stuff. I'm taking actual clips, actual video of them talking, and I'm responding to it. That's what I'm doing. So I'm not making it up. So, but when I say things that sound critical and have some edge on them, not in a disrespectful way, not because I'm trying to make fun of anybody or like that, they can't even take that. That comes off as, oh, you're bashing. Oh, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why don't you talk more about the men that are doing X, Y, and Z?
Oh, boy.
I'll talk about what I want to talk about on my platform. But the thing is I'm actually responding to clips of you guys saying all kinds of wild stuff. And there's an unending supply of this. It's not like this is a small issue. This is a profound. This is an extinction level event. Amount of this kind of toxic sludge that's being dumped out daily. There's not even. It wouldn't even be possible to respond to all of this stuff if everybody that has a platform, like at least of the size of your platform and my platform in the manosphere, constantly talked about this 24 hours a day, just using actual real footage, we wouldn't be able to even scratch the surface of how much of this stuff is out there. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, let me say this, Doc. So I spoke to, as a matter of fact, go ahead, Doc, because I gotta speak to someone real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyhow, let me just do a little plug. I've got a.
Go ahead, Doc.
My show is. Yeah, my show is 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. And the show's about a 3-hour show each day, but 8:30 a.m. to I don't know, about 11:30 a.m. And on Fridays the show tends to go a little bit longer. Open panel on Fridays, Rolling Thunder. If you dig what you hear me saying, I mean, this is the way I talk. So.
Y'all make sure to give Doc his sandwich money when y'all get over there.
That's right.
Shout out to Doc. But Doc, let me say this. So earlier, when we were speaking about the race element of it all, and the N-word, and how she may not have been offended by the N-word. So shout out to Toya. And if I recall, if you listen and correct me if I'm wrong, Toya said this a couple years ago to me, and I've been sitting with this since then. And she said, Black women don't really get, I'm paraphrasing, and I'm Toya, if I'm off, let me know if I'm off. Black women don't really feel the N-word. They don't really feel less than. They don't really feel blackness until they get rejected by non-Black men. That's when the N-word, and it's explicit that it was rejection because you're Black, right? That's when they feel the racism, right? So, and we understand that anti-Blackness. Yeah, Black women get hit with it, and we know when it comes to work and when it comes to certain things, but they don't really get hit with it until they start. They don't really feel it. Better yet, that's what I should say. They don't really feel the hit until it starts until it's something about their physique, their physical attraction, and so if a black man says something about a black woman's weight, they don't really feel that in the same way as a white man saying it, or an Asian or a Latino man saying it. Because it's very clear, oh, it's because I'm black and I'm heavy. It's because I'm black and my hair is kinky, or you know, the 4C curls and whatnot. When they're hit with being black plus woman, that's when it's like, oh, it's because I'm black. Right. And so if Toya, if you listen to this on a replay, shout out to the replay gang, or if you're listening now, correct me if I'm wrong. And when Toya said that to me, I want to say it was a couple of years ago, I really set with that because, you know, I have an older and younger sister, I have a mother, and you know, we speak about everything, and including race, including all of this stuff. But no black woman has ever really expressed that way. And I've been sitting with that, I'm like, and so what you just said, Doc, it kind of confirms that, which is the rejection from non-black men is when black women realize, oh, my blackness is a hindrance in this way, right? And so when black women try to interracially date or marry, they have interracial sex. It's when the white guy calls them the N-word during the sex act. That's when they're like, oh crap, this is something else. Or like when the Asian guy says, I don't want N-word kids, and it's so you're willing to enjoy my body, as the heavyset woman said, but you don't want inward kids. Or for her, when she said no, I want more than that, and that's when he called her the inward, right? So that's when she gets hit with the blackness. And as you saw with you made note of her and the interviewer, they giggled at it, right? Being called the inward. That's yeah. And let me read these comments real quick. And Saint Cyr says, this is going to Doc, and I'm gonna read them. Y'all right. And Saint Cyr says, Z not only got cooked, get cooked by BGS on your super chats, and now Dr. T is cooking you. And he says, ha ha. And then Indigo says, yeah, your super chat game is chic, Z. Who else? Somebody else said something. KMS says, read your super chats. I'm getting to it. And Leon says, KMS, LOL, Z is scared to read my super chat. I'm gonna read them. And there you go. But yeah, Doc, what do you think about my assessment of that? Somebody else said something. Yeah, no, but okay. Yeah, but what do you think of that reading? Because I think you're right. I think that's when black women really get hit with what it means to be a black woman. They get, I keep on saying that wrong. That's when they feel the hit, because they get hit in different ways. Once again, employment, different stereotypes, the single baby mother stereotype, the welfare queen stereotype. Black women hear these things, they see these things, they hear their white and Latina coworkers make fun of other black women with this stereotype. They get hit with that too. But it's when they're in spaces attempting to get the attention of non-black men and they get rejected. I think that's when they feel that hit very viscerally. And I, yeah,
that's definitely. Well, I'd say it's that, and in getting rejected by elite black men that does it. I think it's the combination of those two things. But yeah, I've been saying this on my platform until black women stop with this I'm a woman first and then I'm black approach to this. I can't rock with you. I can't rock with you because what's causing any look, I covered an issue on my show on Friday, and it's about how this synthetic hair that's being marketed to disproportionately to black women, 100% of it, they looked at 10 of the leading brands. 100% of it has carcinogens in it. 90% of it has lead in it, and also other VOCs, volatile organic chemicals. And this is an issue, and this is starting to break. Now we'll see how many of these large platform black women, we'll see how many of them get on this and say, look, y'all need to quit using these products because it's probably contributing to the higher breast cancer rate, the higher instance of thyroids. I'm sorry, fibroids. The higher instance of what is it? What's the thing in your throat? The thyroid. Hypothyroidism. It's probably contributing to, a certain. It could be contributing to a higher instance of ADHD or autism in your kids. Could be contributing to all of these kinds of things. But the reason that this has been able to go so long unchecked is not because they're women. It has nothing to do with them women. Because look, if there was a woman issue that they thought was causing cancer, that was globally causing cancer amongst women, they would be talking about that. We've got Breast Cancer Awareness Month. They would be talking about it. But they don't. The issue is because they're black. They're black, and so this is why this stuff is allowed to happen. But until more of that kind of stuff gets pointed out and showed, it's like they still are stuck with thinking that them being a woman is the primary reason why they're being oppressed. And look, man. So until that ends, see, how can I say this? As a collective, as in then the agendas and the politics that they're involved in, I can't get with that. I can't get with it until I know that that you're black. It's like they don't know that they're black. Now they talk about how being black and it makes it worse for us like this, but it's like they don't know they're black. That's the that's the issue. I'm like, look, I'm as a black man, I know I'm black. Everybody else knows I'm black too, right? I know they know I'm black, but it's like a bad trick that's been played where it's like the emperor has with no clothes.
Here's the thing, Doc, real quick, because Telescope speaks exactly to that real quick. And Telescope says a non-black man saying it makes it official. Z, what we ninjas say doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say to that. That's like that. Perfect. That Telescope. That's it. That's it right there. What we say is we're just like in the basement under the baseboards, like murmuring to them, like, oh, shut up, peasant, right? Like, you little man, little boy, shut up, right? And so when the white man says it, that's what makes it official. When a non-black man says it, that's what makes it official. When a white man says it, that's what makes it law. Oof. Damn, I said it and it hurt me to say it. Right? When we say it, it's some murmurings from under the baseboards. When a non-black man says it, a non-black, non-white man, so any man of color says it, that's what makes it official. When a white man says it, that's what makes it law. And that's why I think, that's why you see this kind of visceral reaction to not being attractive to the masses of non-black men, primarily white men. And as we said earlier, like, many of these women, some non-black man would do something with them, maybe even marry them. Maybe it'll go past just the sexual element of it all. But it's much more difficult. Go ahead.
Look, man. Most of this is caused too by the fact that they won't get with the ninja that is on their level. They won't get with the ninja that's on the same level as them. See, all of it has to do with an inability for them to see who they actually are, where they actually are, who they are, and then the way that other people actually are perceiving them. Not the black girl magic, not the everybody else has been educated not to tell you the truth, or else it's hate speech, or that you're bashing, or whatever. Not that, but they don't recognize. It seems to me that they don't recognize the way that other people actually view them and where they actually are. And this sort of manifesting your value from within, look, man, the market says what the market says. And so you can ignore the market and you can just keep saying the same stuff over and over. And you can think you're going to manifest a different reality while also not addressing the the issues that got you in that place in the first place, right? But you're just going to end up with more of the same. So you have to address that. So again, until I
let me read this, Doc, real quick to go.
Go ahead.
Real quick, because I want to read this because this goes to what you're saying in line. I'm gonna read your super chat first. In line says, "Say with me, fellas, hypergamous failures, all of them." Yeah. Well, go ahead, Doc. I had to read it while you was talking, Doc, because that line just
I get it.
Made a beat shot right to it. Yeah. There it goes. The line.
I get it. It's a
perfect timing for me to read that. Go ahead.
So again, it's like a you know, and I can be nuanced with this, and I know folks was trying to come for me and call me a simp and stuff because I say not all. And that ended up being like a huge thing. And I still don't understand what was hard to understand about what I was saying, but it's cool. Because there are individuals and outliers that don't comply with that general sisterhood programming. But there's just not enough of them to influence the group to take on a different, I don't know, collective like posture, or even enough of them to convince the group to advocate for different policies, for different politics. You have these women now talking about how they're going to be selfish now. That was what my show was about yesterday.
Now they're going to be selfish now.
Yeah,
sorry, Doc.
Right.
Now y'all gonna start now? Y'all didn't start before. Okay. Go ahead, Doc. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Go ahead.
But at what point in time was that not the case? And of course, it's this claim. So the claim is, they've been out here marching for the sake of black men and blah 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 like this. And I'm like, okay, since the civil rights movement has been co-opted, tell me what, when you actually got out marching specifically for black men and black boys issues that did not get immediately flipped into LGBT and black woman, black girl magic. In recent history, give me an example of that. Of course you can't. There is no example of that. Matter of fact, the regular thing has been black men finally get certain things happening, my brother's keeper, and then the black feminists come in and say, but hey, what about the girls? I had a situation, and this is such a standard routine that that white liberals have been trained to also operate in the same way. I had a situation where, as an academic, I had a piece of music commissioned called the Black Male Excellence Suite. And the Black Male Excellence Suite was highlighting three terrific composers, John Clayton, and shout out to John Clayton. He lost his house in the California fires. But John Clayton, Slide Hampton, and Dennis McCrell. So three movements, and the conductor, the guest artist. I was one of the people that was featured, and then a great trumpet player that actually plays with Stevie Wonder. Dwight Adams, great trumpet player. We were both featured with the band. And one of the movements featured me, one featured Dwight, and the other one featured the two. Now, before this, I did a presentation where I was talking about highlighting the excellence of black men rather than all of this, this 24-hour news cycle of either atrocities happening to black men at the hands of white men, at the hands usually of white men or white officers, or just the usual, we're all pookies, we're all deadbeats, we're all, terrible fathers, we're all, criminals, half of us are gay, half like this. And so I did this presentation where I was highlighting a lot of those issues. And And we did this piece, and then I took the same piece, that was the premiere, and we went to Florida and presented at a big conference. Now, when I made the decision to use that piece of music for the band that I was directing at that time, I heard back from some of the students that other students in the band were saying that they thought it was racist, the Black Male Excellence Suite. Why does it have to be Black Male Excellence Suite? And guess what the next thing that they said?
Wow.
Listen to me. Guess what the next thing that they said? And what about Black women?
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah.
Now, I work at a PWI. Okay. Now, largely, I don't even know if the people that are in the band, because there was no Black females in the band. I don't even know if I don't know how many of them even have Black female friends. Okay. I don't know how many Black females they actually know. So, so they have been trained to attempt to thwart any promoting or propping up of Black men by using the standard tactic, what about Black women? Now, they're not going to do anything for Black women either. They're not going to do anything for Black women. But
let me play this real quick, Doc. As a matter of fact, land with that, because I want to play this to go into exactly what you're saying. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So they're not going to actually do anything for Black women, but they know that that's an effective way to take all of the wind out of the sail.
Here you go. Here you go. Speaking of exactly what you said.
For me, the Democratic Party emasculates Black men. And I think Hispanic men probably feel the same way. And I say this because they weaponize identity. When and where we enter, who we are, how we identify is important to who we are, just like our fingerprints. But if you're not going to use my identity to advance a social justice cause, and you're just going to use my identity as a blunt force object, now I got a problem. So what the Democratic Party does, they put Black women on a pedestal and they say, we're the mothers of the movement, or we save the party. But Democrats use it in a way that alienates other folks, and it offends me. So when I talk to Black men across this country, they don't see themselves in this party. It's one thing to recognize the power and prowess of Black women and the sacrifices that we make. It is another thing to put us above Black men. The Black struggle, Black men and Black women have to be together. We don't have the luxury to be separated, and so I resent the Democratic Party for doing that. And so Black men do not see themselves in the party.
So not obviously she put it in a political, speak with Democratic Party and whatnot. But going to what Dr. Thunder is saying, this is the catch for me. This is the catch. Okay, cool. We elevate Black women. We elevate them and we put them on a pedestal and we do for them. And if we can never do for Black men without doing for Black women, but we can do for Black women without doing for Black men. Okay, fine. Now we're adults. It's time to get married. Uh-oh. Now we're adults. It's time to get married. Now what?
Yeah.
And everyone knows that women tend to practice hypergamy, race neutral. It doesn't matter what race of women you talk about outside of the tribe. Once you start getting to quote unquote advanced societies, women start choosing up, literally choosing up. So now that Black women are supposed to be on equal footing or better, let's be clear, better, politically, socially, maybe economically they're not, but maybe economically better than Black men. Now it's time to get married. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
So, Doc, the whole time you were speaking, and the people that were, you're putting out this music, and you're speaking about Black men, and what about Black women? Okay, fine, let's do for Black women. We're gonna do for Black women even more than Black men. Now we're adults. Now we're over the age of 25. Now it's time to get married. Uh-oh. And does anybody wonder why Black women have the lowest marriage rate in America? Go ahead, Doc. I'm done ranting.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're nailing it. I just now the kids that were saying what they were saying, I don't take them as being alt-right. They weren't concerned about it because what does this ninja think he's supposed to be highlighting Black men? It wasn't that. It was it's interesting. The whole colorblind thing has become like a left thing. Has become more of a but let me qualify. Not hard left, more progressive establishment left sort of talking point. And that's how the multiculturalism thing actually plays. So even when you start talking about, like, you know, you talk about jazz and being unashamed to call it what it is, Black American music, in that context, you'll see that there are a lot of pushback from liberals, from white liberals, to call it Black American music because they want it to be their music also. So there's a comfortability with a sort of appropriation of stuff that has been sort of labeled multicultural. I mean, well, I'm sorry, labeling it multicultural has the tendency to trivialize the actual source. Like, where did this come from?
Just to trivialize, I heard whitewashed.
Yeah, exactly. So it's real frustrating. So the commentary, what about Black women? And it's racist to highlight the Black men. Now, what's interesting to me is it's racist if you highlight the Black men, but they were willing to offer up Black women. That's not racist.
Yeah.
So see, I'm telling you, man, this stuff is.
But Doc, that's exactly why I played Nina Turner, right? This is a former congresswoman. I played her for a reason. And Teslin, who was the one that was going back and forth with Larry Elder when he ran earlier last year, she said something similar. I'm gonna find that clip. I'm gonna play it eventually. But she said similar years ago. So these are Black women that see the game that white Americans are playing, and we're not going to make it a right-left paradigm thing, but that people, non-Black people in general, white folks specifically, are playing to benign neglect Black men, knowing that Black men and Black women are linked. You benign neglect Black men and boys, elevate Black women, and then now that it's time to get married, Black women, white men are not marrying them. They might be having sex with them, but they're not marrying them. Latino men, same thing. Asian men, let's not even mention it. So what ends up happening is Black women are left out there oftentimes, and that's why I posted something in my community chat a little while ago of kinless Black women. They're just left out there. So you elevate Black women, you benign neglect Black men, or better yet, you elevate Black girls who become Black women, you benign neglect Black boys who become Black men. Everybody pairs off. Black women are left out there. Black women, non-Black women, in at least a third, if not half, practice some type of hypergamy, right? But Black women are supposed to do what? Go off with the well wishes of others. That's why I played the clips I played earlier of Life with Bree and the other young lady who were recording themselves in their car, lonely and single as hell. Well, Bree was in a room, but this is how all of that ties in. This is all of that. So tying what Dr. Thunder is saying with this kind of elevation of Black women, that even if we're really, really generous and say these people mean well, the end result is that when it's time to get married, because we're not just individuals. This is another thing with the left that drives me crazy. We're not just, this is some weird thing. I thought the conservatives were supposed to be all about the individual, but okay, fine. We're not just individuals in a vacuum. So when it's time to pair up and get married and become one, y'all claim y'all care about Black women. What are Black women supposed to do? Uh-oh.
So yes. So in the generally speaking, yeah. So there's another sort of nuanced dimension of this, and that is the talking point that there's a bunch of dusty ninjas and Black women are lapping, dusty ninjas in a single bound.
Yep.
Black men ain't, good fathers. They're like this, and half of you are in the jail, half of you are down low, half like this. All of this sort of rhetoric. When you actually look at when you combine the categories, so I suppose this is a sort of aggregation of categories that women say that they want and that men say that they want. Okay. So with Black women, they'll say, well, I can't find a ninja that's got a master's degree. Okay, well, it may be the case that there are more black women with master's degrees. We know that that is actually true. There's more black women with doctorates. We know that that's true also. But when you aggregate all of the categories, so for instance, meeting a certain fitness standard, okay, if that's a category, not having any kids, that's a standard. Making at least a certain amount of money, that's one of the standards. And then, of course, having the master's degree. And then if you want to put in some height standard, all of that stuff, when you put that stuff together, actually what you find is that there are more black men in that category than black women. So it's a way to take, so you've propped up black women by facilitating them getting a lot of degrees. They're getting these degrees, but they don't necessarily have these other qualities that are desirable. And again, this is not all, because you have some black women that are in that category that seem to figure out how to get it done. But I got to get me a white man because I've got to open up my options because, I have a master's degree. Yeah, no, you don't. You don't actually have to do that. You want to do that. You want an excuse to do that. So you look at data that makes it convenient for you to do that, right? And makes it convenient for you to excuse that while simultaneously criticizing black men for getting with Becky.
You are so much more generous than I am, Doc. Because I'ma just straight up say it. You can't do that. Not in large enough number. And here's the kicker. When you come over here, you better come over here with a smile too. I said it. There you go. If you could, you would, and you would be Asian women. Like, I think like black men need to be a bit more antagonistic, a bit more antagonistic to black women when it comes to this thing. If you could, you would, and you would be Asian women. Your interracial marriage rate would be 54%, 50%, right? 35%. If black women could, they would. It's never been about their loyalty. It's been about how white men view black people writ large, black women specifically. How Latino men view black women, Asian men, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Again, it's been about opportunity, not loyalty. Yeah. That's 100%. And of course, that's one of the discussions that's completely disingenuous. Because you can't, that's not loyalty. There's a barrier in place that is blocking you from it. It's not like you haven't tried. We know that you try. So it seems to me to be more a sign of loyalty if you're not even trying. But you're trying, it's just not working.
Doc, let me play this real quick for you, because this speaks to what you're saying, and then I want to read a couple of super chats, and then definitely you continue. But I want to play, because that try, I want to, because I don't know if you've ever heard this on my channel before, but I'm gonna play this for you. It's about maybe 2 minutes long, but bear with me, and this speaks to what you're saying.
Gosh, there were 2 points, but I'll just respond to the latter one. I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about the reason that black females may be more confused about the system of racism, white supremacy, and who practices it. And I said I thought the primary reason was that we don't experience the more violent forms of it. No, that's secondary. Primary, this is really key. People really need to, I hope people will hear this, and I hope people will believe this. Some people know this. The primary reason is that black females are either the primary participants or secondary participants, meaning that their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their friends, somebody they know who's a black female is engaging in sex with white people. Our minds are more mushy because we engage in more sex with white people than black males do. Now that seems to be the reverse of what is the case, because on the sidewalk, you see a whole lot more black males with white females than the reverse. But there's a whole lot. There has always been since slavery, there has always been, continues to be, in office buildings, in houses, everywhere you can possibly think of, lots and lots of sex between black females and white men. The key is that it's real hush-hush. It's real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy so that we don't even know the devastating effect other black people don't even necessarily know where all those defensive statements are coming from black women, because people don't know she's been in the bed with a white man. They depend on the secrecy of that, and they don't want it exposed. Hush.
And there you go. Before you go, Doug, before you go, let me read these two super chats real quick. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. A person's selection in a mate is the last bastion of accepted prejudice. I don't have to choose you because I don't have to. True. A person rejecting someone because they are black is acceptable. This is 100% true. He says, continuing, it hits black women the hardest because you can't overtly campaign against someone's romantic prejudices while having prejudices and demanding self-agency.
Yep.
So they run into the wall that they can't be that hypocritical towards non-black men not choosing on them.
Yeah,
and there you go. And thank you for the super chats, KMS. Thank you for the super chats. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah. Thanks, KMS. So yeah, I mean, I played that same. I played the video of that on my platform a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay. So you did.
Also,
okay.
Yeah, and also that clip that I've seen you play a few times now. I reviewed that whole video, the entire video. The one of the biracial woman talking about how much she likes Brad. You know what she loves about Brad. I reviewed that.
Oh
video
yeah, that Latina.
maybe a
She's
month
Latina.
ago.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe a month ago or something. Yeah, there's like I said, there's
Doc, real quick, you're speaking about the one that said that she likes that Brad, the imperialism and all that. That's the one you're speaking of?
Yep.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. But like I'm saying, there's an unending supply of this kind of stuff. And I'll just say this last thing, because I can, somebody that's listening that they can't believe that we're talking like this or whatever, or that I'm saying the stuff that I'm saying. People that criticize your willingness to push back against a lot of this stuff. This stuff does not disappear just because you ignore it. Because I think a lot of people, they seem to think that if you don't like something, then just ignore it and it'll go away. No, that's not how this works. The way this works is, if you ignore it, it keeps getting worse and worse and festers and becomes even more influential. So you need people that are pushing back against that. At one point in time, there was a voice crying out in the wilderness, John the Baptist, right? And his approach to pushing back was coarse. He was eating insects for his diet. The dude was not bathing. He was out in the middle of nowhere, and he was just yelling at people, and he was telling them, look, y'all are going to hell. He was telling everybody that, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. You're going to hell, in a handbasket. And he was not particularly nuanced or friendly with the way that he said the stuff that he said. And we have no problem with accepting that. A lot of the people that push back against platforms like yours and mine, they have no problem with talking about John the Baptist in the Bible. They're not tone policing John the Baptist. They're not telling John the Baptist that he needs to have the appropriate attire on. They have no problem with John the Baptist, but have all kinds of heat for folks that are pushing back against what I believe to be the sort of the modern day debauchery. I mean, this stuff is, it's mutated. It's turned into some other stuff. It's pernicious. It's more clever. It's got, some different wrinkles to it, but it is evil. It's wrong. This stuff is devastating. That we're pushing back against, that I'm pushing back against in particular on my platform. And all that I ask is people that have an issue, and I'm very generous. I don't call anybody names. I'm not teasing people. I'm not making fun of people. I'm not laughing at people. I laugh a lot on my platform, but I'm not laughing at people. Sometimes you got to laugh so you don't cry. You know,
Yeah, I say that
if you're
often.
looking at this,
Yep.
yeah, I mean, if you're looking at this kind of stuff day in, day out, you have to find a way to make it sustainable for yourself and your own mental health. You know, so you know, I hope that people don't confuse my laughing with either trivializing the seriousness of the issues and or with making fun of people. Look, the reason I talk about the stuff that I do, and it tends to focus on black women saying a lot of the stuff, is because I love black women. I'm married to a black woman. I love black women. My mom's a black woman. My sister is a black woman. You know, my extended family is full of black women. I love black women. That's why I am digging, that I've dug my heels in, and I talk about the stuff that I do. But all I ask is people just look, tell me what it is that I'm saying. Tell me how what it is that I'm saying is wrong. And if you're coming in like, you know, only God can judge and, you know, godly like this, show me how what it is that I'm saying and how I'm conducting myself is not biblical. Give me a frame of reference, give me some scripture, tell me, hey, look, you shouldn't be saying this because X, Y, and Z. Because the last time I checked, the Bible is full of people, of fire breathers, telling people that, you know, straighten up and fly right, or you know, there's a heaven to gain and a hell to shun. So I'm not telling people daily that they're going to hell, even, right? So it seems like what I'm doing is significantly short of that. People just don't like this stuff being pointed out.
Yeah. No, I think you're right about that. I think it's people got way too comfortable with women got way too comfortable with people pretending like we don't see what's going on. People being not even overly gracious, just straight up lying. If we're going to use the right word, lying to women about women's agendas that we all see. Black women in specific, right? And let me read this because this kind of speaks to it. And To Watchful says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, why are we still having this talk? The quiet truth is that most black men have already made their decision. Some brothers try to clean their karma. No matter how bad, most sisters don't. Done deal. And yeah, no, I think you're right, but this goes to what Dr. Thunder is saying, is that these things, if not addressed, are allowed to fester. And when they fester, you have to appreciate that some of these people are your coworkers, some of them are your HR managers, some of these people have your future promotion or maybe even employment. It's in their hands. And yet they have, and we're talking about even black women, they have your future employment in their hands. They have your future employment in their hands. They have your promotion in their hands. They can help grease the skids for you or make it real difficult for you. And so when you have women of color, namely black women, that think of the hierarchy and then the person on top of the hierarchy, or the people that represent the top of the hierarchy, when they think this type of thing, here we go, let me play it.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not gonna go for that.
I was never the girl that guys are like lining up to date. I didn't look like this blonde white girl, and that's what all the guys liked in my high school.
What's it like dating white men as an Asian woman?
It's tricky because you're always like, am I an experiment? I have to be really mindful about like, am I really just chasing some sort of validation to kind of heal this childhood wound of like not getting picked by them? I think the biggest question that always lurks in my head is like, are you open-minded enough that I can bring you home to my family in China and you'll be able to survive my crazy family and be open to experiencing like a new culture. A lot of guys don't pass that test. And I think that's also why it's like, I've been single.
right? So like when you have women that sound like that, like that's the issue. It's not just okay. The women are just talking crazy and so whatever. We just leave them be. As Dr. Thunder said, this has like real consequences on you and your life because let's be very clear. That black woman is in the same neighborhood as you, more than likely. That Latina woman that I'm about to play is in the same neighborhood as you, right? I said it before. Her son might have a crush. Your son might have a crush on her daughter, and yet she thinks like this.
Hola, mi amor. Hello and welcome. Today's topic is somewhat interesting. It's why I love white men. So let's talk about it. If you like this video and this type of content, please feel free to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to my channel to see more like this. Also, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you'd like to share them in the comments, I would love to read them. Okay, this is why I love white men. So I love them for a couple different reasons, and probably not what you think. White men historically have the audacity. And first and foremost, I just have to respect that. They just have the audacity. And so that's one of the reasons why I love white men. And it's like, I don't know, like, what they think. But like being a Latina, like, I don't know, like it just hits different. Like some of them really do hit different. You don't know the spicy whites, spicy whites. So first and foremost, I love their audacity. Two, we can actually learn a lot from these people, and especially their ancestors. I think, and the trends that we've seen in history, we can learn a lot about them. They have always been very powerful in society. I want to say, like, they make themselves known. They're great at imperialism. They've had a lot of power, and of course, this is exclusively for white men. But the British invaded like what? How many different countries? I think maybe the Congo, India. They've been everywhere. These white bitches been everywhere. So they really are one for the streets, but I don't know how they do it. So I just think that in general we can learn something from.
Right. So like I'm playing this because understand that this Latina, she looks like she's a Latina HR manager, right? This is I'm not saying she literally is, but I'm saying this is that look, right? She could be anybody. Like I said, she could be your next door neighbor. And this is why she thinks and excuse me, she thinks this way and she could be your next door neighbor, right? She thinks this way, she could be your HR manager. She thinks this way, she could be your team lead at your job. And while you're trying to get promoted, while you're trying to go up the ranks, and your coworker, the white dude, same thing. Who do you think she's gonna give the nod to? Think. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah. You know this. I'm gonna get going, but I just wanted to say a couple things on the way out. First of all, I want to plug my show again. Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, with an open panel on Fridays.
Did you put the link one more time, Doc, so I could highlight it?
Yeah. So and then so that, and then there's two sort of reasons. I said one of the reasons I love black women. There's another reason, and it's actually it's probably the bigger reason. But both of the reasons are valid, but it's probably the bigger reason. I have a black son.
Yes.
My son is 11. And if, what is the saying? All that it takes for evil to prevail is for good men to do nothing.
Yeah. Sit back and do nothing.
Right?
Yep.
And so if I want things to be better, even if you're talking about a little bit better, then I have to say something. I have to speak up. And there's that be the change that you want to see in the world. Yeah. There's all of that, and so I just can't stay quiet about stuff that I think is extinction level stuff. This stuff is I mean, we have American society. We have the death rate has surpassed the birth rate. Okay, so and this is only the beginning of this trend. This stuff is going to continue to go down. You have the issue in the Black community. Black men and women, we don't agree on most things politically. We are divided in so many ways, and it seems like we can't even communicate with each other. I would like my son to have whatever option that he wants. Now, he goes to a Catholic school, and it's mostly, dominant society girls there, but there's Black girls there also. But the Black girls that are there, they're not the same as the Black girls in like a majority Black school. Right? They have to sort of soften the way that they have to be more like the white girls, or else they're not going to get any play. Okay. And so, just as far as like just being kind, being friendly, the tendency to be more friendly, all of that kind of stuff. So he's being socialized basically not to accept someone that's like mean.
Yes.
Now, shout out to Mrs. Thunder. There was a situation with my son that was arising where this girl kept, wanted him to be her boyfriend, and we told him he's too young to have a girlfriend. You're not going to have any girlfriends. You don't need a girlfriend. He needs to be on his purpose. He needs to be on his grind, right? And there were a few things about this girl. In general, we liked the girl, but there were a few things about her that my wife was going in. She was like, look, you need to choose someone that actually, that doesn't have a lot of this kind of baggage. Because this particular girl, apparently she had been going around and questioning a bunch of guys to be her girlfriend.
Oh, no.
So she was calling that out. She was like, look, that is not the kind of girl you need to be with. You need to be one that knows, that knows, who you are, how great you are, that celebrates you. She's saying all this kind of stuff.
Don't be a fallback plan.
Yeah, all of that. She's saying all this kind of stuff, man. I didn't even have to say anything. I did not even have to say anything. Shout out to her.
Shout out to Ms.
And
Thunder.
I know that is not, I understand and know that is not the common experience. It's not the usual experience that a lot of Black men have had, particularly ones that are in this space. But I'll tell you, she's a great mom. She's a great mom. I'm confident that if anything happened to me, then my son's gonna be okay. Because she has that kind of thing. I realize that that's not the usual thing. I realize that often is the case that there's such a strong allegiance to the sisterhood that what's being told to boys is basically how to just deal with their BS. But that's not the counsel that he's getting. He's not getting that counsel from, of course he doesn't get it from me, but he certainly is not getting that counsel from Mrs. Thunder. So anyhow, on that note, I'll bid you adieu. Thank you very much for
thanks for coming up, Dr. Thunder. Thank you for definitely. Go ahead.
Yeah,
don't forget to put your link, by the way.
Yeah, I will as soon as I log out. But thank you very much for allowing me to contribute.
Yes, sir. It's good. I got to tag team a lot of these topics. Definitely. All right. And yeah. All right, Doc. Peace. Yeah, that was Dr. Thunder. I love when Doc is on my channel, and by the way, Doc offers me the same grace. I am honored because if I put a Doc, let me get the link. Doc could shoot me the link and be like, "Hey, nobody, this is just for Z." And so I'm always honored by that. Always honored for that. I don't know how to tell y'all how thankful I was for y'all shout outs when Dr. T. Hassan Johnson let me get the closing a few weeks ago on his channel. I popped up last minute, and he let everybody go and just let me kind of freestyle a little bit. And shout out to Dr. T. Hassan Johnson. So for the PhDs, shout out to them. I'm eternally grateful. I'm eternally grateful to you guys for Mr. Z's tardiness, absolute inexcusable lateness, absolute inexcusable reading my super chats sometimes an hour late. I'm gonna get to all of you guys super chats. Right? So and thank y'all, a million times. And once again, thank you, Dr. Thunder, for coming up. And here's the link to his channel. For those of you who are not already subscribed to Dr. Thunder, check him out. We tend to sometimes stream similar times. I try to get in, but Mr. Z, reckless streams. So y'all know Mr. Z is a bit reckless. So my times may fluctuate, but I try to get in. I try to get in before Doc and end out before Doc, so that definitely people can check him out. And we kind of like, in an ideal world, it would be Z, Dr. Thunder, the Roger Report. But because my times are like, so it fluctuates. So sometimes it's Z and Dr. Thunder, then the Roger Report, or Dr. Thunder and Z and the Roger Report. So it all depends. But shout out to Dr. Thunder. And I'm glad that we're covering topics oftentimes that are similar. Shout out to the Roger Report also. All of us are speaking politically. All of us are speaking about the women in their effery. And I love it. We're talking about money. We're talking about politics. We're talking about women. We're talking about things that affect Black men, because we're the Black manosphere. It's not constant. These yitches ain't ish. Like, we don't even speak like that, right? So yeah, no, and I'm glad about that. And once again, Dr. Thunder, you're always welcome, and thank you for coming up. And let me read a couple of super chats. And actually, I'm gonna play something to this because I want to read this. And Leon, I did not forget about you and your super chat. But let me play this. I'm gonna let those of you in the back. I'm gonna let y'all up in a minute. I'm gonna put the link in. But I want to let the guys in the back, because they've been waiting so long. I want to give them a chance to kind of speak for a little bit uninterrupted. So, Lion says, say with me, fellas, hypergamous failures, all of them. So Lion said that earlier, and I want to play this.
Have you tried dating foreigners then?
There were a lot of African men who were trying to talk to me at the time. I was not interested. And to be honest, I think I had an obsession with Korean men. And it wasn't really an obsession, it was pride. I felt insulted by the fact in some areas of the culture, they have a very negative view of Black women, especially plus size Black women. Like, they're not good enough to be in a relationship with. And I was just thinking to myself, I am more than good enough to be in a relationship with. And I'm not I could date a Korean man if I want to.
You were trying to prove that that's false, basically.
Yeah. I feel like it was kind of pride. Yeah. And also a bit of, I maybe an obsession as well, which I'm so glad that God brought me out of as well. Bloop. So, but anyway, cause I don't gotta prove nothing to nobody.
And there you go, Lion. Hypergamous failures, right? And let me read this from Telescope real quick. And Telescope says, I do Z before work and Doc and Raj, the Raj Report, while I'm at work. Then Reg, I don't know that abbreviation, Telescope. Need clarification at lunchtime, BGS afternoons. So shout out to the Raj Report, shout out to BGS, shout out to all of you who got on me about being more consistent with my streams in the early days of Mr. Z streaming. And so yeah, and Art New Style, okay, you mentioned Art and Ed, okay. Art and sometimes Ed, okay. And yeah, and so this goes to a shout out to the Roger Report. This goes to the Roger Report who got me to see these things in a different way. The Roger Report got me to see these things in a different way when he was like, Z, we are the media. We are the media, right? We are, and he says I'm trying to compete with Good Morning America type thing, right? And that is what got me thinking about this differently. So shout out to the Roger Report. I will forever be grateful to that brother, because he's the one who really, him and BGS, as setting the model, but definitely the Roger Report consistently, and then kind of pushing me in that way. And he literally, private conversation we had, and he's like, "Hey, we are the media, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Like that's what it is." And so yeah, and then shout out to the brothers of Roger Report for that one. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Reg equal Reg the bad guy from our every quarter. Okay, okay, right. And who else did I want to read? I want to wait to read Leon's comment, Dr. Thunder and Gregory Scotland. I want to read Vince's comment, but I wanted to read it in context. And Vince's get carjacked. And that's when me and Dr. Thunder were speaking about the environment and kind of political space in the left, and kind of my issues with the left, and kind of where the country is going right now, and how the left like kind of looks like they're floundering and they don't have any answers. Right. I think on the fringes, like you have people that look like they're trying to organize something. I don't know about the AOC. She might be moving in secret right now, but like Tim Walz look like he's trying to be, well, not even trying to be ambitious. He has some ambition, so he looks like he's jumped ship from like establishment stuff a bit. Let's see where that goes. I might be calling it a bit too early. But yeah, so that the get carjacked. I mean, I don't know what people think, y'all. I don't think I'm immune. Maybe it's just Z. Maybe I'm closer to the doldrums in the very bottom than others who might feel like they're immune, right? Maybe because living in South Florida, like, yo, you could get got on South Beach. You could get got in Aventura Mall. And for all of you who ever visited South Florida and you see how upscale and nice Aventura Mall is, you could get got in Aventura Mall. People have gotten got in Aventura Mall. Right? People have, like, maybe because it's the way South Florida, there is no off limits, bro. So maybe because I grew, I'm from a place where like Griselda Blanco was sending people to get touched in the airport. Like this is the thing, by the way, that really happened. Maybe because I know this, I don't have this idea of like being removed from like the ish, right? And so I realized you could get carjacked. Right? So I care. I genuinely care about the outcomes of other people for selfish reasons and selfless reasons, right? And I don't know when I guess the uber wealthy, it takes a bit. It would take a bit more planning and whatnot to touch them. But for people like Z and for much of the rest of us, I don't understand how others are able to speak the way they are. Because as Vince is saying here, you are one angry teenager or early 20-something-year-old away from being carjacked. And like, maybe you don't survive that altercation. Right? So I don't know. I don't know what everybody else is on, but yeah, Vince, get carjacked. I don't know. Right? Like when Sarge Willie Pete started saying it, I don't know. These things don't need to be explained to Z because they just make sense, right? They just make sense. Everybody else, I don't know what they're talking about, right? I don't know what everybody else is talking about. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah. Shout out to Dr. Thunder, but yeah, Vince, I agree with you 100%. Get carjacked. And for those of you who don't get it, like you are one incident away. I don't know if you think your little 100,000, 150, crap, 300, 350 is separating you from the hood. It's not. Right? Like the streets can bubble up and touch you at any moment. And your MMA skills and your own tool, your power tool, ain't gonna save you. Because the other person got the up on you before you could touch your power tool. Right? Or they got the up on you before you could get that fist ready, or before you could get that leg ready. And it's done. And it's done. And all you are is surviving off of their mercy. Huh? Just saying. Just saying, everyone. Thank you, Revelot. That's all I'm saying. Anyone can be touched. Anyone. I don't know where, but this, I don't know. And by the way, Z could win $100 million tomorrow and still feel this way. Z could move out of state all the way. I could move to wherever is supposedly the most secure place and still feel this way, right? Anyone could be touched. Anyone, right? So just saying, just saying. Right. And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. We read L's active super chat already. Thank you, T-Rex, for the super chat. And T-Rex says, salute to the lefty who is brave enough to be honest about the left's shortcomings. It's too easy. Look, especially if you're not in a bubble. If you're not in a bubble and you're interacting with everyday people, then you realize no one is truly all the way like off the table to the left or all the way off the table to the right. You're going to find one or two things from any individual person that's going to make a hypocrite out of them. If they claim 100% right, if they do the whole what's the term I'm looking for? Y'all know the term I'm looking for. Damn, I can't get that term out. But yeah, if they do the whole like I'm super left or I'm super right, I am the as right as you could go politically or as left as you could go politically, you're gonna find the thing that makes a hypocrite out of them, right? You're going to find the thing, and me knowing that is how I'm able to call these things out. If y'all recall, Z was saying it before. I want to say it was Olay, but it might not have been. But I want to say it was a black woman, but it might have been Olay, which is there's a lot of people that claim the left that don't really appreciate what it means to be a leftist. And I'm like, but these are human beings, right? Like for those of us who are not, we're not poli-sci majors. We're not your everyday people, even activists, even pundits. You're going to find the thing from a leftist that you're going to be like, oh, that sounds conservative. Oh, that sounds, ooh, I don't know. Same thing with those on the right. It was easy to make a hypocrite out of Dick Cheney, LGBTQ daughter. Boom, done. That's how easy it is. That's how easy it is. Huh? It's easy to make a hypocrite out of Joe Biden. Oh, 94 Crime Act and anti-drug, right? Okay, you got a son who's a whole goddamn crackhead. Now what? Allegedly. Huh? Boom, done. That's all it takes. That's all it takes, right? 94 crime bill, crackhead son. Now what? Uh-oh. Huh? That's all it takes. Conservative values, right? Conservative values. Apparently, the Bush twins were out here getting it in college. Allegedly. Conservative values, right? Drunk ass out here ass daughters. Allegedly. Huh? Just saying. Huh? So, all these people who claim that they stick their flag in the ground, no pun, and claim this thing and then get caught up. Huh? And there you go. So yeah. T-Rex, that's why I speak the way I do. Because the left has its issues, and because they keep on sweeping it under the rug, we end up with Donald Trump, JD Vance, and Elon Musk. Right? And Sachs and Thiel and a number of others. Right? And Jeff Bezos telling the editorial board of what, the Washington Post, hey, look, bro, you just gonna reflect what I say. That's it. That just cut all the crap. You better be pro business and pro whatever I say, and that's it. Yep. Huh? Saint says you saying allegedly like they, I know what you meant to say, like they weren't all over the tabloid section. I was like 5'6" hearing about them while out in college talking about the Bush twins, right? I still gotta say allegedly, you never know. Right? You never know. So yeah, thank you for the super chat, T-Rex. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Just saying. I'm saying for real though. Compassion says, "Say what I say when I'm saying what." Excuse me. Say it again. Say what I say when I say it. That's essentially what Jeff Bezos said to the Washington Post. They got to reflect my sentiments. He didn't use those words, by the way. I read the document and I heard who is it one of them read it. One of the lefty people I rock with. He didn't use those words, but effectively that's what it came out to be. Huh? Hey, don't want them Prescott problems. I'm just saying. You mean the one that was an ambassador that had to get pulled back to the U.S. because he was a whole Nazi, maybe, possibly, kind of, sort of? Oops, allegedly. You know the one whose son became president, whose grandson became president? You mean that? Oops, allegedly. Uh-oh. Even if he wasn't a Nazi, he was allegedly a Nazi sympathizer. Allegedly. You mean that one? Yikes. Huh? For those of you that don't know, just saying. Right? And let me let you guys up because y'all been back here forever. Where's the Lion probably fell asleep. Lion, you up. Name you up.
What took you so long? 4 hours.
I had Dr. Thunder. I had Dr. Thunder here.
Hours.
But
Yeah,
maybe you gotta let Lion go first. Lion was waiting first. Lion was waiting first. You gotta wait before you start talking about
in this sentiment, Nemo is right, dog. I mean,
Thank you.
Dr. Thunder ain't had a conversation with me. I've talked to Dr. Thunder plenty of times on his own.
I know. I wanted him to get up because you know why too? Because I really wanted to spend a couple minutes speaking about this, but I didn't want to speak about it while Dr. Thunder was up. Out of respect for him and Christian background. But I'm gonna play this for y'all real quick because I want to start us off with the bullshit from the jump, and then we'll get back to the serious stuff. But let me play this first because I know Neighbor and Lion gonna have stuff to say about this, and I'm gonna bring the rest of y'all up in a minute. But here we go.
Serious talk right now. Okay, you know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. Okay, and before some people were like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using my, okay, there's a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and like literally like it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
I can actually talk about that.
Who want to go first? Lion or Neighbor?
I'm like, well, sweetheart. I mean, we can work.
We can fix that. Exactly right. And she ain't ugly. You know what I'm saying? She alright.
You sound like you got a pipe.
She's straight for the stroke. You know what I'm saying? She's straight for the stroke.
Sound like you got a pipe problem. Sound like you got a pipe problem, sweetheart. We clean them.
Oh man.
Can you please do something about the blonde look though? It's annoying as hell.
Look, man. Just go to the jet black hair. We look as black men, like when we like women, we are okay with your features. Let me say this to all non-black women. I don't know about the men from your own ethnicity and race. I don't know about white guys.
No.
Right? But when you're dealing with a black man, black men like women in their natural state. We don't need the wannabe white look from the Asian women or black women, right? Or Middle Eastern women or Latinas. Please, for the love of God, we don't care about the blonde hair. If we wanted a blonde woman, we would go date a blonde woman. We don't care about the freaking blue eye contacts. Cut that out. Asian women, blue? East Asian women, real quick. Real quick, East Asian women, y'all don't got to do the open eyelid surgery for the love of God. South Asian women, you don't got to bleach your skin. We like what we like. We don't want the ghostly look from y'all goddamn asses. Stop it, because y'all look gray as hell when y'all bleach y'all Indian ass skin. Stop it. Right?
Goofy as hell with the blonde. Goofy as
go ahead,
hell
man.
With the blonde. All of y'all look goofy as hell with the blonde. The blonde is not working for the overwhelming majority of you women. Please stop.
Look, Yitch, are you Aboriginal? Why are you dark skinned with blonde hair? Are you an Aborigines? You're not. Stop it. Cut it out. Go ahead, nigga.
Well, he wouldn't know anything. Well, you wouldn't know anything about that, so I mentioned that, Z. But first of all, let's get the elephant out of the room. Z is low key hating on my black ass. We know
Wait.
that.
I gotta cut you off. I'm sorry, but it's Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder. You know we gotta give him privileges. Doc says, and it's hysterical, funny as hell. Doc says the cure for high libido for women is to get married. Somehow the sex drive will diminish precipitously. Hysterical.
Yeah.
He's right about that.
But the truth is, and I've already told him. I've already told him straight up. These women don't want to be married, Doc. They don't want to be married. They do not want that. They don't want.
Oh, hysterical. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead.
I'm still getting cut off here.
Go ahead, Nick. No, you good. Yeah. Go ahead.
Queen, dude, do not make me go KRS-One on you, line. You don't want me saying the bridge is over.
No,
don't get me started.
Go ahead, Namor. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah.
You got to take the KRS nose too, though. If you go KRS, we got to give you the nose too, though.
Well, make it easier for me to breathe and to smell your funk from a distance too, Z.
There you go.
Yeah, but then again, Jamaicans do have an affinity for my folks, especially Ethiopians. First and foremost, the thing is regarding the Asian chick with the rose toy and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Z, I got to hit you in the head and throw you in the trunk of the car and take you down memory lane because Black Phillip show, on Black Phillip show, as well as on Dante Nero's show, formerly known as Beige Phillip show, aka Man School 202. They talked about something like this before. They had this discussion as well, especially Dante. He talked about how Patrice had introduced several women, ex-girlfriends in particular, to something called the pocket rocket. Dante talked about. Hold on, I already been getting cut off. Don't get me started. But Dante took it a lot further when he talked about introducing chicks to the Hitachi magic wand and how some of them got way too creative. It's like it's basically like when you're like doing certain types of narcotics, you don't get the same hit. You don't get the same buzz when you hit it the first time. You got to go a higher dose just to get the same high. So they got to go further and further and further into the debauchery just to get off. It's kind of like similar to dudes with the adult content. You got to watch freakier and freakier stuff just to get the same, just to get off with everything.
To get the high,
get the same, or just to get off, just to get the same hit. But the thing with what people don't understand is like sometimes you overdo it, and some women they just get so detached from it. But then again, you got to understand, every woman's is different. So not everybody can use the rose toy. Certain toys cater to certain types of women. That's the thing you guys don't understand. This is why I'm glad I get shout out to my folks because I've been to a few sex shops in my life, and I understand the thing about these toys and everything. See, you guys, a lot of y'all just want to like, oh no, I ain't gonna talk about that because that sounds like fruity and shit. No, it's not. All right, one of my boys, shout out to him. He understood the female anatomy the way he did, and he passed on that knowledge to us. Why? Because one, in his case, it's good to have an OBGYN in the family. That means a gynecologist, obstetrician, folks. He learned about the female anatomy that way. He was going through his older siblings' medical textbooks while he was going through med school. While that cat was going through med school. Well, also, hey, you know what, Els Active, much appreciated, bro. But you know what? As men, I think we all need to understand andrology. Andrology is a study of the male anatomy, by the way. We got to know what the hell's wrong with our bodies. We got to know our bodies just as much as we do, right? But secondly, you just like you wear yourself out. Now you have to find other ways just to get off. And sometimes you might engage in other things and find new other toys, alternatives to deal with what you got to do. But the thing is, women aren't understanding you can't always use that constantly. You're gonna numb yourself out to a point, or it's just it's the same way with it's BGS had talked about this in a video. He talked about the whole thing about the dangers of the alpha widow. The only type of women who can maintain the same hit when getting an orgasm are women who have some kind of mental disorders, particularly women.
Name it real quick. Would you call this Alpha Widow?
So I have a story time, and this one is for the books.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
So I've been seeing this guy, and we have been seeing each other. The conversation is amazing. The chemistry is amazing. We spend quality time together. It's not a sexual relationship. Y'all know I've been celibate for at least 7-8 months now. And we have really been developing a really good bond and a really good friendship. But tonight, you guys, that sexual tension, it was at an all-time high. Today, I was working on my next YouTube video, Woman is King. He recommended that I go to this coffee shop because sometimes when it comes to like research and stuff like that, I like to do it outside the house because I record inside the house. I've been seeing this guy since the summertime, and it's been very lighthearted, and we really connect on an intellectual level, and so I am being intellectually stimulated. And so this entire time since the summer up until now, I have been mentally stimulated by him, and so I keep getting turned on the more and more we hang out sexually.
What you doing later, Redbone? Okay, stop playing.
He knows I'm an impulsive person, so like, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I tried to have sex with him tonight and he turned me down. He told me no. He hit me with the, I really like you. If I didn't like you, if I didn't care about you, I would definitely take you home and F you. But I really like you, and I really like our friendship. I really like our bond, and I don't want sex to ruin this bond that we are trying to create. He just pulled a me on me. That's something I do. He just used it on me. First of all, he recommended this amazing coffee shop. He met me up there because he just bought a house and he had some paperwork that he needed to fill out. And then went and had dinner at this other spot. And like the conversation and the bonding and the vibe, it was just giving very much sexual tension. And then he hit me with it. He really walked me to my car, put me in my car, made sure my seatbelt was on, and said, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, damn.
I've never been turned down for sex. Like, this is new. He straight up said, if this was like 2 weeks within us meeting, I definitely would have gave into this. But he was like, I'm not about to ruin a good thing. He won't even cuddle with me, y'all. He won't even spoon with me. He really put me in my car and told me to go home, y'all. And then we're out to dinner, and I'm an Aries. Okay, so I do little, spicy things in public. And so I tried the little footsie trick under the table. You know what I'm talking about, to the girls that do that.
Tell her, whoever she is, I love her already.
And nothing, y'all. Like, he would not give in to me. And I'm just like, is this for real? And then the crazy thing about all of this is like, I'm actually turned more on by this.
He cold.
What would you call that, Nema? What would you call that?
Before I say what I want to say, I want to address something that Compassionate put up. He directed in my direction.
Go ahead.
Tell me to don't straight left, don't straight right, keep it straight. Dude, I will get it. Keep it up with me. Don't start. But anyway, no, but you cut me off at mid-sentence with that clip because I was trying to mention something really important. And it's from that very clip that BGS had mentioned about the alpha male, the alpha widow. Only 2 types of women can consistently get the same hit when they bust a nut or something like that. You know what those are?
No, go ahead. Regular stream, so I might not be speaking that much. Go ahead.
Women who have either some form of schizophrenia or a woman who has who is bipolar, especially when they're in a manic episode. Because when they have those, a sex addict is a little more different. But you understand. Category. But Lion, here's the problem about the sex addict. Sex addicts, first of all, oftentimes it's used as a cop-out when people get caught cheating.
I'm not using it as a cop-out. That's just another example of what you're adding on.
It is in a way, but it's also like how some people use certain controlled substances as an escape to dealing with their problems. And it's more of a hidden issue. It's not like I said, like like you're chasing a high. You're mostly using it trying to escape from something.
No, that's the same thing with the
let let me say this real quick. L's active, bruh. Thank you, and L, thank you. These are the words I was looking for. And L says she thinks she's the first Yanny he met. This goes to Lion's hypergamy failure. She don't realize this Negro running. If I'm guessing he's tall, he's attractive, he has his own place, he's doing his thing. She don't appreciate. Bitch, you one of many Yannies.
Here's something we
Listen,
gotta think about.
I'm gonna put it to a different way. Like because she dancing around it. He may be gaming her, but you know what it really is? Her breath stink.
Her breath stink.
That's possible. Yeah, that's a possibility. That's definitely possible. That's definitely possible.
Right now, I'm a man out here. Her breath stink.
Yeah, but Ryan, here's something we also got to think about. And Z, here's your reference for that. Do you remember the song by Mint Condition? What kind of man would I be? Let's say that this brother is actually like, because like she said, he escorted her to a car, made sure she had a seatbelt on before she drove off. What if he's just a perfect gentleman, but he doesn't find her attractive like that, just sees her as just a friend? Well, but look at it this way. But I got to say it like this. Yanny, basically, you're Julia Roberts in my best friend's wedding. Y'all don't get the reference, I take it.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, this is, I mean, he don't like her, dog. He don't like her like that.
He don't like her. He knows
he might want to smash, but he don't like her like that. You know why he put her in the car? Because he already had a set appointment coming through. He already had somebody else coming through, and he had a set appointment coming through with another chick that he was probably dealing with longer than Yanny. He was like definitely trying to hit that. He was like, so let me take care of this, and then I'll take care of you.
Oh, by the way, Z, at the beginning of the stream, I said, you know, when you mentioned the song by Carrie Hilson, I said, that is garbage. And I'm going to say why. I'm going to say that to say this. People can tell the truth, but still be intellectually dishonest. Point being, in the case of a woman, she will tell the truth, but only when the circumstances cause her to do so and when it's in her best interest to do so. It doesn't mean she's going to be genuine and sincere about it. She may tell you the truth, but she may leave out certain details.
How does he fall out of his own damn stream?
Because, well, blame it on on Everglade Wireless. And that guy, and he's still working out the kinks in his new phone.
Yeah, man.
Son, don't you ever read the instructions?
I'm still here. I'm still here, you guys. Regular streams, it's a regular streams. I'm telling y'all. So there's things going on. Go on, y'all.
I'm gonna need you to get off that Cricket Mobile.
Nah, that definitely not Cricket Mobile. Yeah, let's just say this bill ain't cheap. We'll say that.
Good. Verizon or Sprint?
Don't let Ryan Reynolds fool you.
But
let me put this link. Let me put this link in real quick. Y'all go ahead. Keep going there.
Yeah, but you know that Carrie Hilson song. I think of a better song. There was a song by a group called As Yet, written by John B. Called.
I know about the group As Yet. I know about.
But if you listen to that songs from the first album, that's a dope song where they talk about like secrets, destroying destroying.
The first album was the one that really did numbers. So
yeah, it was the first album. I remember. One of my favorite songs was "Have You Ever." That was a good joint. But anyway. I say that to say this, like, a woman's not going to be honest. When women tell the truth, it's mostly because they do so for malicious reasons. Like a woman will reveal that the child is not yours just to spite you. She's telling the truth, but she's doing it for malicious intent, or she has ulterior motives of doing it. That's the problem we got to understand when people tell the truth. That doesn't mean they're going to be sincere. Doesn't mean they're going to be intellectually honest. Yeah.
I mean, with the way Yanny talking, this is an alpha widow in the making. This is gonna be out. This is gonna be out.
No, she already is.
And that's exactly why I asked. But let me Saint Cyr, let me read Saint Cyr's comment real quick because he said something. Give me 1 second, Leon. I'm gonna let you talk in 1 second. And Saint Cyr says, Z, I'm sending you that clip right now. It's only 33 seconds. He's talking about some Asian woman saying something else too. I think that's the one you're talking about. But I'm downloading it right now. I think you just sent it. And he says, Z, I'm sending you that clip right now. It's only 33 seconds and it's hilarious. Paying for it to be played. Okay. So once it's finished downloading and I do my little thing, I'll bring it up. And go ahead, Leon, and then we'll get Tunnel on it.
So I just wanted to talk about the Korean topic. I was over at my friend Lee's house yesterday watching Keep It 100, and we got into a topic, so we paused it. And he was talking about why they don't like to assimilate people, and his experience, because he's in his 50s and went to the army, so his parents came here as a first generation, and due to their history with China and being slaves to Japan, they finally got this culture where they're making their own through America. So they submit their will to American people because they would have to choose between China and being assimilated to them or being slaves to Japan, and we know the history with that. So he said even with the lowering of the birth rate, our last resort is to assimilate people from other cultures.
Wow.
And he's fully aware of the birth rates and all that. And like I said, he said, yeah, we picked America, even though America was dropping bombs on our North Korean family that chose communism, and we chose to flee to safety and have our families live on. He said, but the whole goal is survival and picking a side, and we didn't want to pick China or Japan. And he said the last resort is to assimilate other groups of people last. But if white people, because we feel like we owe them because we have life and we have our own country, and if America wasn't there, we would still be enduring the slavery that we dealt with Japan. And we all know what Japan did with Chinese women and Korean women in those camps. And that's what we talked about why we paused Keep It 100, pretty much. I'm going to holler because I'm on lunch break. It's over. I'm going to holler at you, brothers.
Later.
All right. Thank you. And that's why I definitely wanted to let Leon speak first. Okay. And let's do. Okay, so we got Compassion is up. We got Zulu. We got Better You. So let's do this. Zulu was up first, so Zulu. Then we'll do Compassion. Then we'll do Better You.
Okay, I kind of came in mid his conversation. So he was talking about something about South Korea, I'm guessing, and slavery. I'm trying to get adjusted.
I'm thinking so. Yeah. Mr. Regular stream. So Mrs. Z was a little preoccupied, but yeah, go ahead.
Did anybody else hear what he was saying? Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to go. Tell the runner, I wanted to go because that girl that's talking about Korea is bigger than most of the men, taller and bigger than most of the men. She's triple the size of most of the women. So her situation I think if you go there, you will see the women are, 125-pound woman. Their biggest women are not even 160.
They're about
and they would
100
call them
pounds
fat.
bigger.
So if she's going around there at 300 pounds, like I said, she's bigger than most of the men. 90% of the men she's bigger than, and probably taller and bigger. So she is just looking like she doesn't look normal to those kind of people and she's also black. So it's just something that if you see some crazy looking person, whatever color they was like, she doesn't look normal to them. That's how big she is compared to their people. So when you go other places, I mean, I'm 6'1". I go certain places and I'm like, I'm the tallest guy around. But I come to America and I'm just, I feel like an average. But I go to the Philippines and I'm like, I'm the tallest man around. I can't find another guy even close to my height, 6'1", maybe 6 foot, but there's not as many people walking around. So you go to these some Asian countries and you come out there at 5'11", 350 pounds, you just look strange to them.
No, she looked like a wildebeest, but I mean, we shouldn't say that. We forgot. We shouldn't say that. We shouldn't say that. But I was trying to.
Well, we ain't gonna go on her looks. We just saying. We're just saying.
No, but what I was trying to figure out, I know the other guy who left, he was saying something about the country itself. Did anybody hear that? Because I don't want to, hop on.
You're talking about what Leon said.
Oh, Leon was saying. I missed a little bit of it. So I can't put it in the right context. But
what he said was that he asked he talked about asking a older gentleman who was stationed in Korea when he was in the army, what is the issue with Koreans about they're like assimilating other people? They said something about like they find themselves between a rock and a hard place because they're between Japan and China. and they have the checkered or bad blood history with both countries. So they would rather just assimilate with the Americans, under certain circumstances. And this is South Korea in particular.
I got it. Okay.
North Korea, they're already joined at the hip with China. That is. But
China.
Talking about Koreans and talking about Asians, I think I finally got it's still a little. Give me a second, Saint Cyr. But talking about that, and Saint Cyr says, let's read this comment again. Okay, it just popped up. And Saint Cyr says, Z, I'm sending you that clip right now. It's only 33 seconds. And it's hilarious. Paying to be played. And here y'all go.
Do you want to know how thoroughly and deeply single I am? I was in the shower, getting all up in my cooter, washing my business. And I was feeling a little sore. And I was thinking about the other night. I fucked myself. There was no one bending me over. I was bending myself over. I was pondering and reminiscing on me bending myself over.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Hey, bro, that's why I said this is why I say let them talk. This is why I say it. What I think people didn't appreciate about that calculus is that, especially for women, they want their 5 seconds of fame. They want their people want to be famous. They want to be seen. They're gonna record themselves. They're gonna use social media as a diary. And what you're going to hear is men and women, namely women, start saying some uncomfortable truths, and it's gonna put feminism in a specific way of branding feminism, which is like women are inherently the victims of men, and it's always men's fault, and and men are this oppressive whatever, and women are don't really care for sex. It's men. It's what happens, in what y'all are seeing now, is that we got to understand it's 2 Asian women, y'all, that I've played on this channel speaking crazy about sex.
Z?
Go ahead.
Okay, I do know what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Now,
go ahead, Uru.
All right, cool. My question is, with black men in this community, right? I'm gonna say it like that. Why are they so scared to do what every other man on the planet does? Like, it's still like I think you said, where like they said they just assimilate, different groups of people, right? And I stand by the Roger point of view, right? The men make the community, the women don't make the community, because you ain't never heard of a whole group of men just vanish from the face of the earth or die or whatever, and that group is still named that same group, right? You know what I mean? It never happens. It doesn't happen that way, right? So my question is, instead of us just going to tit for tat for the quote unquote, we must save the women of I don't call them my community. I don't call them that, but they're trying to go on this jihad about saving Black American women. Why don't they just assimilate different groups of women and just start over anew? Because there's something damaged, right? Like, I mean, if you're something that's completely warped, it's not damage. Damage is different from being warped, right? But something that's warped is beyond repair 9 times out of 10, right? So if something is warped, why don't you just get new women? And I'm trying to figure out how is that so hard, but you can go from the Mexico all the way down to South America. There's Afro-Latino women all over there. So what's really the issue with God just doing that? Is it more of an issue with that you're seeing? That's my perspective.
Perhaps I can answer that.
Okay.
Being because I am a person who is native to a certain region where you have this kind of issue. One problem I think a lot of people forget is, bro, you're an outsider when you go over to these countries, right? When you go to these countries and engage with the women, what's the one thing you're gonna have to do? You're gonna have to contend with.
I mean, bro, South America is very different from Africa.
Zulu, please answer the question.
Usually their family.
Not just the family, but the men, the male population over there. And especially, and you talk about going to Latin America. Trust and believe, you may be Black, but you're still a gringo to them. So they're gonna look at you, go like, "Where we try to you gringos go rather than our women," That's the problem. A lot of people forget, and that machismo. That's one thing you have to worry about. So if you talk about going over there and bringing women over there, trust and believe, there's gonna be some pushback.
Secondly, is that the only thing everybody else got? Is just that?
Secondly, do you understand what's going to happen if you bring her over here? and bring her back to the States or bring her back to wherever. That's why you have certain people who are of this manosphere who say that if you're gonna go over there to find a woman, stay there. You bring her over here, trust and believe she will do the whole umfunfu thing. Remember the umfunfu effect? Eddie Murphy Raw.
I'm not gonna. I got pushback, but I'm gonna kind of let somebody else speak. And I'll come back to it later.
Well, I mean, my situation is I did go over there, I did bring her back, and she's on point right now.
That's what I'm saying.
The thing you have to, but what the biggest problem for most brothers is the language. You're gonna have to get that language and lock it down.
Okay.
If you do that, that's your biggest hurdle. Once you get over there, most women all over the world are looking for tall, dark, and handsome. A lot of black guys in America fit that. If you're a provider, tall, dark, and handsome, you win. That's why our women do not win in a lot of places, because most men want feminine, fit, and
friendly.
And so that's what the problem with the women, and that's why black men can win overseas. So it's what you have to do. But you have to lock down that language, and you have to lock down the money. You do that, you will be successful in South America. Well, probably 85% of this world. Yeah. You just got to lock those two things down.
So Z is back, and so I missed. Nema said something, and Zulu disagreed. What
I said was, if you're going over to some of these countries, one problem you have to be well aware of and be vigilant about is the male population there, especially like in certain areas, in certain cities, in certain areas.
I mean, that may be your mistake. No, Nema. No offense. When I'm about to say this, I'm not scared of no other man. Like, personally, granted, I'm not the hugest. I think me and Mr. Z probably the same. So I'm like 5'9", but I'm like a 200-pound solid.
Same thing.
I'm a solid 200, almost. I'm like,
but you probably got more muscle. Me, it's more gut though. I got work on.
Yeah. The biscuits go someplace. You know what I mean? But
it's the biscuits.
But
Wyclef Jean with George Costanza's body.
Hysterical.
But what I'm saying is this much, right? Like, I'm trying to get. I'm trying to, on my little channel, I'm trying to get my folks to be like more problem solve oriented, right? Like, I understand the concept of what we're doing here. Don't get it correct. Don't get it confused. I understand what we're trying to achieve, the lessons we're trying to hammer in. But eventually, we do have to get to the point that, put it like this: the house is on fire, bro. You can't put it out inside. You can't put the house fire out necessarily being inside the house or outside the house. So that legally means you got two. You only do that one more option: go down with the house, or save everything that's precious inside the house and just move outside the house, right? So my thing is, quote unquote, like I said, your culture doesn't change every day. Like a Filipino woman who comes over here from the Philippines doesn't all of a sudden lose her accent and it becomes completely Americanized, right? An African woman who comes from outside of Nigeria, because that's a special case, right? But outside of them necessarily, right? They come over here, they don't change overnight, right? So my thing is, if you're trying to fix this problem necessarily in a quick term and also into the long term, you get a new woman. You repair the culture by getting new women, right? Which is historically how you really fix these problems. And then, you just let the sickness among us just go ahead and, rot away necessarily, or you make a separation and you just let that be what it be. And then you just kind of move on to the sunset. Like, I mean, I'm understanding, like, how is that maybe me thinking too forward? Maybe that's me because I've been in this space for too long.
No, I don't think it's you thinking too forward, and I don't think what you're saying is too controversial in this space. We got to let Better You talk after this, but what you're forwarding, I've heard other people forward that same sentiment. So no, it don't sound foreign to me. It don't sound, yeah. Right. So let me actually play this. Real quick, because and it's not even too novel in the overall man talk. If you listen to certain East Asian guys speak, South Asian guys speak, we're talking about more westernized, Americanized. You listen to even some of the white guys speak, which is funny enough. That's where their passport bro ism comes from. But yeah, you let men speak, and this sentiment is being forwarded across the West. for us in our case, namely America, which is like, this is not salvageable. These women you can't do nothing with them. Find higher ground. And what I mean by find higher ground is find different women. Right. So let me play this for this brother as his intro, and then we're gonna let him get his intro in. And this is for Better You.
I have a serious question. I stopped referring to myself as a feminist years ago after doing my own research for myself. But I wanted to ask Black women on my platform, where do you stand today? Because after the election, you are aware that non-Black women chose their men over you. So where do you stand now? Because the whole feminist thing is fake. I mean, it's faker than girl code, girl math. I mean, all of it is just BS. So I thought I would ask, what are you fighting for? Where do you stand? Because there's no way you still believe in being a feminist after the exit poll results.
So go ahead, Better You. I didn't want to play the other clip for you because that one might be a little heartbreaking. But go ahead.
Well, I think first of all, it kind of ties into something. All these clips, because it shows where these women have realized that in order for them to grow and build as a culture and a society within America, there is no doing it without their other half. And not only that, but it goes to show you how to put it. I'm going to borrow KMS's term. How stupid some people are that they think that they can overcome certain laws of nature when moving a particular way demonstrably hurts you. You have all the data to see it. And yeah, all y'all might talk that talk, but at the end of the day, Maria, she going home to somebody. Janet, she going home to somebody. Maylene, she going home to somebody. Keisha, who you going home to? And in regards to the other brothers question, I think it's one of those things to where it changes the nature of Blackness and what it means to be Black. So people, on the fringes, intermarrying and whatnot is less of a threat or less of a change, I guess you could say, for the society to digest. But in mass, if everybody goes out and gets these people of other cultures, those cultures don't just die. They have to be integrated within your culture. And at that point in time, on the other side, you have something else. And I think where you're going to get resistance is a lot of people in what that something else is, how that affects different things. Sorry, baby girl just woke up.
Baby
It's all
girl,
good.
yeah.
No, we get it.
I wanted
We
to ask
get
you a
it.
question afterwards.
Yep.
Though. As soon as you finish, but I wanted to ask him a question afterwards, though.
But before you get to that, Zulu, because I wanted to speak to what Better You was speaking about who do you have to go home to, and the ladies are telling us that they don't really got nobody to go home to after they throw us under the bus.
Another night going home alone. This single life is ass. And don't get under my post talk about some. Just focus on yourself. Love yourself. Date yourself. I don't want to hear that shit. I really don't. I'm tired of it. Stop trying to tell me to mask my desires for being with someone else, that I should just be with myself. I've been with myself. I'm always going to be with myself. Like, it's me and her to the end of time. Like, stop it. Like, after a long day of work, I just be wanting to lay down. I want to cuddle. I want to tell my man about my day. I just want to hug. Like, damn. Like, it don't even be about all the other stuff y'all be talking about. It just be the simple things that you miss the most. Like, that's really it. Like, it's not even like, it just be the simple things. That's all I'm going to say. So just be grateful if you got somebody and you got a hug today. Because you know what? I don't need no man.
I just got a question about that clip.
Oh no, we're not done yet.
For whatever reason, I'm just not allowed to experience love from another person. And yes, although, you know, I don't have that, there are other areas of my life that are flourishing, you know, like my YouTube channel and friendships, and it's giving me opportunity to pour into those friendships and pour into myself, which I think are equally as important. But I think people tend to forget that platonic love doesn't replace romantic love. And so as much as I am fulfilled by, you know, my friendships and, you know, relationships with my family and things like that, it still doesn't replace that desire that I have deep down for something more. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to suppress. It's a hard thing to put on the back burner, and not knowing how long I'm going to be in this season scares me a little bit. And it also scares me to know that it may not ever happen, that it may not ever happen. And so it's just like, I don't know.
Okay, go ahead. Better you finish up and then name us.
Better you? No, he's still busy with baby girl.
Oh, okay. Okay, go.
Girl.
Okay, go ahead, Nemo.
First of all, the first clip, I'm wondering. I noticed the chicks got braces, and I was wondering, could she be related to Yanni? Because there was like some kind of resemblance I noticed. The other one, she sounded like she was crying. But what I wanted to address was, like, you know, that clip you saw that
she did tear up, weep a little bit.
Yeah, she was weak because I was not talking the way she was. It was really sad. But anyway, the clip you sent to the one that what's it, that I think it was not L's Active, one of them, Saint Cyr sent you. The one with the Korean chick. Z?
Yeah,
Z?
go ahead. Reckless Streams, name your name. It said Reckless Streams. Go ahead. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is, if you remember when I brought up the whole thing about doggy style and such, the one with the septum piercing, talking about how she was doing herself and everything, this is what I was talking about. How sometimes they just gotta, you know, put themselves in a certain state of mind and whatnot. But it just shows you what kind of how destructive they can be to themselves. I mean, if they can't harm other people, they're gonna harm themselves. They got to turn that energy inward sometimes. But go ahead, Zulu.
All right. Now, this is what I think was, that's what I'm about to say. It was about the culture aspect. Right now, for me, now, I think I forgot who I think it was Better You said that, right? Is the thing of the culture. Now, my understanding, like me, I come from the BGS camp. I've also been over to, you know, many places, Japan. But I'm not, it's not here to brag or anything, right? But my understanding, we have a culture problem, right? Just I think I heard Z say that before. I have heard Ed say that, BGS say that, Angry Man in his own variety of ways have said this and said. Everybody said we got a culture problem, right? It's not like we got a whole bunch of, you know, one-legged women or whole bunch of one-legged man problem. No, we got a culture problem, right?
Right.
So if the problem is quote unquote the culture, right? And we have the idea that we can clearly see that this problem right here, this is the issue. If you don't change that, then you're forever stuck in the same predicament, right? So I'm confused at the concept of what people were saying is this, like, all right, we know the problem is the culture. We need the culture to change, but we're unwilling to change the culture. Does that make any sense to anybody else? But that's just
me. It makes sense. But my question is, first and foremost, how deeply embedded is this dysfunction? And could it be beyond the point of no return? That the only way you could save yourselves is to uproot yourselves and relocate someplace else and start anew.
I mean, that's what I said. But, you know, this is me, this spitballing, right? Because for me, I'm already on the path to kingdom. I'm already there, bro.
Fair enough.
Like legitimately, I stay in Uganda almost. Shit, I came back from Uganda probably like 3-4 months ago, right? Probably gonna go back probably again like another 2 months. And then 2 months and go there and stay for another set of time. So for me, I understand the issue because I'm like, I'm like the one who's like, since I'm making the constant trips like 2-3 months at a time going out there, I can tell the difference. Like you go from an environment with high level of femininity to a place where that shit don't exist. It's the view is construct. It's like going from the desert and then going to the depths in the deepest part of the Congo, right? You see what I'm saying? It's a vastly different environment, right? So I understand the concept. I understand what I'm looking at, right? My concept is to the other, brethren that's here, right? If this issue is more effective of what we saying is better. It's basically more to better you personally, right? If we understand the concept is cultural, you do have to necessarily like we got like a plumbing problem, you have to fix the plumbing. You have an electric problem, you have to fix the electric. You have a roofing problem, you have to fix the roofing. You have to fix the culture problem if you want a better society. So I'm saying is we that's what we have to do if we truly want it. Or like BGS say, you know, wait until they feel like doing it. It's gonna be never.
You are, well, like I said, go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
I hear you, and I understand where you're coming from. I see it a bit different. Water flows downhill because that's the easiest way for it to go. It's how gravity works. And in the same way, in the course of a century, at the beginning of the century, Black couples' marriage rates are polar opposites. And more than culture, I think you have to really examine what's the environment that all of this is transpiring in that is spurring these changes. A lot of things happen kind of naturally as a result of where people are pushed. People don't tend to do the harder thing in mass. And there's how to put it, like, if you're familiar with game theory, you probably know the prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah, I understand. I understand it. When you say game theory, I understand it.
Yeah, so the best thing for us is not to rap, but there is a selfishness that I do feel has been kind of propagated as an aspect of culture, and particularly within our women, which ultimately, just like the princess dilemma, hurts us all. Which I think that's a result of our environment and how our environment has shifted over time.
I think the one way that we can change our
Go ahead, Tunnel Runner. After go ahead, Tunnel Runner, and then after this we're gonna have Leon because I know he'll lunch in Black Uru's here, so y'all know he get elder privilege. But go ahead, man.
I mean, the one thing we have to do to change the culture is for our most successful Black men to be able to get with, the 32-year-olds, to get with 18, 19-year-old girl of women that want to stay married.
I feel
and that
more
want to
single being here, and as a Black person, I don't have the, unfortunately, confidence to be like, oh yeah, let me just go up to that guy.
All right.
My apologies.
Young women right now, they are all mixed up. You have to find women that want to get on your program, and it has to be at a younger age.
All right.
Yeah, I was saying that we would have to find the most successful men to find the younger women that want to stay married with their Black.
So Runner, I just want to basically, from what I heard. Now I don't want to say I'm right or wrong, right? But I want to hear what I heard you say. Basically, you said get with younger women, 18 basically years old, right? So that basically means they came from some place from their parents' house, quote unquote, to you married them at 18, right? So basically, you said that's not quote unquote half that mindset, basically, right? So you need a woman from a different culture. You basically just said it without saying it.
Right now, as we speak, yes, unless it changes, because right now, 18-year-old women and 22-year-old women come out of college are not even talking about marriage. They're not talking about being virgins. They are in a total different headspace. And they're not even thinking about getting with the most intelligent, the most progressive Black men. The most productive Black men in the community. So that has to change for us to have a growing community of strong men and women. Is that, and so otherwise you have to go other places where women will want to get on your program at a younger age.
Like I said,
let me read this because real quick, Zulu, because I want to read this because it's out of context like a hell. Afro National, I know, but this is a good time to read this. Go into what Tunnel Runner says. And he said, and Afro National is a salute. Thinking Black men are the future, Grinch. Black men are the future. And I wanted to read that after Tunnel Runner said what he said, because that's, if we're the future, then we should get good women and maybe younger women that are fertile and that aren't assholes yet and that aren't jaded. That part. So yeah, I think that's a good time to read that. And go ahead, Zulu.
Let me put in real quick because I gotta go. I just want to clarify something. And this is the first time I'm gonna say this. This is the first time I'm gonna say this to Naima. Naima, These are grown men. Cut the fucking bullshit. Okay, black males, black men. When you assimilate to another culture, understand that you're going to be assimilated. Okay, there's no holding on to your culture. You might alter the culture slightly, but you are the hyper minority inside another country that already has minority groups. You're going to be assimilated. Recognize that and accept it. Now, when you bring women in, and that's why I always make the joke about the 22 million immigrants, send back 11 million males and keep the rest of the fucking women. Because you can assimilate those women into your community, have kids with them, and it still alters because it's admixture. Okay. And it alters because their culture is different and they're inside your culture. So when you watch the Asian lady on the video, she wants the white man to come and participate in Asian culture. And my reply to her was simply, go sit at the table with his family like you're the rapper Eve. Because that's what you're doing. You want him to assimilate to your culture and participate. And white guys don't do that. You assimilate to theirs. So if you go out of the
For
country,
me, the
assimilated by the second generation, and they will behave the same as the majority of people in that community. Just like Dr. Thunder said, the girls that go to the Catholic school that are black operate different than the majority of the girls that don't go to Catholic school. That's something that that Disney fairy tale of keeping your culture in another country and somehow building a community as an out group, like y'all won't get attacked for that. Just wake up to that fact. If you want to change the culture in America, add mixture. Keep the women all close together.
Let me play the clip that
bad mix.
Let me play the clip that you're
And the
speaking to,
last part,
Leon, real quick.
yeah,
Real quick,
the
I want to
last
play
part
the.
that I want to say, because I gotta go.
Go.
When I said Ukrainian women in Texas are having babies, these ladies already have 2-3 babies since they've been here.
Yo,
They
yeah, no,
sent 80,000 to Texas, and
let,
they're
let
admixing
me
in. So yeah, that's
let
all
me
I
say
want to say.
that I see Eastern European women down here in South Florida, and Leon is right, bruh. They're all pushing a stroller and have a baby on the side. So, hey, all you Native American Native oh my God, sorry, Native American women, all you white been here for a few centuries ass white women, yeah, y'all being replaced by women that look just like you. Oh, you thought you could only do it to black people? Your own government's doing it to you, huh? Your own white government's doing it to you. That's number one. But yeah, Leon is 100% correct. I'm witnessing it now with my own 2 eyes down here in South Florida. Yeah, I see the Eastern European women, namely Ukrainian again, just like he said. And yes, they are prego, and they pushing a baby stroller, and then they got a baby on the side. Forget just one kid. No, they walk around here with 2, 3. So yeah, go ahead.
Z, real quick. I hate to say this, but I don't blame these white dudes. Would you date these liberal white women?
Okay, I will say this though: many of the Ukrainian women already have a Ukrainian boyfriend, husband, whatever the hell. So yeah. So no, here. So it's not it's not just American men getting them, or white American men, better yet, getting them. But yeah, no, exactly what we're saying here, which is it's not it's not. If white women don't want to have kids, if they want to go out here and live free and fast and do their thing, you'll just be replaced by other white women. There you go. Right. And I think I saw Black Uru on mute, but go ahead, Black Uru.
Black Uru, are you there?
I think he's enjoying a pot pie at the moment, maybe.
No, hysterical. The fact that you remembered that's hysterical. But okay, so
yeah,
let's do this. This is going to what Leon was speaking of earlier, the Asian women that wanted the white guy to assimilate to her culture.
I was never the girl that guys are like lining up to date. I didn't look like this blonde white girl, and that's what all the guys liked in my high school.
What's it like dating white men as an Asian woman?
It's tricky because you're always like, am I an experiment? I have to be really mindful about like, am I really just chasing some sort of validation to kind of heal this childhood wound of like not getting picked by them? I think the biggest question that always lurks in my head is like, are you open-minded enough that I can bring you home to my family in China and you'll be able to survive my crazy family and be open to experiencing like a new culture? A lot of guys don't pass that test. And I think that's also why it's like, I've been single.
I have some questions though, from what she said.
Go ahead.
All right. The first question is, okay. She said she wants somebody to assimilate to, with her family and everything. Which, I to a degree, I kind of understand that to a degree, right? But my question is, unless I live out there in China, that doesn't do me too well, right? Like that's like quote unquote, I live in Mongolia, right? But I'm dating a South African woman, and I only go to South Africa once. Right, like I'm not going to uproot my entire life, quote unquote, unless I live there, right? And then secondly, she was talking about healing some wounds. I mean, she already said what her issue was. She chasing, the ghost of the white penis that she wanted, years ago, and she ain't let it go yet. That's really what her whole issue is. I wanted the peak peen then, I couldn't get it then. I want it still now.
Yeah.
I mean, unless I'm not seeing this correctly. If I'm wrong, then somebody please correct me.
No, because what you're basically saying is like, first of all, she's like what, second generation herself,
bro. She look almost like she in her 40s.
Yeah, she's second generation immigrant, because she says she still has family in China and whatnot.
Okay.
And there's this thing in about it could be a childhood wound, it could be something else.
Well, who's that? Somebody's trying to speak. Who was that just now?
That was Black Guru, I think, trying to speak.
That's Uru.
Go ahead, Black Guru. Have you breaking up a little bit, Black Guru? Yeah, now you're clear. Go ahead.
I don't think she wants to assimilate. I think she just wanted to be essentially kind to her different family background.
But you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Black Guru. You're breaking up bad. Yeah. You're breaking up bad. You're cutting in and out. You're cutting in and out.
Yeah, like
I barely made what you were saying, because I heard you say something along the lines is that she's not necessarily out, and then it kind of cut out on me.
I think I think she wanted to be pining over. That's what she really wants. She wants to be desired as if she was
like she's a white woman.
Like she basically want to be desired like a white woman, but not be a white. Like basically the same thing Black women doing, basically, right? I want to be desired like quote unquote like I want him to look at me like he would look at his quote unquote his mother or like his girlfriend. That close to a relationship or whatnot.
Not like you're just his little exotic lover.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of you being like what's the Omni Man said, like, bitch, you my pet.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You might want to play that clip.
He is the pet, but like all I'm seeing from what I'm seeing from like most of these women, they living in their own delusions to the point that their delusion become its own world of its own self. You know what I mean? When your dream become a dream of a dream, that's the obsession kind of shit. Like you kind of already out there at that point. You know what I mean?
Don't talk about these most educated Black women like that.
Hold on. I'm addressing Leon here in a minute. But
I can't help it, baby. I can't help it.
Yeah. No, it's cool. It's cool, man. You got a point what you're saying in Zulu. But there's that clip that Z has that sums it up.
Well, what I was trying to say earlier is I don't get the impression that the Chinese woman was trying to get her white beau, I guess, to assimilate. I think she just wanted him to be nice to her Chinese family. That's what I took from that. I didn't get the impression that she was expecting the white man to move to China and become, some sort of hung, surrogate or I didn't get that impression.
No, that's not what you're saying.
No, she I see where Black Guru was going, and I think maybe that's where you were going to. Go ahead.
Look, a Chinese girl is not going to get a white guy just to try to turn him into a Chinese guy. That's not what they're going to do. They want the white guy so they can be surrogate white.
Thank you. Yes.
That's true.
Look at it this way. I mean, there's this documentary I'm going to watch about women in Thailand thinking that they can escape their situation by marrying a white guy. And marrying a white guy, a Western white man, first of all, folks. A Western white man raises their status. Some women will even divorce their husbands, their Thai husbands they've been married for so long, in search of a white man through dating apps and whatnot. I mean, that's why. And they also understand that, you have, like in my case, folks in Scandinavia. You got, Danes, Norwegians, Swedes. A lot of them are looking for women from Southeast Asia. And that's because they're genuinely attracted to women as such, even though the vast majority prefer their own race. There you have
let me play these two clips for Saint Cyr. And I would like to hear what Black Guru has to say about it first, and then we'll get the commentary from the rest of you who haven't spoken on this yet. So let me play these in succession, Black Guru, and then let me see what you think about them.
Do you want to know how thoroughly and deeply single I am? I was in the shower, getting all up in my cooter, washing my business. And I was feeling a little sore. And I was thinking about the other night. I fucked myself. There was no one bending me over. I was bending myself over. I was pondering and reminiscing on me bending myself over.
Serious talk right now? Okay, you know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. And before some people were like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using this is a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and literally it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
What you think, Black Guru?
Hey, let me drop the demonic Black Guru into this conversation for man. If I was a single dude out here, I'm fucking everybody.
It ain't how you think it is, man.
Oh boy.
I'm running through malls. I'm running through restaurants, everything. There's a whole lot of horny bitches out here need some dick, man.
Yeah.
It's just
I'm glad. I thought it, but it was shout out to the brother Obsidian. He kind of gave me the license to kind of speak to it, but he started saying it, or at least he was saying it for a while, but I started picking up on him saying it. And I was like, I know that was a thing too. I didn't think I had the license to say it. The horny part, they're horny as hell.
Let me tell y'all, drop some 70s or 80s game into the mix. Just present my era of coming up. Drop some 70s or 80s game into this mix. Oh man, it's like shooting crabs in a barrel. Oh,
Black Room.
I mean, I cannot believe. I'm sorry if I took this in the direction you wasn't necessarily expecting this to go.
No, but I mean, but it goes.
For me to look at this
he's telling the truth,
level of female desperation and just not make my nature rise. It just something about it just. I just think like, hey, game on, man, game on.
All right, I'm gonna say one thing to Black Girl real quick, right? Now, before I became a truck driver, I used to do EMS, right? The reason you ain't like that, we are going through them like that. I'm gonna say some of us. I ain't gonna say all of us, right? Okay. But I be in these hospitals. Well, I used to be in these hospitals. I know these girls' medical records. I ain't running through nothing out here, bro. Like most of the guys who got their money together like that, they either running through high class chicks or they out here getting it. I can only speak for Atlanta, and I'm gonna say Florida because I do hit Florida a lot, right? I go out there to the Tallahassee a lot, right?
All right.
Most of those dudes who got the money, they out, bro. I mean, like they literally they out in Colombia, I like now you'll be surprised how many cats I meet in different little countries or my little spots now that I quote unquote, my little duck out spots. There are more American dudes coming out here more and more and more and more on a continuous basis. So it is more or less like combined with cool. You may want that man, but because your conditionings, like let's say your health records, right? And the fact that now you used to be able to go get that man for like $200 or $300 or whatever, right? That man spent next to $100, he can go get a plane ticket and have a cheaper woman that's gonna be more nicer to him, better to him.
Mm-hmm.
So like, it's a little different. Like when I tell you, you're right. If you had some '80s game, women want that bad. The history records want the health record want the health records. And trust me, I know these health records. The CDC is in my state for a reason. I'm telling you, it's a reason why people ain't messing with these chicks like that, man.
Well, look, I presented my id perspective of things. I did not speak. I did not present my entire view of this situation, and I have not been in the mating market for some time now. So obviously, were I in it, I'm sure I would think and behave differently. I was just responding to. I was having a visceral response to the desperation. That's what I was having. My ear says, well, you just supposed to be fucking on these hoes. I mean, especially these Asian chicks. I'm dogpiling the shit out of them Asian chicks, man. That's what I'm thinking. I mean, honestly, that's my initial first blush impression. I'm thinking now, but you make some valid points about the health issues across the boards. Now, I don't know what kind of health analysis is being done internationally as well. I think in general is a fucking petri dish out there in this world in terms of STIs and all that kind of stuff wherever you go. So I don't know if I'm going to be a whole lot less concerned about what's going on in Kenya than I am in Atlanta. I just kind of view it all. If that's your primary concern, you're gonna have to uphold that standard.
Uru, I would raw dog a prostitute in Kenya before I would raw dog your average walking around black chick. Not even black chick. Your average chick in Georgia.
Don't do it.
Don't go. Well, look, I'm not. I am not versant in the STI statistics in Kenya or any other African country. So if that's what you're inclined to do,
I'm not inclined to do it, but I'm saying, from a health benefit necessarily point, quote unquote. Like for me, I'm one of the, like, medicine is what was one of my big things that I actually studied, just regardless, right? Me being an EMS, like, see what I'm saying, right? I understand, right? I used to go to the hospitals. I still got friends in hospitals. When I tell you about 60% of the United States got the H word, not the big HI, but the big HEP word. I'm gonna say like that, right?
HSV.
The herps.
I didn't want to say it out on the line because I'm trying to be nice.
You didn't. Nobody did.
Part of the reason I came up here is Tunnel Runner still up here?
He's still here. He's still here. He's right there. Yeah, he's still here.
Because I mean, Tunnel Runner has lived the whole. I mean, if you want to talk about this kind of issue of integration of a non-American woman into your life, I mean, he's the expert of that particular discussion. I mean, he went to, as he described, he learned a different language. No, I think his wife is Colombian. He learned Spanish. He familiarized himself with the family. He saw a well-connected family from that woman. Because I think, for one of the things you have to ask yourself, how, first of all, is her family married, like, parents, extended family members? That's a very important thing. And how influential are those elder women over her behavior? Because if she is answerable to elder women, and those elder women embrace you, as a new leader to their family, as a man, then you're in pretty good stead. with that woman, because she's going to not only have the pressure coming from you, she's going to have the pressure coming from her own family. So if she even is thinking about bailing on you, you know, that's not an easy move for her to make. There isn't this cache of women laying in the cut planning on how they're going to screw you over when you leave. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing you should try to look for, regardless of whether it's in America or in external to this country. What is her family setup? What is the pressure to her to stay versus the pressure to her to leave? If everybody's baby mamas, everybody's divorced, everybody's man hating and estranged from baby daddies and all that. I mean, it's pretty obvious what's going to happen between you and that woman when y'all, the moment y'all hit any kind of rough patch. What's going to happen?
And let me play this for because Doc I said Doc, I said God, I'm over here reading this way wrong. God damn you, Detroit. And Detroit says Doc Ock Sunday special, trans fat 23,000 grams, saturated fat 56,777 grams, protein, what's this, 6 trillion calories, 50, what's this, zillion? 53 zillion sugar, 40 million teaspoons. And let me play the clip for you of, and I want to see what y'all say about this. Definitely Black Guru say about this. Our favorite Texonian Texan, and let's see what she says. And thank you for that. And this is why Detroit calls her Doc Ock, because of how she looks when she has a short haircut. But this is who he's speaking about.
So I have a story time, and this one is for the books.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
So I've been seeing this guy, and we have been seeing each other. The conversation is amazing. The chemistry is amazing. We spend quality time together. It's not a sexual relationship. Y'all know I've been celibate for at least 7-8 months now. And we have really been developing a really good bond and a really good friendship. But tonight, you guys, that sexual tension, it was at an all-time high. Today, I was working on my next YouTube video, Woman is King. He recommended that I go to this coffee shop because sometimes when it comes to like research and stuff like that, I like to do it outside the house because I record inside the house. I've been seeing this guy since the summertime, and it's been very lighthearted, and we really connect on an intellectual level. And so I am being intellectually stimulated. And so this entire time since the summer up until now, I have been mentally stimulated by him. And so I keep getting turned on the more and more we hang out sexually.
What you doing later, Redbone? Okay, stop playing.
He knows I'm an impulsive person. So like, I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I tried to have sex with him tonight and he turned me down. He told me no. He hit me with the, I really like you. If I didn't like you, if I didn't care about you, I would definitely take you home and F you. But I really like you, and I really like our friendship. I really like our bond, and I don't want sex to ruin this bond that we are trying to create. He just pulled a me on me. That's something I do. He just used it on me. First of all, he recommended this amazing coffee shop. He met me up there because he just bought a house and he had some paperwork that he needed to fill out. And then went and had dinner at this other spot. And like the conversation and the bonding and the vibe, it was just giving very much sexual tension. And then he hit me with it. He really walked me to my car, put me in my car, made sure my seatbelt was on, and said, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, damn.
I've never been turned down for sex. Like, this is new. He straight up said, if this was like 2 weeks within us meeting, I definitely would have gave into this. But he was like, I'm not about to ruin a good thing. He won't even cuddle with me, y'all. He won't even spoon with me. He really put me in my car and told me to go home, y'all. And then we're out to dinner, and I'm an Aries. Okay, so I do little, spicy things in public. And so I tried the little footsie trick under the table. You know what I'm talking about, to the girls that do that.
Tell her, whoever she is, I love her already.
And nothing, y'all. Like, he would not give in to me. And I'm just like, is this for real? And then the crazy thing about all of this is, like, I'm actually turned more on by this.
He cold.
Oh boy.
So and wait, let me AB real quick before you go, and then we got Black Guru. Excuse me. The irony of saying you're recording a video called Woman King while being turned down by your homeboy who you put the vagina on the table for. Go ahead, AB.
Well, let me.
I'm sorry, AB. Go ahead.
Get it out.
Hold on. Oh,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
get it out. Well, actually, in fairness to Z, though, my first reaction to her saying she's being celibate. How can I say this? Bullshit. Bullshit.
No, you know what? I believe her. I believe her. Listening to Real Talk with Yanni for a little while, I think, but what brought about that celibacy? Admit it. It's not just a simple choice. It's a temper tantrum.
Okay, fair
It's
enough.
a temper tantrum, right? No, I believe her. All of the women that are claiming celibate, I don't believe them. I believe some, but they won't be honest with why they're being celibate. It's because their picker is working. It's just that when they end up with who they end up with because they're turned on by that guy, it don't turn out the way they wish it would have turned out. And so they throw a goddamn adult temper tantrum and take the vagina off the market. Okay, smart, because they're angry that he won't act the way I want him to act. But go ahead, AB.
Well, also, I don't feel sorry for her. Now you know what it feels like to be friend zoned. Oops.
Oh man. She did say he did a her to her.
Yep. We pulled a friend zone on her, and
yep.
Don't feel good. Don't feel too good, does it?
Say that.
As far as these modern chicks, they're a day late and dollar short. You either act right or we look elsewhere. It's just that simple.
Nice reference.
Act right or get elsewhere, because it's 2025. We know almost all your bullshit. So get some act right about you, or we're out. You can go get you're gonna wear yourself out with a vibrator, like the last clips you played. You know, wear yourself out.
I'm gonna play it again for y'all, but I might go through a dead zone in a little bit. So AB, you got it. If nobody can hear me, you run it. But go ahead, Black Group, because I definitely want to hear what you guys say about her homeboy putting her in the friends. Well, at least didn't take it that night. At least he didn't take it that night. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I'm always a little suspicious of these stories, like what details are included. What are not.
Yeah, that's true.
What I missed.
I'm unclear about to what degree I even believe this is a real story, or the degree it is real. How much of it has been accurately presented, or what has been omitted. I mean, I don't know. I almost think even just this whole notion of women declaring themselves to be celibate, this very sort of private sort of thing, making public announcements of it, I just tend to be suspicious in general of that. I think if you're going to do that as a governing policy of yourself, why you make a point of sharing it with millions of people, I don't know if I believe a lot of that just on the basis of that. And as far as what you describe of this man, assuming he actually exists and all that is real, is he gay or whatever? It's kind of hard to really. I'd have to see her describe more of what she encountered or supposedly encountered to be able to more clearly discern whether I think it's a real story and or whether I think it's gay or he's gay, because I'm somewhere in the realm of that, because I don't think a productive man, productive black man, has in general much use for most black women that they're not fucking. I don't see the point.
That is true.
I don't see the point of that. For most productive black men, they're busy, You know, they're dealing with lots of things. Very often, even sex for them is a stress relief or you know, a respite from you know, taking on the world, so to speak. So wasting days and weeks and months even in this asexual platonic, I just don't see a productive man doing that for an extended period of time. So that's why I'm
Yeah,
suspicious of this kind of story on the surface of it. I think it's a delightful story you tell similarly situated women to make them feel better about themselves and to tantalize each other.
You
That's
think
kind
she's
of
willing to go that far to embarrass herself, Black Guru?
in between that rose toy. What's that again?
No, I was saying, because you think she's willing to embarrass herself to use this as an empowerment moment?
Well, I mean, look at what they're doing. You got the other woman saying she fucked herself into a frenzy with
Good point. Good point.
You know,
Good
so
point.
I mean, I think we're there where you got women publicly declaring their herpes status, or HIV status even. You got
that's
women
true.
proudly declaring that they deleted 8 of their own children. So I mean,
I
I
saw
think
that too.
we're in a hellscape of submission, of the most heinous submissions of women in general, especially black women.
Does anybody want to say Z's quote about the internet? Does anybody want to
The
say
internet will expose us all.
Yeah, indeed. And,
thank
but you could not have been more prophetic when you made that statement, because it's becoming truer and truer geometrically every day, especially with the advent of TikTok. TikTok has unleashed a fury of candor amongst women in general, but black women in particular, that every day you can be aghast by.
I want you to understand. Like, I want you to understand this. Was it Black Uru? I was online one day, and the girl told me. She said, "Yeah, I had 4 abortions necessary, right, in the year." I'm like, "Damn," and she was like, "Now, I understand this, bro. That it's on live, right? I should have recorded at the time. It was just like one of them live videos."
No, there's a video out here of a council of women where they're listening, but they don't judge. And one of them said, out of her mouth, she had 8 abortions.
Yeah, no. But see, you don't understand. You let me finish, right? She was like, technically, I got my 4 abortions in a year, right? And she said, right now, she was saying, I'm about to drive and get me another one. And I'm staying here looking at this right shit. And the thing is, bro, this woman is pregnant.
Yeah. So I mean, I think, I mean, that's
pregnant and married.
My general point.
Pregnant and married.
I just think that they are at a you know, it's all. I mean, it's a good thing that they're being as candid as they are, even in their lives. I mean, I've said before, I would definitely recommend that you men invest in some sort of development about body language, you know, tonality, voice tonality, that sort of thing, eye contact. Very valuable, because women almost always tell the truth or expose when and where they're lying, and most of their lies are by omission. Most of the lies they tell are not express lies. Most of their lies are important details, relevant details that they leave
that are
out.
left out.
And so, to the degree that you can observe them while they're speaking, you can learn a lot. You can learn a lot, and you also can learn when to just let them. Oh, she's really lying right now. Let her tell this whole lie, because in this lie, she's probably going to expose some other bits of information, particularly about other people involved and all that kind of shit. Where you're gonna get the whole damn story.
Black Uru, there's something you said going to what you're saying now. You said even in their life, they're being candid even in their lives. That statement right there deserves a trophy. Say that again, Black Uru. Ain't go into detail about that. Even when they're lying, they're being they're candid.
Story, they got to spin bits of truth or indirect to fill in the story. To fill in the story. So she may tell you about some shit she did on Sunday, but she'll say it actually happened on Saturday. That kind of shit. So, you know, a lot of it is, you know, I got to craft a story out of something. And so a lot of it is going to be shit that is real on some level. It just may not necessarily coincide with the time frame or the circumstances in which she describes. But you can still let her tell the whole story, because you'll learn the whole story, and you'll also learn who's all involved. You learn a lot of shit about what she's into. So by all means, let her tell the whole story, even as she's lying.
Excuse me. Yeah. Black Guru. Z, what did I say earlier about even when speaking the truth, just because someone tells the truth does not mean they're being completely honest?
Yeah. That's another genius comment. Say that again, Nemo. Say that again.
Shit. I have to say this See, a lot of this flies over y'all heads. It's not my fault I'm 6'3", but
hey, fuck your tall ass.
Hey, it's not my fault to say, hey, Zulu.
My bad.
I'm sorry.
You know what? I'll put
bad.
$10 in the collection plate. My bad. I'll put $10 in the
Black Uru included. All of y'all over 6 feet, motherfuckers. All of y'all in the thin air. I hope y'all lose brain cells up there. All y'all over 6 feet. Y'all. All of y'all.
Hey. Anyway.
What do I do with this? I hope y'all can't breathe up there. Hey.
Leon is pleading with you to read some super chats.
I'm going, y'all. I'm going. Go ahead, y'all. I'm finished with that, Nema, and then I'm gonna start reading some.
Like I said earlier, you know, even when speaking the truth, they are going to still be intellectually dishonest, because when they tell the truth, they're not going to tell the whole truth. They're not going to tell everything. Even when they're telling the truth, they don't do it from a place of sincerity. They're going to be disingenuous at times.
Namer. Don't talk about the most educated black woman like that.
Yeah. The important thing I got to bring up here, like when you brought up that thing about the heavy separate sister and the other sister talking about going to Korea, as well as that one sister.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that for Black Guru in a minute. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you can play also the one about the one in Germany. This is where I have to mention, really important here, because you know I'm not ADOS, but as an African, I can say this. First of all, Black people are viewed. There's a tier system how they view Black people. Non-Blacks, how non-Blacks view Black people. There's a tier system. All right. No, I'm not bullshitting when I say it. I mean, think about it. First, it's like all those who are Western, who are, you know, Black folks who are Westerners, ADOS, Afro-Canadians. Second, Afro-Latinos, Afro-Caribbeans, and then also Black Europeans, and then us Africans. They're gonna see us all in different ways. They all know we're Black, but they look at us in different ways. They're gonna have different assumptions of us, especially in certain countries. Like in Europe.
I gotta cut you off, Nick. I know I gotta cut you off because Zulu says if you 6 feet and up tax. Look, I'm taxing everybody. Everybody over 6 feet, I'm taxing. I'm playing. But thank you, Zulu.
Speaking of super chats,
Zulu over here with me under 6 feet. Go ahead.
Yeah, speaking of super chats, Mr. Tolbert, thank you for the $2 for the over 6 foot tax. Right, thank you.
Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Tolbert.
But like I said,
finish with that name, and then I'm gonna play the clips for Black Guru.
Yeah, I mean, let me put it this way, Z. Your dad could relate to me more than you could, because he understands because you know, I mean, your dad's he's been naturalized, right?
Yeah, he's a citizen now. Yeah.
Okay. So he understands. He can relate to me because he understands what it's like, how people view him before when he was on that Haitian passport compared to what he is with that U.S. passport. Same thing with me with my Eritrean passport. Then I am with my Norwegian passport. And people have these misconceptions. Even my own cousin, when she went to Korea with her friends, and she's light skinned, but they saw her as an American, and they were looking at her a certain way. But
Let me read this real quick. And Saints just says, I paid my 6 feet plus tax already, hysterical. And L says, all the way from the UK, L says 6 foot exact tax. else said I'm exactly 6 feet. It's hysterical. Y'all kill me right now. And
Hey, Mike, it's all good, bro. You're 6 foot over. It's all good, bro. Buckeye State. Shout out to my folks in Columbus. He says, Mr. Z, did you get the email about Jason Wilson? Jason,
is it the one with the article? Because I did get it. I started. I'm gonna read it. I haven't read it yet. Because I actually started getting flooded by you guys' emails, so I'm trying to keep up. And so yes, Buckeye fan, I did get it. If I think it's the one you're talking about, I started. Mr. Z ain't gonna lose it. And yeah, so yes, shrugs. Yes, but yes.
Yeah. Can you bring up Spademan's clip? Can you put up Spademan's comments?
Where's Spademan's comments?
The last one.
Oh, give me a second. There we go.
Yeah. I'm taller than most chicks that I could touch the rim in high school, and that's all that counts for me. The Afro National. Afro National
says 5'9" gang. Thank you. Me, you, and Zulu, bro. Me, you, and Zulu. We out here.
Hey. Oh, Leon, 5'8" handsome and in shape.
5'8" in shape. Look, we at least we got a lot of air to breathe over here. The thin air guys up there over 6 feet.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
That's the thin air.
Yeah, but you're forgetting something, Z. You're forgetting something.
Air is rare up there. Go ahead.
Yeah, but here's something you forgot. Especially for those of us who are lactose intolerant. All we got to do is we can just start polluting that joint if we drink a glass of milk.
Hysterical. We're gonna cut y'all air supply up there. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cut y'all air supply. Can't fart if you can't breathe.
Hey, you don't want to get locked in an elevator with me, son. Go on.
Typically, taller people die earlier anyway, so.
Do they? Knock on wood. I don't want y'all to pass away. I'm joking. Goddamn.
What was that? Can you repeat that?
Hey, I was joking about the thin air thing. Apparently, God was like, no, for real though.
What? What was that?
Taller people tend to die earlier.
Extremely tall people in particular. We're talking people who are like over 7 feet tall.
No. Even people over 6 foot, they'll die sooner before people who are 5.
Is that tied to gender? Are they saying like men under 6 feet versus men over 6 feet, or are they tying women into that also? Because then that would kind of mess up those stats.
I don't know about women, but I know about men, and I think it's tied to the fact that
so it is okay.
Having a bigger body just puts more wear on your heart. So just the way it is.
You're talking, what you're talking about, Socrates. What you're talking about, that's for especially for people who are extremely tall, because what you're talking about is people who have like enlarged hearts. But then again, some people are born with the congenital enlarged hearts and everything, so they're at a higher case of dying prematurely.
No, not just them. See, look. Taller people tend to have a slightly higher risk of dying earlier than shorter people. Studies have shown a correlation between increased height and slightly increased risk of death from all causes, with each additional inch in height associated with a small percentage of increased mortality risk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what height is this usually coming from? Is my question.
Say again.
The height range. See, that's where you got to go.
They don't say a height range. What they're saying is every inch of height you get, that increases your chances of dying sooner.
But what percentage could that be?
What do you mean percentage of what?
How much of an?
What's the likeliness?
What's the percentage?
We getting way into the weeds, Nemo. We getting way into the weeds. We getting way into the weeds. Yeah. We getting way into the weeds. Yeah. Look. We going way too far. Yeah, thank you. We went way too far. Yeah.
This is the point. This is the point I was trying to make when I say some people tell the truth but are going to be intellectually dishonest. They're going to leave out certain details. So but
if once he had the article, that's all I needed. Unless it's convoluted line.
Bring the article.
I have also heard that the taller you are, it's more of a heart risk. I mean, that's not something that's particularly unusual. Now, I haven't studied it or whatever, but I've heard that enough to know that that's a real thing. And you see it in particular amongst many professional athletes. I think this whole, if you're 7 foot tall, you're probably going to be dead by 50 or whatever. I guess shout out to Shaquille O'Neal. I think he recently
and Yao Ming.
Yao Ming
4th birthday. So shout out to him. But there is a tendency, and I think it is for the reasons that was described, that bigger person, you're just going to put more risk, more stress on the heart. I mean, it's a kind of a logical thing. It's similar to why obese people tend to have a greater heart frequency of heart disease, greater stress on the heart. It's a logical inference to draw.
Well, beyond that too, there's a thing called the Hayflick limit, which is basically the number of times that a particular cell can divide before it becomes defective.
Yeah, that causes
that comes into play
aging.
Yeah, it comes into play as well with a bigger body, more cell division is occurring. So in addition to the heart, but I've seen, I think I've probably seen the same data that Socrates is talking about, because I think it's like every inch you get over 6 feet, like you start shaving.
Start shaving your mortality.
And let me say this, and Zulu says, and thank you for the super chat, Zulu up here right now, and he says the 5'9" and happy gay. 5'9" and happy. Look, 5'9" and happy. No, but no, I feel like I've heard that on the periphery, but I never took it serious. I thought it was just some, old wives' tale type thing, or like some wisdom, but that's not really true. And so y'all telling me that no, it's actually true. I'm like, oh crap, it's actually true. So yeah, because I felt like I heard that before, but I never took it seriously. You ever hear something, you're like, I don't know how true that is. Whatever, I'll keep that in the back of my mind. Right? Yeah.
It was subtle. It was subtle. Like somebody 6'2", 6'3", it was more subtle. The higher the more height you got, the more pronounced it became. So it was one of those things that's kind of like a logarithmic curve type of deal.
Okay.
Yeah, not to mention that you're also more susceptible to injuries. You have a higher sense of gravity, longer limbs, so knee problems, hip problems. Being tall has downsides. It does.
I wasn't trying to wish all of that above the 6 feet game. I just wanted to hate so far. Goddamn. I'm just trying to hate it. Exactly. I feel guilty as hell. Yes, sir. Okay. We got that out the way. Goddamn.
Look at you out here bringing all this misfortune.
Hey, I'm like, I hope y'all can't breathe up there. And God's like, I bet I got you. I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm gonna do you a solid real quick.
Right, exactly. I'm like, wait a minute, I ain't mean it.
Yeah, we can't breathe up there. That's right, we can't.
Wait a minute.
Cut the bullshit. You started.
Oh man. But let me do this. Let me what was I gonna play for y'all real quick? Oh yeah, the Korean stuff. Okay, so we're gonna play these in succession. Do I have all of them up? I think. Okay, yeah, here we go. Okay, here you go, Black Moon. Starting with the heaviest sister, that's the darkest, but that gave us some truth here. She gave us some truth.
Have you tried dating foreigners then?
There were a lot of African men who were trying to talk to me at the time. I was not interested. And to be honest, I think I had an obsession with Korean men. And it wasn't really an obsession, it was pride. I felt insulted by the fact in some areas of the culture, they have a very negative view of Black women, especially plus size Black women. Like they're not good enough to be in a relationship with. And I was just thinking to myself, I am more than good enough to be in a relationship with. And I'm not I could date a Korean man if I want to.
You were trying to prove that that's false, basically.
Yeah. I
remember she denied that in the beginning of her statement.
Yeah.
And also a bit of maybe an obsession as well, which I'm so glad that God brought me out of as well. So
rejection brought you out of it.
I don't gotta prove nothing to nobody.
Anyway, here goes the second part.
Mostly my experience with Korean men was that they just mostly wanted to have sex with my Black body.
Not your Black body is crazy.
It is. That's what they saw. They was
my Black body.
They saw it and they were just like,
흑말 타고 싶다.
Yes.
That's exactly how it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the first time I experienced that was some guy, he wanted me to meet with him, have sex with him, and I said no, and he called me a kamdungi. It just full out.
The N-word, basically.
Yeah, full out. You are a negress.
A niglet. The fact that we're laughing at this and it's not funny at all is great.
Bro, I mean, though.
Was the host African by chance?
She looks
I think so. I think she's like,
Kenyan?
she look East African as hell.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
I mean, to me, this is what stands out to me. Initially, she said that she had been pursued by other men, black men, or other
African men. Yep. She said African.
And she rejected them.
Yep. She was not interested.
To
Yes,
try
she
to
did.
prove a point
To Korean men.
To Korean men.
Mm-hmm.
So
You heard right.
all for every bit of the hell. I'm all for her being called a nigga. I'm all for her being exactly the way those Koreans. As far as I'm concerned, she got from the Koreans what she deserved to get.
Now my next question is that American media got some pull, bro, because like they got the N-word out there in Korea, bro. Like,
you think what? You think that's new? Black will remember this one. Here you go.
Like any unique experiences so far, like going out on dates?
The last guy I went on a date with, and he asked me, and like I was asking him and stuff, and I like standard questions, like, have you ever been with a foreign girl? Have you ever been with like a black woman and everything? And when I asked him that, he's like, yeah, but I don't think I want any N-word kids. He said, I don't think I would want any N-word kids because they would get bullied here in Korea. I said, I almost jumped out of my seat. I said, so like, why that word? Why couldn't you just say you don't want any black kids? But you use a nice hard word.
Wait, he said N-word kids, not, or did he like use the word like?
No, he said the word verbatim. He was like, I don't want any nigga kids.
Man,
there you go, Zulu. And we're talking about a light skin, a light that. Let's be honest, like 60% of y'all would wife her. Like I'm not even gonna give y'all no chance. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. I don't believe it. If you say no, I'm a black man. I know black men, right? I know my Negroes. So go ahead.
One thing I think we need to clarify here is, a lot of people don't know this, but the pronoun "you" in Korean is nigga.
What?
That's all you got. No, I ain't bullshitting right there.
Really? That's not the point. You're way off. Okay, we're continuing. So the thing with this is that I know black men. 60% of y'all, and I'm being generous, right? Yeah. I'm being generous because it's really like 75, 80. But 60% of y'all will wife her based off of looks alone, right? And she getting called an N-word in South Korea. And being told straight up they don't want no Negro kids. Go ahead.
For the reason you cite, I'm all for her being called every nigga that the Koreans got for her. Because for the very reason you cite, because I know niggas over here would wife her and would be proud to do it. I gotta let them catch all the hell over there in Korea that they got for them. I gotta promote 100% that those Koreans treat them like every bit of the hoes and the niggas they deserve to be treated like over there. You over there in the country. First of all, you went over there on some fuck shit to begin with. Let's be real, right? So right there, and you stayed over there chasing after Korean guys, her and the woman you showed before her, the fat, I almost said the fat woman. No, you know what? Hey, we know what it is. We know what it is. Before her, you went over there specifically hunting for Korean dudes. So I'm all for the Korean dudes. I 100% support the Korean dudes, giving the full battery of bullshit they got for them. Everything. Thought them out, pull trains on them, whatever they want to get over there.
and let's be very clear, what Black Uru is saying, I literally got one of them low-key kind of sort of saying it. Here you go.
This is for my black girls that want to go to South Korea. If you're not black, then please just keep scrolling. Girl, you are not a beauty standard in South Korea. There are going to be some men that will be attracted to you, but you're not a beauty standard, okay? We're talking about the plastic surgery capital in skin lightening. When I was in Korea, I looked like Shrek to 90% of the public. You go there, just remember that when they flocking over to the doves, don't get hurt. You better go to Korea with a mission, and it better not be to get a man.
Exactly what Black Guru said. You better go to Korea with a mission, and it better not be to get a man. So at least she was honest with him. At least she was honest with him. Dubs, I'm not sure. Is that Korean women that are really petite, or is that white women?
No, that's Korean women. No,
That's Korean women. Okay.
Koreans are like the Toyota Corollas.
Wait, let Black Guru go, and then you got to better you and then
Zoom. The women that are over there that they have accepted that the men over there don't think of them as shit. They left black men and went over there for other groups of men that don't mean nothing to them, ain't done nothing for them, ain't given nothing for them, ain't sacrificed nothing for them, ain't bled and fought and died for them. These men ain't done nothing for them. Their grandpas that got lynched and all that, they left them and the products of those men to go over there to some other men to beg them to want them. I'm saying I hope those Korean men do ghastly shit to them. Marquis de Sade type shit over there to them.
Yikes.
Like that's what I want.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
Oh, I was only saying that when they was asked about the petite, I was like, yeah, the East Asian women, East Asian people in general are kind of like the Toyota Corollas of people. Like they real small and compact.
They are small people.
I was thinking more like the Mini Cooper.
Hey, I was thinking more like the Echo, the Yaris, but the Corolla is funny.
You want to take your big fat ass over there. You want to take your big fat ass over there, and you gonna retrain thousands of years of history to adapt to your bullshit. The arrogance,
bro. Say that. Say that.
It's higher than that. It's genetic. It's a genetic wiring, bro. I don't think you understand. Like, bro. Like when I was over there in Japan, I'm looking at the woman sitting. She's like 130 pounds or whatever. She was like, I'm kind of fat. I need to lose weight. I need to go down to probably like 110. Bro, do you not mean I'm 200 pounds? So you gotta understand. Me looking at her, I'm sitting here like, fucking where? like where?
No, I'm talking about the mentality of the women who go over there and black women who go over there and insist on attempting to impart their particular way and their particular mindset and their particular standards of beauty and whatever. Yeah. The nerve of those women. The nerve of them.
No. But
wait, Zulu, real quick, Zulu. It gets even crazier because I'm about to play the other two clips. It's one I just added to because homegirl thought she was slick until she got asked a different type of question. So let me play these because these two aren't as heavy as the other two, or as at least they don't look as tall as the sister that said she looked like Shrek to them. So let me play these two and then let's see what y'all got to say after that.
I feel more single.
Oh, BJ want the link? Okay, give me a second. I got you, BJ.
I feel more single being here. And as a black person, I don't have the, unfortunately, confidence to be like, oh yeah, let me just go up to that guy because the language barrier. And in Korea, it's very obvious that like white is the standard. White is like preferred, like a lighter shade. And if a white girl and a black girl were like standing next to each other, I feel like 9 times out of 10 they would choose the white girl because it's kind of what they've been shown as popular and mainstream and attractive.
When it came to dating, have you had any trouble as a person of color?
To be honest, I haven't really had much of an issue. Like, I haven't really had anyone be like, I like you, but I don't date black people or something like that. I've been lucky in that sense. Yeah.
Well, do you ever get fetishized?
Good question. I have. Many times people have come up to me being like, oh, you know, I actually do love black girls. Why? Because, you know, it'll be like the guys that are super into like the rap scene and they're like, yeah, I love hip hop, like I love black women, like blah blah. And I don't know, I think it puts me off a little bit. Yeah. Like I'm not even American. Like I'm Spanish. Like what are you talking about hip hop?
You can't escape us. You cannot escape us. Even hey, you notice, and she was like, I'm good. I don't get called any kind of N-words. She didn't say that, but still. And then once he was like, do you get fetishized? And it was like, it crashed.
If I'm a Korean dude and you ain't hip hop or from black American culture, what use are you?
Why are you here?
Oof.
What use are, if you're not coming with the flavor
of Black Americans, what am I benefiting from you?
No,
all
Black,
you are being is really an outcast, or outcast.
But Black Uru, she answered your question. She answered your question. You said, what use is she? She answered the question when he asked, "But are you fetishized?" Boom! All you are is sex. That she answered the question.
But even part of the fetish is the presumed proximity to American blackness.
Yes.
So at least
Yep.
I'm banging Lil Kim or somebody, and that's a dated reference.
No.
But
Yep.
At least I'm getting with something connected with.
For her and her look, it would be
cultural thing, Beyonce or I don't know,
Rihanna or somebody or one of them.
What's even more interesting is though, I think what one of the videos you showed, Z, it was the more heavy set chick. I think she might have been talking about Korea, where she said she had she developed a obsession.
Oh yeah, here we go.
You tried dating foreigners then?
There were a lot of African men who were trying to talk to me at the time. I was not interested. And to be honest, I think I had an obsession with Korean men. And it wasn't really an obsession, it was pride. I felt insulted by the fact in some areas of the culture, they have a very negative view of Black women, especially plus size Black women. Like they're not good enough to be in a relationship with. And I was just thinking to myself, I am more than good enough to be in a relationship with. And I'm not I could date a Korean man if I want to.
You were trying to prove that that's false, basically.
Yeah. I feel like it was kind of pride. Yeah. And also a bit of, I maybe an obsession as well, which I'm so glad that God brought me out of as well. Bloop. So, but anyway, cause I don't gotta prove nothing to nobody.
And Cat.
Before anybody go, let me make sure I gotta say this, and then you got a compassionate and BGS is up. Y'all already know elder privilege. Let me say this again. For you to be in South Korea, African brothers who are in South Korea are trying to get at you. And for you to say, no, I'm not interested, and then you go try to prove yourself to South Korean men. Oh my God. The irony. Oh my God. This couldn't be more evident. Go ahead.
That's what makes it crazy work. Is that what she was telling the truth about was that contempt, that anti-blackness that she spoke to that the South Koreans have actually inspired her to try to prove it wrong.
Yep.
And change their mind.
And let me say,
and that's why I'm all for the Korean dudes over there.
Exactly, Uru.
Yeah, I want Zhong Yi to give them the full treatment over there.
But she said she was insulted by African men.
Yeah.
That's the funny part, though.
That was the other telling part, BGS. She started out with saying, no, I was good on the African men over there. But the Korean men that hated my guts, I couldn't get enough of them niggas.
No. It's emotional damage.
Like they would, like Master Yao said, emotional masochists. Okay?
Wait. Here's something. This is the thing that stands out to me about this whole thing even more. It's the attempting to prove yourself. And compassion. It's not hatred. It's worse than hatred. It's indifference. It's worse than hatred. The South Koreans don't even know you enough to hate you. They never liked you or loved you to hate you. They're just, man, you're not interesting to me. Moving along. Man, I'm not interested.
Okay, what they won't say, which is they won't say the quiet part out loud, right? Okay, because guess who doesn't have problems dating in Korea?
Oh, white women.
The men.
Black men.
Black
men do not have problems dating in Korea or Japan or Africa or Latin America or the Philippines
or Germany
or blah 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 blah. So basically, what this is,
I had a Korean exchange student for 2 years.
I remember you saying this. Yep.
And the only guy she dated was black guy.
Yes. Yeah. There you go.
In fact, I was a little bit concerned. And when she stopped, she was only supposed to be with us for a year. She came back an additional year.
Yeah.
And she wanted to continue to stay with us, but my daughter was a couple of years ahead of her. And you could only be in the program if you had a child that was still in school. My daughter had graduated, went on to college, and she went to another family, and get this. She went to another black family, and get this. Single black father.
Yep.
With black daughter. Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
So black men don't have any problem with Korean women.
No, they don't. And basically, what she's saying, because she could have dated the African men. What she's saying, I want to prove I can do the same things that you do, because the African men over there can date Korean women.
And let me prove it to everybody, to exactly to what BGS said. And here you go with Germany.
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience,
a novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
Why do we need to recognize
that? You know why, BGS.
You got to acknowledge your privilege. Don't say, God damn it,
thank you.
Our privilege. Now what?
Now what? Exactly.
BGS, it's called second fiddle syndrome.
Yep.
They basically the bench players on the team that's low key hating on the starters.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. That's all.
No, they're the people in the stands hating on the starters. Okay.
I've said this, and when I say this, I want to stress this for any woman listening, black women listening, because I don't actually say it with glee. I actually mean that.
I say it with glee.
Y'all have to. BGS, you know where I'm going. You know I'm going. Black women have to come to terms with it's us or no way. Because the rest of the world do see black men as the beautiful ones in the black race. And y'all know it as black women, and like Compassionate said, y'all hate from the stands about it. It's not something that black men ask for. It's not something that black men advocate for. Black women, you know it. That's why y'all try to mock us with the big dick and swag thing. Because non-black men and women see black men as the beautiful ones, and y'all know it. And I'll pause right there.
If you can see, I don't know if you where you are, Z, but if you can see that one, you can pull that one up if you can see it.
Give me a second.
Well, what disappointed me since I've been living here is the amount of coonery that I've seen.
I remember this.
And sorry to say, but it's mainly from black men from America. The way that I have to watch y'all treat me and my fellow black sisters like shit, but treat the Japanese women all delicately like they're special flowers is insane. The amount of times that I've met black men from America who give people the N-word here is crazy. I recently went to a club and this black guy was asking me how my experience is here dating, and I was telling him, and then he was like, well, I'm in heaven here because, you know, they like fetishize us, so they be worshiping us and doing whatever the fuck we want, so I'm in heaven. What? None? Or the black men that'll be talking to me, and then when we get done, they're like, I enjoyed the conversation. You're so cool. I love black women. I worship black women. I wish there was more in Tokyo. And then we'll go over to their Japanese girlfriend and then talk shit about us. When black American men get over here, the coonery be on 10. Y'all need to pipe down because they do not give a fuck about y'all.
No, ma'am. Actually, what you're saying is they don't give a fuck about y'all. That's what you're actually saying.
Here's a simple response.
Let's do this. Lion then Zulu. Lion then Zulu. And then we'll work around because I know Leon got to go too. So Lion, Zulu, then Leon. We got to make space for Leon because I know he's probably at work. So go ahead. I'm lying.
Well, here's my response, and I'm channeling Michael Blackson from next Friday. Kiss my ass. So what? So what? Like, I'm getting tired
with the African accent, the heavy ass African accent.
Kiss my ass. So what? Like I'm tired of y'all bitching about being fetishized. Like y'all don't fetishize other men.
Yeah.
Like y'all don't talk about that though. Like when we bring up that book, The Dating Divide, about how y'all love y'all some white men.
Oh shit! God damn, like
and swear that they're loyal. Yeah.
And swear y'all loyal.
What did Chris Brown say?
But y'all come at us.
These hoes ain't loyal.
Y'all know y'all being fake. Because you'll come to black men and be like y'all know y'all being fetishized. You does it look like we give a fuck? You think we care?
It doesn't occur. It doesn't.
Well, you know what it is. It doesn't translate. Real quick compassion. It doesn't. Going to what you're saying. It doesn't translate to women that our experience as men and what we value is different than them, and it doesn't make it wrong. And it doesn't make it wrong because go ahead.
Put yourself in the position of somebody who thinks that you're supposed to be worshipped by this group of people.
Yes.
And then this whole group of people that is larger than you or that group of people worships that group of people who is supposed to be worshiping you.
Yes.
Yep.
That's the position of black women.
How
like dare you, a plebeian, be worshipped by all those other people when you're supposed to be worshiping me?
In other words, you're beneath us. How can they worship?
Yeah, you're beneath us. So, but why are the Japanese and the Koreans and the Germans all posing up under you when you're supposed to be worshiping me?
Exactly.
Let me do this real quick. Let me read this, and then we gotta have Leon. Yeah, real quick, Leon. Let me read this. And then 414 money because it's going for his black who just spoke. And 414 money says, "Ooh, Wallen, but on point. Give it to him, OG. Give it to him raw, OG." And then go ahead, Leon. And thank you for the super chat 414 money because it's true. Right.
So BGS knows this history, and like I said, I was with my friend Stephen Lee yesterday, hanging out, cooking, and he brought up what it was. If you look at the Japanese and Chinese history, and you see that they basically colonized both sides of Korea, he says his people were practically slaves to Japan, or they had the choice to assimilate to China. Okay. And they said, even though America came during those periods and steamrolled the communists, as they say, they view white people as their saviors, because if white people then assimilate and do business with them, they would not have their own country. So
they would be speaking Japanese.
Yes, or Chinese. So they view white people as their saviors. So they assimilate to white people. But he said, even with the low birth rates, it's not a last resort to assimilate with any other group. It's not racism. They're finally free. Their women were put in S work and trafficked with the Japanese. Same with the Chinese. And so it's this thing that the ladies think that it's racism when they're finally free to have their racial purity.
So let's do this. Let's Compassionate, you got it, and then Zulu, go ahead, Compassionate, because we cut you off. Nasty, go ahead.
Yeah, no, definitely did. I damn near forgot what the fuck I was saying. But no, it was no, go ahead. Somebody else go, because I definitely
look. We got the boomers up here. You gotta be look. We can't be losing in front of the boom. Look, you over here forgetting your thoughts. Look, we gotta be on point.
You took it to a whole. You got me thinking about Korean history and shit. I don't even lost
Go ahead, Zulu. Go ahead.
All right.
Nah, man. I'm telling you, like, when I actually did go to Japan, right? I went there with the what is it? The translator, like the phone translator. Like, what is it called? It's like it's the one you can put in your ear and you give it to another person.
Yeah.
Even when I went down there, granted, I speak no Japanese, not at all. I probably can say a few words here and there. I got played down there when I was down there. So it was kind of funny when she was saying like, and it's not more. It's because it's more of the fact that you were just interesting to them. Like, it's not even like people say like, oh, you really worship like you're a god. No, it's not even like that. When you really go over there, more like, oh, they show me pictures of their family necessarily hugging some army dude necessarily from the 70s or 40 or the 70s or 80s or something like that, whatever time frame it was. And then it's another guy. He's showing me a picture. What is it? It's this black dude and this white dude fighting necessarily. I think white dude trying to hang up like a Confederate flag or whatever, and you got the black dude fighting him or whatever that says taking the flag down, and like he has the picture of it, right? And he just showing me this stuff. I'm like, oh, this is like history right here, right? So for me, when y'all go down there, it's not like you getting worshipped. People just actually respect you as an individual because of what you did, your people have done over a certain amount of time for you. So I you just got crazy.
But let me do this, because somebody want me to play this for BTS, so I'm gonna play it. And Inspired Truth says 5 hours Z question mark. Yeah, we got about 30 minutes we could play with. We got about 35 minutes. Okay, so and thank you for the super chat, Inspired Truth. Thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna read the other one in a minute. And Saint here says, Z, you gotta show BGS the 2 Asian chicks toying themselves to death, and I'll play it. Here we go. And BGS said, here you go, get ready to get a good chuckle, and here we go, we'll play them back to back.
Do you want to know how thoroughly and deeply single I am? I was in the shower, getting all up in my cooter, washing my business, and I was feeling a little sore. And I was thinking about the other night. I fucked myself. There was no one bending me over. I was bending myself over. I was pondering and reminiscing on me bending myself over.
Serious talk right now? Okay, you know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. And before some people are like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using my, okay, there's a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and like literally like it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
Sounds like a Gen Z problem. Sounds like a Gen Z problem.
Saint said she beat her own boss.
Hey, man, I help out with that, man. We like
she put it on herself, though. She put it on herself.
Y'all let Black Guru, and then she's oh my god, what you was gonna say, Black Guru?
Y'all not listened to, because initially I just kind of applied my, Chicago 80s perspective on that. I'm like, well, where they at? Where the hoes at?
Right.
But now that I listened to it a second time, they both sound like some very depressed women.
They are. They're
who are so depressed.
Yeah.
That they've taken themselves to the point of, because sex allows you to some degree to momentarily mask, orgasm or whatever, to mask how depressed you are. And I think all that doing this to the point in which they're like almost about to injure themselves. Sound like some very depressed women.
Men been doing this forever. Men could have told you this shit it doesn't work like that. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why women think they work differently.
And the more you do it, the more numb.
The more numb you get to it. Yeah.
Yep. To the first girl, go find you a heavy set brother, and y'all go sell out in the sunset, Ian Donuts. Into the second one, she's kind of cute, so I don't even understand what your issue is. You got to be a film star like BGS is, because I don't even understand what your issue is.
I will accept that mission. I will accept that mission.
All right.
I got it.
Lion said, I got something.
Yeah, but the big girl got to be from down in the South, because she said cooter. I said, okay.
Yeah, she did say cooter. Yeah, she did say cooter.
Maybe I was thinking she hanging out with some black girls or something.
Yeah,
maybe
you down south.
Maybe.
But you're talking about banging my cooter. I said, okay, you're not.
Yeah, that's south.
She could be switcher though. But she said she was in the shower, so she probably used the shower nozzle as well.
Ain't no telling.
Yeah.
I mean,
wait a minute.
Young men use socks. Okay, so people are creative like that.
Yeah.
And let me read this real quick from Better You. And Better You says, I'll solve this problem. My new clit hammer A300 will get you there in under 3 minutes, guaranteed.
To me, I mean, again, this is my 1980s view. Y'all need to try to stroll up on some of these Asian chicks y'all see out here. That's kind of what.
Apparently, the white guys aren't catching all of them.
Yeah,
the white guys aren't getting all of them.
Evidently not. Well, a lot of white guys, especially Gen Z, man. A lot of guys, black and white, man, have gone MGTOW, man. They don't engage.
Yeah. They've seen what happened to the men in their families, so they had no choice.
They backed off. And then feminism taught these women to be mean and snarky. You know, Because I saw that with the millennials coming up, man. You know, when they greet you, man, they with snark. I said, it's like I had to say once, you bitch, do I know you? You come up and greet me with snark. I don't know you. So this has probably only gotten worse, and and it's hard enough for guys to approach as it is with a bunch of snarky chicks. They don't want to go through that. So
well, the thing about that, I think
one time. Who's first?
The thing about the social aspect that's not being said is that this social awkwardness is only being pushed on men, and that's complete bullshit. A lot of these women are socially awkward.
Oh, they're worse. Well, women think they're the social butterflies, but they're not. Men have to do all the entertaining.
No, that's not true at all. They suck at conversation.
Yes, they do.
Their lives are not interesting at all.
At all.
No.
There's nothing interesting about their lives. Like they only it's bad when all they want to talk about is somebody else or something on social media.
You know what? The thing that because I listen to my daughters and I listen to the women in my family, and all they talk about is going to eat.
Yeah.
That's the most interesting thing in their lives. Where you go to eat.
They turn brunch into like a religion.
Into a religion.
Yeah.
It's a religion.
Let me say so black like if you remember the Rogers Report said something like this years ago, exactly what y'all are saying now. We're the interesting ones, not them, because we're the ones who have to develop a personality. We're the ones who have to approach. We're the ones who have to and I laugh at all of this talk of men need to develop a personality. Men are not likable, as Leisha Miller said, as other women, white and black and Latina and Asian feminists have said. I don't know what world y'all live in where, and I'm purposely being antagonistic and mean. What world y'all live in where all these interesting ass women are falling all over the place? As said earlier, I'm trying to brunch what the hell y'all doing.
No. Go ahead, Duro. Now come
in the past, women they were supposed to be nice, hospitable, which encouraged men to invest in doing things to entertain them. Take them to places, take them out, take them vacation, whatever. But their part of it is they had to be nice and open and hospitable and ideally relatively chaste, if not virgin. That was the ideal, but certainly minimal exposure to other men. That was what they brought. They weren't really historically bringing excitement and adventure and some activity of great sports accomplishment or whatever. They were supposed to be nice, pleasant, hospitable, gracious people who encouraged and inspired and served as a form of muse for what the men had inside of them. That's what their role was. But they're not doing any of that now. So, which is unfortunately has also had a negative effect on a lot of younger men, because that energy where you would have been inspired and motivated and wanted to create art and all these kind of things, they're not a conduit of that energy now. And that's why I said, y'all got to get out. Y'all got to get some other women or go some other places or whatever, because you got to let that energy flow out of you. Otherwise, it will just corrupt you as well.
What they're saying is that you need to be more interesting. What it means is that men need to be more entertaining to them.
Yeah, but men can only be entertaining to them if they are the kind of women that you would want to entertain.
Well, what I'm saying is when I translate what they're saying about men getting a life and having more blah blah blah, men are already that. Even the lamest nerd that I've met is far more interesting than most women. Okay,
that's true.
Things women, what women are actually saying, you've been married, but saying is, I've been through enough of these chicks, okay? And basically, what they really want you to do is tune your interest, okay, your supposed interest to what they like. Entertain me, And even when
so we're supposed to go to a bunch of brunches and go traveling around the world so we could take pictures and show off to our friends.
You're supposed to figure out where to take them, how to keep them interested, how to entertain them, how to have sex with them, how to talk to them, how to listen to them. All this shit is supposed to be on you, okay? And if you're not, then you're a failure.
basically.
Yeah. So in other words, what you're saying is we're supposed to
I
do.
miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
I mean, look at you, Mr. Z, when you're out there, right? Okay, you had to dress like they wanted to dress. You had to speak like
That's
they
true.
wanted you to speak. You had
That's
to
true.
know where to take them. You had to know what to say
That's
to
true.
them. You had to carry the conversation. And if you
I
if
did.
you couldn't do all that, you were lame, right?
Yeah, that was still a lame, but a tolerable lame at that point.
And then you had to earn enough money to support them, right? On
And
top of
that's
that,
where I
right?
failed.
And that's where you failed. So at what part did they give you? Did you get a return on investment? Where they actually were interested in you?
Up until my lady, there was one other one, but out of maybe in a couple years, let's say I dated a dozen women in a span of maybe 2 years. Two. It was one in my lady. That's it.
Yeah. Because my problem is, one is because I worked a blue collar job, right? So I had to date outside my class, and one matchmaker told me, see, you need to find somebody that's your match, okay? And everybody that I've been, maybe one was closest, it's closest. But thing is that outside of that, I know what the problem was in my relationships. Basically, after you have sex, and I had to build the relationship around what she wanted, because she could not rise up to the point where she was interesting to me. I said, my baby mama, she used to cry sometimes because she wasn't interesting to me. She couldn't figure it out. Okay. There's nothing she could do to make herself interesting to me.
That seems like work, man. That seems
it
like
is work.
It is.
It's emotional labor and then some.
I mean, anybody on the panel that's dated, okay? What part of her did she make an effort to make herself interesting to you?
Yeah.
None.
I'm honest. Okay. I'm honest. Okay. Be honest about it.
She like anime. I think that was one thing. She like anime. She like anime.
And when she did, basically what she interpreted doing stuff for you about stuff that she liked, not with stuff that you like.
I would say anime. Well, it's not like this chick I'm talking to she didn't really know about anime, but she was interested, and she was like, I got no problem watching it with you because I'm interested.
I have no problem watching it with you, but what part of that did she make an effort to learn about it, know about it, engage in you with it?
She would ask questions about the story and what's going on in the characters and stuff like that.
Did she bother to learn the characters and get into
on her own,
geek them on her own,
on her own,
engage with you?
Own,
yes.
Past. Well, that's when the timing gets a little dicey about like, did she come back?
That sounds like a no, man.
Go. Yeah,
that's a no.
I mean, you can push back. I mean, there are exceptions to everything.
It's not even like necessarily about pushing back, but I get what you're saying. Like, she would go off and then watch it herself and then come back. Yeah, that hasn't happened.
Or I mean, how you learned it? Okay, say you're dating a woman, right? Or you're dating a group of women, right? And they're into food and restaurants and stuff like that. You will actually go out and research restaurants. You go figure, go tasting and stuff like that. So I can take her here, I can take her there. Okay, she likes this kind of music. Let me listen to some music and see what she really likes and get into it. And you will get into the whole scene so that you can go talk to her about that stuff.
Is that ever returned?
Here it goes. Here's a perfect example. Mr. Z hasn't been to a museum since goddamn high school. Guess what? Since I've been in a relationship with Miss Z, we've been to 5 or 6.
What type of museums?
5. Name it. 5 or 6. That's not the point, Name it. Like, please, we don't derail to get into the details. Don't get into the details to derail. Yes, you are. Yeah. So yeah, no, we've been to 5 or 6. So we've been, to answer your question, Nemo, we've been to Botanical Garden. We've been to the Frost Museum down here in Miami. We've been to a joint out in Boca that where a Japanese guy moved to Florida, and he like bought a bunch of land, and he used to like till the land and whatever, and then they turned the land that he bought into a museum, and then all the rest he donated to the state. So yeah. So we've been to like about 5 or 6. I can't pin it down, but 5 or 6. Yeah. And because going to what BGS said, because I care. So I'm going to museums now. And there you go.
I would raise that, and I would say the same thing for me, Z, because there is someone I'm like kind of seeing now in two places we've done. Been to a Mexican restaurant and this other it wasn't a museum, but you know those presentations where they be having the lights, it'd be like those theaters, it'd be like a damn quote unquote light show, like on the screen. Yeah, just went to one of those in Charlotte not too long ago.
Excuse me, master teacher.
Yeah.
To what you're saying about this thing about people being interested in other things. For example, there's a former friend of mine. 5'3", Eurasian, husband's his wife. They met in high school and they got to know each other. And when they started dating, to his shock, she was well versed in Star Wars because that was something he was deep into. Now, these are late 80s millennials.
Okay.
Once he found and when when she saw his action figures and said, "Oh, this is that and the third," and then for some reason he started quizzing her, asking her, "What's this?" She answered it, this, that.
Okay.
That's what solidified the deal that they were together, and they've been together, married, and with 2 kids right now. So
yeah, and it something very small. She didn't have to do the whole. I understand everything that you do. I'm trying to entertain you. She just had to understand him and accept his idiosyncrasies, and that was solid stuff, right? It doesn't take much from men. Well, that's what drove me into monkhood, man. That's my last girl, man. I got tired of carrying this shit. I got tired of worrying about Mother's Day.
Is it heavy?
Mother's Day and Valentine's Day and Christmas, her birthday, and yada yada, all this other shit, and date nights and stuff like that. Because I hear date night, and for guys that need to maintain a relationship, you need to go do it. You need to go. When I hear guys say date night, I never hear it like, okay, I'm really gonna enjoy this. I'm really gonna go out with my girl. I'm having a really good time. I said, okay, there's some shit I got to do to keep her happy.
Yeah, it's like Patrice O'Neal had a bit about that in his album. He talked about how he went and dated. He talked about here's the frustrations that men have when they like take a girl out for dinner. Like when we start asking questions like, so what do you like? And like, I don't know. That's it. So what are you into? I don't know. There's that. You basically want us to figure out what's so special about you when you don't even know yourself.
She doesn't. She's learning from you. Okay. Because every woman I've ever been with, when she did something interesting, she told me the guy that she learned it from. They're learning from you. They want you. Men are the explorers, unfortunately, right? So they're looking to get weak so you can go out and explore and bring that shit back to them. Okay.
Exactly.
And then they either they do got to thumbs it up or thumbs it down. Okay.
Yeah. May I read the super chat, Z?
Let me. I got it. And Gil Gabby says, not only did they numb themselves down there, they also numbed themselves up there as well with all that men and media exposure. And let me play this the funnier one, the one that's funny to me. Let me play it one more again, and here you go.
Serious talk right now? Okay. You know how there's medication for people with really low libido? What about people with high libido? Then what? I'm tired of reading smut and freaking grinding on a tree. Okay. And before some people were like, oh yeah, you could just use your rose toy. I stopped using my, okay, there's a little bit of TMI. Stopped using my rose toy like a while ago because I fucking numbed myself. And why does no one talk about that? Why does no one talk about using your rose toy too much to the point where you fucking numb yourself and like literally like it's bad. It's so fucking bad if you use it way too much.
As guys been trained by pimps and players, bitch, you a hoe, and you know you hoe, you need to put a patch on so you can get pregnant and go out and make some money.
Go out and
make some money.
They ain't got the heart for that BGS. They don't got it.
Yeah.
If your drive is that high, go ahead and use it, okay? Because you're not gonna be faithful to one guy anyway.
Yeah. Oh, good point right there. Because remember,
go ahead and read it. Go ahead, Nima. I thought you would. Okay, go ahead and say what you were going to say, and then you can read this. Go ahead.
In fact, I'll read this for you. Gilgami, my apologies for what I'm about to do.
Okay.
Okay. Whether it's sex, first of all, thank you for the $5.57 Canadian. Like he says, whether it's with sex, relationships, or entertainment, women are like Scotch tape. After sticking it on different surfaces, it doesn't stick anymore. I like that analogy.
That is true.
Oh, also he sent another one. He also sent another one. Message deleted. He said, message deleted by Neymar. Hey, Yogami, you know I got to do this. You know, hey, this is the only thing I can do. Show my love for all y'all. You know, it's all love. But
man,
BGS, I remember you talked about the alpha widow.
Yeah.
Back in the day, and I was trying to explain to Z, but hell, it just flies over his head and
he knows what it
straight
is.
the scalp.
Yeah. Anybody that's dated knows what the fuck the
alpha widow. Yep.
And like what I said was, but like you had mentioned, sir, the only people who can because like she said, this woman numbed herself out. The only two type of women who cannot numb themselves out are those with some form of schizophrenia and those with bipolar, especially when they go through a manic episode.
Yeah, she sounds like she's bipolar.
Yeah. So,
hey, I'm just trying to fix the pipes. I ain't trying to fix the mind.
No, unfortunately, you got to fix the mind. That's it, because remember, here's the problem.
If you park too good, then she's gonna follow you.
Yeah, and Leon, what you fail to realize is this. Sorry, Lion, what you fail to realize is this.
And she'll smash the windows in your car.
Right.
But Lion, you failed to realize something.
That song was a travesty. She should have been thrown in prison for that goddamn song. Smash the windows on my car, lady. I'm going to prison.
Lion, what you fail to realize, the lips on her face are directly connected with the lips down there. So she frowns with the upper ones. She definitely frowns with the lower ones. That's the thing that people forget about. But KMS, thank you for the $20. He says,
Anyway,
the problem with women's historical fall. Hold on. The problem with women's historical fallback plan of relying on family for support is that they are no longer making families to support them. The best time to plant a tree is 30 years ago. The second best time is for your child.
Who let LAR up? I didn't even know that LAR was up here. But okay.
Oh, good point by D. Wait, D also mentioned something here. Bring up that. Bring it up. What D said just now. Borderline personality disorder. I have that disorder, and I can tell you, when sometimes we have a weird fixation on like that. Our drive is like a little. My drive can be a little out there sometimes, but I'm an outlier.
Wait, we gotta finish up KMS comment because he had dropped another one. Go ahead.
Thank you for another $20. He says, continuing. Let me change the voice up for this one. The women have assaulted the very earth that they are now demanding bear fruit for them. Modern women in aggregate have sown nothing into men over the past 60 years. So they will reap nothing. Credit card maxed out. I piss people. Hey, Z, I do piss people off, and I make y'all laugh at the same time. It's the extreme ends you're gonna do with me. There's what it is.
I hear you. Hey, that credit card has been maxed out, KMS. That credit card has been maxed out. Declined.
Actually, we're at the collection. Actually,
we're in the collection agency.
You said not the collection agent. Because what we got going on right now in today's society. What's going on today in society right now? This is a collection agent. It's time to collect.
Say that.
Oh, the repo. Think of the repo. The repo.
Yeah,
man.
we put the boot on already. The boot's on already. The boot's on already.
Oh, Lion has a super chat as well. Split Gem. He says, has anyone ever heard of the drawbridge exercise to not victim blame?
No, I don't think so. Maybe
he continues. He continues over here with this.
He says the drawbridge exercise is centered around a baroness who makes terrible decisions and then gets murked by a madman. It framed as no matter how dumb your decisions, you, the woman, is not to blame. The exercise is searchable.
Okay.
Leon's got one. Leon's got a super chat.
Yeah, I gotta read. I'm gonna read Leon's. I'm purposely waiting for his Leon be trying to get my trying to delete with his comments sometimes. Exactly. So I never heard of the drawbridge, but that makes perfect excuse. No, the drawbridge exercise, I never heard of it, but it makes perfect sense to me with how women speak. That it inevitably it is the nearest man's fault. So I've made that comment before, but I didn't know they actually had a term for that. Right,
they got terms for everything, but
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. Right. So so the drawbridge exercise says no matter what a woman does with it, but you know what? Kim Foster did say that. She did. She did. She did say if it don't matter if you're good. Remember when she was doing That was around her time of like going off on the Brittany Renner thing, and it's like it doesn't matter if you're a good woman. It doesn't matter. Yeah, and that is what it is. It doesn't matter because the end result.
The issue with this drawbridge analogy, and in particular referencing to a baroness, a baroness is supposed to have a baron.
Yes.
So a baroness isn't even supposed to be, which is an inherent, I guess, flaw with Black women, because a baroness isn't even supposed to be the person making any sort of ultimate decisions. The baron is supposed to be making those decisions.
Unless she poisoned the baron.
Exactly.
Or she inherited.
And even then, soon after that, technically she's supposed to get married off to some other aristocrat.
Well, unless she's a spinster and she's past that wall.
Well, yeah.
That too. Yeah. Excuse me. The Red Falls Black. First of all, I just want to say, the death cross. More people are dying than being born. D.W. Unwin says this is a death spiral for civilization. Once it happens, there is no reversing it.
They haven't recorded one what's been able to be reversed.
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh.
Wait, say that again. Say that again, BGS. I missed that.
I said they've never seen a society recover from a death death spiral. That's why they're so afraid of it. Yeah.
Oh. Death spiral.
Yeah. Well, the problem is the things you would have to do. Like I said, I've said this before. You could probably cure most of the problems in America if you suspended the Constitution and its amendments.
It wouldn't be America anymore, though.
It wouldn't be America anymore. But you probably would solve a lot of problems.
And America probably would break up if it did.
My point is that usually what it takes to reverse it, the cost and the effort that it would take to reverse it is maybe more onerous than even
not really okay, this is what me and Nameless have done like 6 years of work in this. If you want to reverse it, what you have to do is de-urbanize.
But they're not gonna what's gonna be the impetus of de-urbanizing?
Basically the reason you urbanize in the first place is for work. And if you decentralize work, then people will move where the work is. So you can do it. It will be costly, but it can be done if they really wanted to do it. I don't think they really want to do it.
I think the plutocrats like concentrations of populations because it better helps them to funnel their power.
It does, and it's cheaper to bring services to people in aggregate. Okay, it's that much cheaper to do it, to actually share the resources amongst 1 million people rather than trying to distribute amongst populations of 50,000. So that's why they do it.
Right, which also explains why gentrification became a thing.
Yes. Because suburbs started drying up.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. And let me do this. I want Lion to read this one from Better You. Lion, if you don't mind reading this from Better You, please and thank you.
What is it? Let me see. Justin, ladies.
Wait, Lion. You gotta do it in an advertiser voice. Read it in an advertiser voice. You gotta.
Oh, I got it. Justin, ladies. The new and improved box beater 9000 Pro is guaranteed to get your juices flowing. We are not responsible for any stains or left ceilings.
Left on ceilings. Everything. Y'all are ridiculous today.
Oh wait.
Oh man.
Give me the next one. Give me the next one, Z.
Okay. And Guy Incognito says, and go ahead.
Oh, hang on. Since he mentioned the Republicans, hang on. Shout out to my man up in UAE's fasting. In the Black manosphere and not Republican tax, your swear jar $5. Oh, baby. Oh man, I fucked
True.
up.
There's a number of us. I'm not the only one that's not conservative. BGS is more centrist. Black Rule is more centrist. There's a number of centrists, but on like any type of claiming, any type of more left of center, that's a little bit more. Especially right now, people are embarrassed.
I am agnostic, and I've been agnostic for quite since '92.
Yeah. But people are more. I get real quick, name. But people, I think, especially right now, where man talk and male talk is right now.
Mm-hmm.
a lot of people are embarrassed to admit that they have either left of center views or they might be left of center. So that's why they're real quiet right now. And don't worry, when it's cool to be that, they'll start talking again. But Mr. Z is just going to clear.
What is it? The code breakers came out of their hiatus, so they're.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, they
But the difference between me and the code breakers is, you notice with the whole election, I was like, and I admitted when I said I don't know until the attempt on his life. That's what I called it with Black Uru. I was like, yeah, that one, no, he got it. But before that, I didn't know which direction this was going to go. I think the code breakers claim they put a stake in the ground, and I was like, I don't know, y'all. To me, it was too. I don't know. I didn't want to claim that. I didn't. So that's why I did it. So
yeah. They came out with the internal numbers, and they said Biden would have lost by 400 electoral votes. It was bad.
Like where everybody said. Like everyone said.
Yes.
The hell out of here. Yeah. Thank you, AB.
About the conservative stuff, I'm like, would you just learn that?
So the thing is, you claim to be an insider and you missed it. Come on now.
No, a lot of people missed it though, BGS. A lot of people missed it. A lot of clever supposed insiders missed it. So
they're supposed. Say that again about a supposed.
Suppose you heard me. You know what I'm saying. There's a lot of supposed insiders missed it. You know what I'm saying when I say that. Propaganda. Anyway, keep going. Go ahead.
Z. Leon's got.
I swear to God, if you go off top, I swear if you go off top, there you go.
No, Z. No, Leon's got a super chat. That you forgot.
Is it a new one? No, I did not forget it. I'm purposely not.
No, the one that says lasagna and spaghetti.
Yes, I know. I'm purposely not reading it. I said this earlier. I don't know if you heard. Yeah, I'm purposely not reading it yet. Leon knows I'm not reading it. Leon will make comments in the comment about me not reading his super chat. You know.
Well, in that case,
this is what we do.
Stop the bullshit, man. Stop the bullshit.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Hey, Z.
Go ahead, Andy.
Did you see the I want to get your thoughts as lefty. Did you see the select fighter ad that the Democrats been trying to pull recently?
No, please send it to me so I could rant on it.
Yeah.
Please. That's what I'm gonna do.
And here's the scary part. It says woke as you think it is.
Oh boy.
Let me know when it's time to go lefty hunting, Z.
Look, I am so. Look, BGS, you don't understand this whole election. I've been rubbing my temples. I've been having a goddamn conniption and fit with the way this election. I've ranted a little bit the day after the election. Everybody that caught it. I did a little rant last week, but I'm really trying to suppress the anger of what's going on. It's really hard because oh my God, I think there's almost like a back. It's like Mr. Z want to put on his like tinfoil hat and be like, ain't no way like y'all not getting chipped off. There's no way there's not some backroom deal to like get to lose on purpose. Okay, there we go. Thank you. They gotta be that.
They didn't lose on purpose. Basically, they try to keep alive a ideology that couldn't be kept alive.
A dying ideology.
They tried.
Well, that's the big gamble.
Yeah, and
that's the big. Yeah,
and they gambled.
No, so I'm willing to concede that. I'm saying real quick, Black. I'm willing to, but what I'm taking it a step further than that. You talking about the big gamble? Okay, if you take a gamble, you know that 50-50. It's 50-50, right? At the best, right? But I'm taking it a step further and saying it's almost like somebody is getting chipped off to misdirect this. And I'm not saying that's true. I'm saying that's what my tinfoil hat want to believe, because there's no way you're this incompetent. And for me, it's easier to go tinfoil than to admit that you're this incompetent. Right. And, go ahead, Black.
Misdirect. I don't know. You probably have to explain that one day about what you mean by misdirect, because I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
Well, I think what happened is, again, I think you have to go back to the Obama presidency and what that did to the Democratic Party going forward. Because the order was supposed to be Hillary, then Obama. So then you have a natural progression of new talent coming in generationally. But because Obama jumped line, then the old folks like Hillary and Biden, they wanted their turn too. And that has retarded, in my view, that has retarded the development of talent in the Democratic Party across the board. I think, and I think it not only has negatively impacted the presidency or pursuit of the presidency going forward, it has impacted Congress as well. Because if you have this weak, if you have a pre-comatose guy who is president, that has reverberations throughout the entire party, throughout the entire country. And is going to affect the next, is obviously it's a current affecting the current political environment, is going to affect the midterms, it's going to affect the next presidential election. And one of the reasons why I thought rather than running Kamala, they should have run a younger, talented person to prep that person to run. But I understand the logistics you described. But by making that decision, they retarded the party going forward. It'd have been better for them to because they spent $2 billion failing at getting Kamala elected. So that was a complete sunk cost, lost. You'd have been better off running some really compelling, young, energetic person. Even if they lost, you have a real person to take on JD Vance going forward. But you don't have that now.
The thing is, and this is why I've been explaining this. People on my Patreon know exactly what I'm talking about, right? What you have is the failure of the old-fashioned neoliberal unipolar order, right? Yeah. And that's what failed. Ukraine sunk that, okay?
Yep.
So it's gone. And everybody knows that it's gone. So they put all this money in trying to keep it alive, even down to Zelensky coming over begging Biden, and Europe trying to beg Biden to come back and keep this war going. They're trying to keep this unipolar. In fact, I'm going to do this video today about white supremacy. This unipolar neoliberal order trying to keep control of the planet.
Please do it.
It's gone. Okay,
I've been waiting.
Gone. It's gone. And the reason they couldn't put the reason they put Biden up in the first place is because he's with it. Okay, he's with the shit, right? And Biden said, if I can't continue this project, I need somebody that's willing to continue the project. Kamala's that girl, okay? Even though she wasn't capable of being president, okay, she was their last hope, okay? She's like Luke Skywalker on whatchamacallit, right? Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my last hope.
We believed in you.
Yeah, we believed in you. So basically, that's what it was. That's how come the neocons on the other side came and supported her. That's how come the Clintons, who are neoliberal and are unipolar and are a part of the neocons, came in and tried to keep this enterprise going, right? And
the Chinese.
And the Chinese. That's why it failed. And if you see once Trump got in, they start unraveling all this crap. Okay, all this stuff is starting to come unraveled as they knew it would. Okay, so what they're trying to do, that's why they're trying to put other black people in front to try to impeach Trump. They're trying to impede this. Okay, they're trying to keep this enterprise going. So it has really nothing to do with winning a party. Okay, it has something to do with, because they don't care whether it's Republican or Democrat in. It doesn't really matter to them. They're trying to keep this neoliberal unipolar moment going, and it's gone. Okay, and Trump is with it. Trump said, I'm not invested in it. Okay, that's like Trump said, we're gonna wind all this stuff up. Okay, we're gonna pull all this stuff out. We're gonna pull all this money. We're gonna pull all this stuff back into America. So we're not gonna try to do what we used to do, which is the fight. That's what it's all about. That's how come they try to keep him in, even though he's damn near comatose. And when they couldn't do it, say at the very least, put the money in behind her, because she will keep the apparatus that's around him in place.
Keep the order together.
Keep the order together. Yeah, that's what.
Let me read this from Better You, because it's hysterical. If you get your DBZ references, and he says they was better off hoping Krillin could be Perfect Cell.
Yeah.
If you understand Dragon Ball Z, that is hysterical.
And that's what Obama. That's what Obama and Pelosi was trying to tell him. I said, Joe, it's over. Okay. It's over. It's over. And what we try to do is limit the damage. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now you mentioned earlier that they could have ran Michelle. Well, if she wanted to run Michelle Obama, I honestly think that's no longer possible, and it's not because of what you said, BGS. That speech she gave, trying to shame all men for not voting for Kamala because she's a woman. I don't think white men are going to forget that, and Miss Ann ain't going to forget that either.
She might not. One thing I want to ask Uru before it
Go
is,
ahead.
Uru,
Yeah.
you're from Chicago. You know Chicago girls, okay? Now we think Michelle Obama's spaz is because she hates Trump. Is she spazzing out because Barack no longer wants to be married to her, or won't longer be with her because she spazzed out over that?
That's a good question.
I mean, I be honest with you, I'm not sure if it's Obama don't want to be remarried to her as much as she
Say
don't
that.
want to uphold the rules of being married to him
Okay.
as this post presidential thing.
Okay.
And you what you do is you juxtapose it to Bush Jr., Bush Sr., when both him and his wife, where they're this permanent fixture couple.
Yeah.
Into death do you part. Look, Carter was with Rosalind until she was 100 or whatever, 99, and then she died, and then he was 102, and I mean that's it.
Yeah.
And I don't think she wants to live that way. I think he would have been more inclined to live that way, but she would have had to sublimate herself in order to do that. And I think it goes all the way back to even when he ran. I don't think she ever wanted to be Barbara Bush.
Okay.
I don't think she ever wanted to be that.
Okay.
So she has the Aisha Curry complex, huh?
I think she got the Chicago.
Yeah, they don't. The Chicago women are a particular kind of gynocrat. They're not. There's a level of boldness about their gynocracy that is unique even to other groups of women in other parts of the country, particularly in socioeconomic influence, where they will wield soft power or a softer hand or more manipulation. Black women in Chicago expect to be your boss.
Yes.
And they want to tell folks they're your boss.
Yeah.
That's why when you see Michelle going on and very boldly saying, I hated him for 10 years and I wanted him to push him off a roof. And only black women from Chicago would say some shit like that.
How do you do it, man?
I think it's a particular kind of environment. It's a particular kind of environment.
What Uru has is he has Uru married into an upper class family.
Yeah.
And the gynocrats, the gynocrats in his family keep her in check because one, they believe in the man leading, and two, they don't want her embarrassing the family.
Yeah. There's economics, there's religion. Is a prominent part of it. There is connections to other people socially. Then your children become connected to other people socially. So it becomes this sort of interconnected maintenance of not just a marriage, but of a broader
family. It's a family. It's a family structure. And because I remember, Uru, if you don't mind me telling me, Uru actually said it. His mother and her grandmother and her mother keep her in check.
Oh, well, they did. They passed on. But I mean, in the early, if it had been just up to me, we'd have probably been divorced probably inside of 5 years.
Yep, 5 years.
Wow. Probably.
I want to say this real quick.
Go ahead.
No, real quick, everyone. No, because I'm glad that we're here because Black Rule, you have said that often, and I never got any the details of when you speak about how Chicago Black women are just a different type of gynocrat than the rest of the country. And I'm glad that we're here now because I've been wanting to ask you what do you mean by that for a little while now, and I'm glad that we're here.
Kiki Palmer and her mother.
Yeah.
Tiffany Henry, good lord.
Oh, I'll be going to jail, man. I would.
Is Elisa Ray from Chicago too, or her people?
Yes, she is.
You had a district attorney of one of the largest counties in the United States of America get charged with domestic violence.
Oh, Kim Fox, yeah.
She lives in they live in one of the most exclusive suburbs in Chicago. And her husband had to call the police on her. The district attorney of Cook County.
Oh, wow.
So this is a peer of Michelle Obama. I mean, they attorneys and Southside black girls, same generation. That's that same kind of Uber boss bitch kind of thing.
That's exactly where I was going to go. That goes to exactly what you were saying about them wanting to be your boss and telling everybody that they're your boss.
Yeah.
Remember Lisa Ray walked into that dressing room with that gun?
Yeah,
that's the Chicago woman.
You saw, you all have seen on the cocktail women. Even amongst them, Lisa Ray is a different kind of chick. Than
Yep.
There's a different. Those are different kind of women, man.
Yeah. Philly chicks, Philly chicks, and Chicago chicks are different.
Different, man.
Yeah. New York is kind of in the middle, but yeah, Philly chicks and Chicago chicks are different.
Blackaroo, I gotta ask you: is that how Tiffany Harriet got elected?
Yeah, she is now. She's a generation under me. But
sadly,
that's very much that boldness, that brashness, almost a kind of what do you call it? Not psychopathic, but sociopathic kind of
antisocial
view. No, it's not antisocial. It's sociopathic in the sense that there's a certain level of aloofness from
entitlement.
But it's ultra. It's like a disconnect from the impact of what you're doing, to other people and other situations because of the sort of vainglory you have.
Because up to election day, she was talking about she was going to win in the landslide.
She was surprised that they got her up out of there. She was surprised.
I mean, like this is really starting to kind of scare me in a sense, or well, I can say scare me, but let's say opening my eyes. I'm gonna say that, right? Like,
no, you said it right the first time. Go ahead. You said it right the first time. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Well, it is kind of scary because because I went to New York like a few times, and I just said I'll never date a chick from New York, and I've stayed to that promise. Like, so if you're telling me that like this place is worse than New York, in my brain, that place just needs to be burned down, right? In my personal opinion. But I'm not gonna go there.
Go get your Philly chick.
No, we ain't going that far. Like if it's worse than New York, I can't even go that far. But then, and the thing is, it's really hitting me hard now when BGS said a lot of these people really need to be sitting on somebody's couch, and like hear you explain that really put it into my head that.
Yeah, well, you've been in Africa. You know the difference, man. You know how insane African American culture is, man.
Yeah.
Let me give a list of.
Saint Cyr said New York chicks are pit bulls. I do think other women, like I said, I think other women are all black women to some degree. There's various degrees of gynocracy.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that level of supposed to be your boss, that's especially true in Chicago.
In Chicago, yeah.
Now you got to realize these girls came up on Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah.
Oprah Winfrey was the hottest in this town. I mean, so they all kind of came up with this mentality of this progression towards, they supposed to be the boss.
Chicago women like my bosses.
Yeah. Yes. Very much so. Very much so. Both amongst the women and the men, which is why you have so many brothers end up killing each other. Really connected to these women. So it's very much a mob kind of, and it's at all levels to some degree. And that's why you can have a Michelle Obama go to Princeton, go to Harvard, still acting like some chick on 69th Street.
The thing is when why she went to Princeton is because her brother went, and she said, "I'm smarter than him."
Yeah. Although it was probably the fact that her brother went there was probably why she was able to get in there to begin with.
It was. Yeah.
Yeah. When people would talk about, when people would talk about how does Tiffany Henry get away with this stuff? How could a woman like get elected? And I go back to this point. Well, if you look who runs Dalton, it's a bunch of single mothers.
Yeah.
This is what happens when single mothers run a town.
What happens when women get in run politics? That's what happens.
Yeah.
It's what you see.
Yeah.
And let me read this real quick. I got it. Let me read this real quick. And thank you. And Guy Incognito says, serious question. What percentage of black men in the black manosphere still exclusively date black women?
I would say at least 60 to 70%.
Yeah, so
I was gonna say 70. I was gonna say 70.
I would say 72.
Yeah.
I would say
It's very high. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. When you mean black women, like you mean just like
No, I mean
African American women,
black women.
Black women. Yeah. And I want to go into detail about that. I would argue, and I don't know if Black will remember me saying this years ago on the Roger Report's channel. Y'all using the word submission, and I've never used the word submission because I know most black men, and I'm about to call this out right now. We don't actually want submission. We want cooperation.
Yeah.
Oh, I want submission.
You don't actually. No, I'm saying maybe you do, Zulu, but I'm saying most black men, we're using the word submission, but really what you want is cooperation. Right.
Well,
I would argue most of the white guys want submission, but not black.
Here's the thing with submission as a black man. Let's look at the logistics and practicality of that. None of the women are being raised to be submissive.
Nope. No.
So in order for you to have a submissive woman,
yeah,
you got to be a fucking Genghis Khan type.
Yeah.
You got to ride hard on that woman, and most black men don't want to live like that.
And you're not raised.
Men don't want to live.
I mean, you're not raised to be that way. Okay?
Yeah.
You're not raised to be that way. You don't
So
know how.
the submission, brothers say, look, I just want us to be cooperative. I just want us to be. I think what black men want, and I think is probably what is optimal for most black men, is to have veto power. And but
I agree 100%.
Veto power very infrequently.
The thing is, and I've seen it initially when black men first really started dating white women or dating out, okay, and they get a submissive woman, they don't know what to do with her.
Right, they don't know.
Yeah, it took me a minute too.
Let me say this to it.
Oh, really?
I mean,
let me say this to it, Black, real quick, Zulu, real quick, and you got it. I said so. I'm glad Black Rule said the veto thing because I literally had this conversation with Miss Z 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that. And it was literally, I said, I want final say. That's all I want. I'm not going to debate you all the time. I'm not going to argue with you all the time. That's not me. That's not how I'm built. Not in relationship, at least. But that's all I care about. And so far, okay. You can't claim it to death. But so far, okay.
The rubber ain't hit the road yet.
Here's the thing about final.
Well, that's true.
Here's the thing about final say and veto power. You should seldom have to use it. You should very seldom have to use it. But the existence of it is a regulatory thing for the woman. Because she knows you have final say, is going to influence her behavior. And so she's going to then regulate herself about a lot of potentially sketchy stuff. So you don't have to. But she knows that if shit gets to a certain level, you can step in because she knows that it helps to kind of check and regulate her behavior. That's the value of that veto power.
You have final say of everything.
I agree. So Zulu, you were trying to say something, and then whoever go ahead. Who's trying to go?
I'm after Zulu. Then.
Go Zulu.
Yeah,
okay.
Basically, I was also saying just like with BGS and I, it took me a minute. Like it wasn't that long. It took like 3 months to like really adjust to like I won't be like absolutely submissive. But I don't say absolute submissive because I've never met no absolutely submissive woman. But submission to for the most part, yeah. It took a minute, but it didn't take that long for me. About 3 months. After that, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say to myself, I think I was handling it well.
Okay.
That much, but it took a minute, but yeah, but like I said earlier, man, hey, Mr. Z, bro, you gotta get new women, bro. like if you want to fix it, I think you gotta fix the culture, and that means you gotta get new women. I still stand on it, bro.
Yeah, Guyogami says something that's very relevant here. If you don't mind me saying it, he says definitely you have to. Go ahead, guy. His most recent comment.
Where is it?
Well, I got the voice for it if you need, Black Guru.
Either she has the particular. Is that the one?
Guyogami, if you have to,
I'm looking. Where the hell? There we go. Okay.
You got me. Oh, he says, if you have to.
No, go ahead, Black Moon. No. Black Moon wants to read. Let him read it.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
He says, if you have to micromanage your wife, her parents, especially her mother, failed her.
Yes, yeah,
That's exactly. That's it in a nutshell.
Because I put up a piece, a clip, and me and Truism went back and forth with it. Like it's not necessarily true. I said if you really want to understand your woman, I've said this for a long time, and I've talked to cousin Tita about this. Right, you got to know who her mother is, and know who her 5 best friends are, her circle. I said, that's who that woman really is.
That's
okay,
who that woman is. Yep.
Yeah.
That's hope.
Yeah, because I mean, he's right. This whole submission thing, this ain't really supposed to be you riding over a woman. All this shit is supposed to be already in place. You're just supposed to be the manager and the overseer and keep shit on track. Really?
Yeah. Basically, she's supposed to come. That's the whole thing about a wife. She's supposed to come ready to do her duty.
Assembled already.
Already. Like nobody goes to the dealership and
put the car together themselves.
Put the car together themselves, right? It's not supposed to come that way. But the thing is, that's that feminist shit where you're supposed to figure out your wife and your life on the fly. Okay. In other words, as Kevin used to say, we're building the plane as we fly it, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Meanwhile, they constantly adding new shit to that plane for you to have to fix. They always add new shit, new wings, new engines, all kinds of shit. Why the plane's up in the air?
Basically,
wait. Let me. Black Mirror, I gotta fix that sentence because adding new things makes the assumption that the plane is getting better and faster and it's more structurally rigid. It's actually like they're removing parts that are integral to the plane flying. But somehow you're supposed to make the plane fly.
Nigga, we don't need no engine.
What's it? General Electric? What's that? Throw it out. We don't need that. What's these seats for? Throw these seats out.
What's that like a fundamental thing. Like all these things that women have complaining about, all these issues. You got the women of the videos you posted. They have in every way taken away everything that made up things, right? Everything that supported shit, everything that championed, everything that maintained, that fed, that nourished, these things that they want. They have taken that all away. They have supported taking that all away. Take everything away from the boys. Take away the Boy Scouts. Take away all the Little League. Take away everything. Let's take away all these things that built up men to be able to think and do certain things. Let's take that all away. But then when those men turn 18, 21 years old, they're supposed to be prepared to give and do all this shit for you.
Yeah.
You want them to get it out the mud.
Yeah, because when they get 18, 19, 20, they figure out I don't want to do this. Even though they've been trained to do it. Okay. No, bitch, you've been I'm sorry. Women, you've been trained to do it. I'll give you I'll send you a swear tip. But
hey man, I'm already doing it.
Hey, you've been trained to be the man. Be the
man. And be the man. They don't want to be the man. Now they're crying. Yeah.
You expect me to do certain things that I'm not designed for. That's not how it goes.
Yeah.
You expect me to operate like a spoon when I was designed to be a fork.
The thing is, men in America, because you have to be here, Naima. Men in America have adjusted. Okay, you know what? If this is the men say, okay, if this is the job, this is the job. I'm going to do the job to the best of my ability. Right? Women have not adapted.
Absolutely,
they refuse to adapt. That's the difference.
In other words, if you tell a man, okay, my job is to go out and earn the money and bring home the bacon, blah blah blah, and you're supposed to run the house, and the man says, okay, if I accept the job, I'm actually going to get good at it. Okay, I'm going to be the best at doing that job possible. Okay, because I've accepted that job, and they will actually go out, cook, clean, learn how to cook, clean up the house. They'll actually find more efficient ways of running out. Most times, what I've read from feminists is that the men are actually better at running the house than the women are.
That is official. The men are better at running at it. scarily enough to actually at doing it. So the problem is when the men get too good at, the women start looking at like, oh,
Yeah, exactly. Basically, then they want to undermine what the man is doing.
Yep.
Because
I've seen that too in my own family.
Yeah.
It's as if they want the men to be completely dependent on them.
I mean, but she's earning the money. He is dependent on them. But the thing is, he's doing the job she's assigned him to do. And the thing is, what they don't want is him to be better at it than she is.
He's outshining her. Like I'm to the point that like, all right, I've seen this once in my family, right? Well, I think one of my uncles when he got hurt, his leg got injured.
Yeah.
He was literally cleaning the house and everything.
Yeah.
Literally, the house was more organized than when my auntie did it. And then people started. When we had a family reunion, we came to her house and we was like, "Oh, everything is in a completely different order." And then we had to say, "Who did it?" Oh, I'm telling you, like that's what the moment I started really kind of tuning in on it because I was like, I saw her do like a little eye twist over to the side. And I was like, "Oh,
yeah, she's embarrassed.
That's what's going on here." Yeah.
Yeah. And she's doing a better job. Now, if he was all messy and stuff like that, and she had to put up with it, then she'd have said, "You know, it is what it is, right?" But if he's doing a better job, she's embarrassed.
She's embarrassed.
What's even worse is when the kids act better and behave.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, that was the problem. It was happening.
That's the heartbreaker.
Which is gonna happen. Which is gonna happen.
Which is what FD Signifier was saying when he was at home and his wife was working, right? Okay, the house was in order, everything was in order, and the kids were in order, okay? And there was issues
when the teachers and the principals know you by name and are happy to see you, they be hating, man. They be hating. My wife was hating. She was hating, man. When we would go up to the school and they would talk directly to me, you know. And ask me how I was doing. It would be cheesing in my face. She was.
Hey, Black Crow, how's it doing, man? How you been, fam? And stuff like that, right?
Oh, we're having are you going to be there for the soccer fundraiser? And we really love to have you be a part of it. You know, maybe you can make the nacho thing that you did before. You know, that kind of thing. I'm telling you, they be hating, man. When you can do those domestic things a little bit better than them,
they
don't like that, man.
Oh
they
no,
like that.
Man, like you can see it, you can really see like it's not boiling in their soul. It's a really funny look though, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, the jealousy is deep.
Yeah.
Because
go ahead,
better
you and then we go.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I've run into that a lot with certain some of my female friends. Like I'm a very neat person, so like if I go over to a chick's house or whatever, whatnot, I don't say anything, but they come over to mine and it's like, oh, like I feel like I can eat off your floors. I'm like, yeah, I'm organized. I don't like being messy.
Watch this, better you. Watch this, better you. I think this nigga Kate. I don't know. Really.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Easy DL.
Y'all think he got to be gay. That's the only way to explain it, right?
That's the only way they rationalize it. No, I was raised to clean up, take after myself. Take after.
Let's let better you finish those because I cut him off. I cut him off nasty, and then you got the name and Zoom.
I'm not, and I remember there was one chick that we were dating and whatnot. I didn't outright say it, but she said it on my mind because like her place was like a complete pigsty, and then she saw mine and she was like, "Oh, we ain't really compatible at all, are we? Like just the way you live and the way I live." Like
she said it. She said it.
I was like,
she couldn't stand the pressure, huh?
Let's do this. Go into it, BGS and when we were all speaking about the dynamics of if you are a stay-at-home dad or anything like that. BGS, I gotta play it. Let me play the Emery clip real quick, and then Amy, you got it, and then we'll go through.
All right, cool.
Also, we were talking downstairs before we came in about the ways in which you think that masculinity, in a sense, is called into question. This is a discussion about feminism, truth and lies, but this is also has to be a conversation about masculinity and what that might mean. So you can answer either of those. You can forget about the happiness and just do the masculinity, whichever way.
Well, the Happiness Project one, I think, is part of the earlier piece of the backlash. I mean, I think the idea that Ariana Huffington, again, has done the third metric that we should be measuring our lives and our success or achievement, or whatever word you want, in terms of what makes us fulfilled. And the answer to that is rarely just another rung on the career ladder or more money or more power. It is the sum total of our relationships as human beings, and our appreciation of beauty. And, I get more pleasure watching my birds at the bird feeder every morning than through countless things I do later in the day. I'm going to make time to do that, or my first cup of coffee, or the site of the Princeton campus, which is one of the most beautiful places in the world. So I think that, again, that's just the pendulum swinging back, and we do need it. We've gotten way, way, way out of whack. Men and masculinity.
Yeah.
So
this is a new book, right? This
is what I'm writing about in my book, and as the sister of two brothers and the mother of two sons, particularly as the mother of two sons, I think about this a lot. And this goes exactly to truth and lies, because as feminist women, we want to be equal. But if you say to us, yeah, but you know what, male CEOs have full-time caregivers at home. Find me a male CEO who has a family, who has a wife or a partner who is not the lead caregiver. I defy you to find me that person. So then you say to the same women, so if we want to be CEOs, yes, we're superhuman and all that stuff, but you know what? Actually, you can't really expect us to do 24/7 jobs any differently than the guys do. So if we're going to be there and we're going to be in those top positions, we need a lead caregiver at home, as I have. My husband obviously has a full-time job, that's great, but he's the lead parent, because I could not be the lead breadwinner if he were not the lead parent. I simply couldn't. Somebody's got to be home. I mean, even at 15 and 7, actually, particularly at 15 and 17, somebody has to be home.
Yeah, right.
As we discovered, we saw The Doll's House last night, we came home, our 15-year-old had been home alone, somebody ought to be home. So...
The place was trash.
A bit. Pizza boxes, we won't go there. So then you say, okay, so you want to be the CEO or the president of the university or the surgeon or the scientist, whatever. You've got to marry somebody who is willing to support you in the homework, the family work, in the way he's going to support you. Believe me, you're not going to be able to do what you want to do without him, but that's probably what you're going to have to do. And maybe you'll trade off, but he's going to have to do that part of the time. And at that point, many women get off the bus. They don't want to marry a guy like that. They don't think a guy like that is masculine. Indeed, the guys who do that, I know I'm in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is the home of, Brooklyn gives the lie to all this. There are more stay-at-home dads here than probably anywhere else in the U.S., or work-from-home dads, or lead caregiver dads, or however you want to put it. But in most places in the U.S., those dads report that the women they engage with on the playground think they're a little odd. Do not think of them as a model of masculinity. We can't have it both ways, right? Just as I was told growing up, don't be too smart. Don't be too smart around a guy. He won't want you. Well, right, that vision of femininity had to change. It had to change. Guys had to think that women who were powerful and smart and competitive were attractive, because otherwise we couldn't do it. Well, you know what? We have to think that a guy who puts his family first, that a guy who says, no, I want to be the lead parent. I'm going to defer a promotion. I'm not going to be the most powerful guy out there. We have to say, you are a masculine, valued, wonderful man. And if we can't get there, we are not going to make this kind of change, because we've gotten as far as we can get without doing that. We've got 15% of unbelievable super women who get really lucky, right, or who have a lot of money, or who are just really superhuman, who manage to make it work, but we're not going to get further than that. So it's really about changing the way we think about it. It's not only, but a lot of it is about changing how we think about men and what we think a masculine, attractive guy is.
That's the question for the coming generation, as it were. Yep. That's going to, okay.
And so this is why I waited to read this, and the brother says, no, you don't want to be equal. And that's exactly what Anne-Marie Slaughter was speaking to. That when she would tell women what equality actually looked like on a macro level, they're like, oh no, and they get off the bus, they get off the train. That's what she's saying. That's what when she tells them, not the flowersy stuff, not the power couple stuff where he's lead attorney here and then you're lead attorney there, or he's part of the board, he's a board member here and you were part of the board there. No. When she says no, probably what equality looks like is you might be the head breadwinner and he takes a backseat in his career, or he's a stay-at-home dad. And she says that's when the women jump off the bus. So that's why I waited to read your comment. And you want to say something, Black BGS, and then we're gonna have to name. Go ahead.
No, I mean basically, this is because I read this back in 2012, 2011, 2012 when this shit was going around, right? Because there was the pinnacle of feminists, because you had equality, or so-called equity across the board, right? 1/3 where women were actually breadwinners, 1/3 where men was equal, and 1/3 where men are actually breadwinners. They called it equality, and women were actually more unhappy with that than ever, and that's where women started to get off the bus. I don't like this.
Yeah, a new study came out. They said liberal women are more miserable than anybody.
Yeah.
I would argue because of a lack of structure. They take negative liberty way too far. They stretch it way too thin, and because they're and it's like this aggressive thing about it. It's I don't want no type of structure. And what ends up happening is there's a clip from it's one of the Adam Curtis documentaries. I can't remember the name of it, which one it is, but I remember the name, but I can't remember which one it is. And there's a part of it where they're interviewing a white woman from, I want to say the 60s maybe. And she ended up being on antidepressant pills. And and there was a segment when she says, I bucked the system. I'm paraphrasing. I bucked my family, I bucked my man, I bucked the system, and I did whatever I wanted to do, and it failed. Right. And so that's going to what you're saying about AB, about liberal women. Like, yeah, they do whatever they want to do and it fails.
Okay. You have to accept the consequences. Yeah. And it was within it. Now they're crying for men to fix it. That's the problem I have. Okay, I don't want to be married. I don't want any tie downs. I want to have kids, blah, blah, blah. But I still want men to take care of me. No, bullshit.
Yeah, one of the reasons I said it. One of the reasons I said it. One of the reasons I said that, Z, is I played after this name. Yeah, I played a video last week of that's why now I'm just calling them the so-called most educated, crashing out over a damn refrigerator.
You gotta send me that, AB.
The guy sent a refrigerator to the house, you know, and he said
she ordered it.
She ordered that's right, she ordered it, and it wasn't and it didn't fit.
It couldn't get it wouldn't come through a door or something like that.
Yeah, it wouldn't come through a door or something like that. And she just crashed out. She wanted to argue, called him something. Then the guy from Lowe's, he's like they don't pay me enough for this. I'm out. And she blocked him from getting in his truck. Truck. She
did I see this clip already? I might have seen it, but send it to me anyway. I might have seen the
car. He played it like 3 or 4 times. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that clip's a little old. I think it happened a couple years ago, but
yeah. I think I saw that one.
Yeah.
I think
so these were like the movers that they couldn't get
she ordered a refrigerator, right? She did do the measurements, and basically the guy from Lowe's dropped the refrigerator off, and they couldn't get it through the door. And she was calling Lowe's for them to actually do something about it, right? And the guy says, we got other deliveries. We can't stay here. Okay, so we're gonna have to go. We can't stay here and wait on you. And so she said, she kept blocking the door and holding him back. Yeah. No, you're gonna stay here until this stuff gets fixed. He said, baby, I can't do that. So she blocked the front door, with the phone. So he went to the back door. So she ran in and grabbed him and blocked the back door. So when he finally got out, she chased him down, grabbing onto him. And then what she did was she went to the truck. She sat in the truck, trying to keep them from driving away. And then when they got out of the truck, she grabbed his backpack. Okay, and then you see on the ground backpack. Yeah. Yeah.
And
here's something very important. Real quick, AB. Here's important point. If I remember correctly, this wasn't like a low-class woman either.
No.
If I remember correctly, this seemed to be a more upper-class woman. Yeah.
She got a doctorate. Yeah.
PhD,
Yeah.
folks.
See, I do. Yeah, yep. We talking about the same one. Yep, that's the one. That's the one.
His manager or the police never got involved in what happened.
They were trying to keep the police out of it. They were, you know, he was just trying. Hey man, hey baby, you just give me my stuff on so we go on and because I don't feel like it's staying here for the police reports and all that kind of crap because I don't have time. He's working. He's got the other deliveries to make, and she wouldn't understand. She said, work it out with the store. Okay, I didn't order the thing. Okay, they told me to drop it off here. That's all I did.
Yeah.
She wanted,
I
think it had been a white man. I think she probably would not have done it as much, but since he was black, okay, you know how they treat us.
Yeah.
That white boy would have body slammed her out of that truck.
I don't think she would have done that to a white boy. I think
I don't think so either. But
but since he was black, the two guys were black. I think she felt entitled.
Oh yeah, you're probably right about that.
Don't forget she had her. I don't know if that was her boyfriend or whoever she had there, and you know, she's like, grab my phone.
Yeah.
Man, I'm getting this shit. Like,
that's a gynocrat, right? Yeah, he's trying to, you know, he said, come on, baby, you know, stop. So he's trying to pull her off, and she's not listening. Okay.
Yeah. Z Gilgami's got your link.
That's what 92 octane gynocrats, man. That's them. My fiance was like that. You know, try to, you know, she did it once. And I told her, I said, I'll pick your little skinny ass up, put you over my shoulder, walk out in front of all these people while I'll kick his. You have to kick you. You can throw over as many tables as you want, but you're going out that goddamn door. Try me.
Oh,
she starts shedding tears. She starts shedding tears. No, I said, no, I'm you know, I'm raised old school. I don't take that shit. You know, if you go find yourself another man, if you want to act like that. Just to tell her that if you want to act like that, go find yourself another man. Hey, who knows what I'm talking about? He's old school like me.
Yeah, you know, it's so difficult for you younger dudes because there's so many elements, you know, cops, law, you know, a lot of things that could have been managed a different way when we were much younger. Are not as readily available to you, or you're not necessarily trained.
You're not trained
using those methods.
Yep.
These young dudes become savage. So I showed you that clip, BGF, where that dude took that girl on a date, didn't pay for her food. She up there complaining. He's sitting up there eating that steak like oh, I was like, I'm not gonna pay for your food, but this is some good ass steak. I was like, dang.
They're turning on him, man. That's like when they hate the ministry. The ministry is breaking the training.
It's awakening a lot of people.
It's awakening, and stuff is starting to spread.
And that's driving them crazy. By the way, they hate that. Go ahead, Nemo, because we've been cutting off Nemo forever. Go ahead, Nemo.
And I'm getting ready to bounce. So.
I gotta end out in a minute. I'm gonna play some of the clip of the refrigerator incident in a minute as it loads, and then I'm gonna have to end out because Ms. C called me in this. Somewhat of an emergency, but yeah, go ahead.
First of all, to answer what Black Guru was the word he was looking for regarding the that mayor in that small town outside of Chicago, I think the word you were looking for, sir, was narcissistic, because she does exhibit the telltale signs of a narcissist. She does have MPD. Secondly, just to go back to what Mr. Z was talking about, like, you can't have it both ways. Women want certain things this way and certain things that way, or like you say, they want patriarchy by feminist specifications.
They call it equity.
Equity.
That's what equity is.
You can't have it both ways. Insanity. I mean, in fact, you know.
Let me read this because I have to end out in a minute. Yeah, something I'm witnessing. So let me do this. I'm gonna play the clip and I'm gonna end out, you guys. And so Guy Incognito says, I never dealt with these kind of women. SYSBM. Guy Incognito, he date out.
It don't matter.
But still, he's still running. Guy Incognito. Even when you are not with black women, you still gonna catch these hands, bro. You still gonna catch these hands.
Shit.
Right. And I said I might have missed the Guy Incognito for L's Active. And L's Active says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, and Black Guru, this is directed towards you, and he says, paying for Uru to answer this verbally, wouldn't the willingness for a woman to change her worldview be bred into her, and the man would be fine-tune it so to suit his needs individually? The ending part. Okay.
That's the way it's supposed to work.
Well, I think I'm not sure if we have the same definition of world view. So I may not adequately respond to this question, but I'll present it this way. A woman who has been bred to be submissive to men and to a family, she already has within her, in my view, she already has in her the necessary worldview for that man.
Yeah.
And that is essentially do mostly what he needs you to do, be supportive, birth and raise healthy children. If he needs your participation in some sort of business endeavors he have, to the extent that you can provide some auxiliary help in that regard, that's part of what, I don't know why you would have to change your worldview. That should have already been bred into you as you were being trained as a girl into adolescence and then into adulthood. So I don't see where you would have to change your worldview. But then I don't know if we necessarily have the same definition as worldview.
And let me read this finally from Leon, because he calling me out about not reading it. And Leon says, Mr. Z, the ghosts in our matrix are watching from a foreign land. Man, are you talking about foreign? Yeah, but I think he's talking about the brother in the Bahamas. I'm not 100% sure. He's watching from a foreign land called cornbread tube. Yeah, he is talking about him. They move in silence like the P in the alphabet gang. Not spaghetti, bro. I'm not even gonna try to understand what I think you might be saying, because I think you might be saying something that I don't want to open that Pandora's box of considering that might be a possibility. So I'm gonna just stop right there, right? And then what was his other super chat that I didn't read? Let me see. I think he read something earlier. Oh yeah, he put communal courting versus free range dating. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, to further kind of answer L's Active's super chat, Tony Runner, I wish he was here, because he met a woman in Colombia. He knows Spanish, so he was able to kind of really effectively interact with her and her family. He married her. He brought her back to the United States. I think he says he lived in the Atlanta area. He still, by his commentary, has an effective marriage, that he is definitively the leader of his family. So his wife hasn't changed her worldview. She just transported what she was trained to do in Colombia to him, and then them together to the United States. There's no change in the worldview. Does what I say make any sense?
Yes, to me it does.
He didn't change, but basically she was raised to look at the world a certain way, and that's what the worldview is.
And it didn't change.
It didn't change because it's embedded in her. Okay, what it said: raise up a child the way they should go, and they will never depart from their ways. That's where it comes from. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there, if I think my framing of it is, she was raised to plug into a man's life, so there's no need to change her.
She's raised to do she was raised for a certain role, and that role fits with what he does. That's why the divorce rate of a foreign wife is like maybe 12%. There's two places where divorce rates are very low, in very rural areas, okay, and for foreign wives, okay. In a rural area, the divorce rate is 10%. If you bring in a foreign bride, the divorce rate is like 12%. Okay, whereas the black community is 80.
Yeah,
and women fall for it. And let me play this, and then we out, y'all, because Mr. Z gotta go. It is important, and here we go.
Full video of woman losing her composure with a delivery driver after her refrigerator didn't fit in her home.
Without the doors on there, it still won't fit. Your refrigerator measure at about 20.
Measure this refrigerator, please, while you, Mr. Handy Dandy tape measure man. Larry, will you bring me the tape measure from the other room?
So
no, I'm not. No, you can get your dispatch.
Okay. Listen.
Dispatch.
Okay, wait a minute.
Larry, bring me my phone because I need Lowe's on the phone right now.
All right. Okay. All right. Look, I'm just trying to give you an understanding.
No, you don't. Sweetie, I have a doctorate degree. There's nothing for
You
you
got
to
a doctorate
understand.
degree?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Phone.
Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and
No, get the fuck away from my door. Sit down.
sit down.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Can you get your wife, sir?
That's not my husband.
Can you?
No.
Can you
No.
get her?
No. No.
We go out. We go out another door, bro. She is
You
crazy.
close that door if you touch one goddamn thing and
Hey, that's what I be talking about, man. Hey, go ahead and load this thing back up, bro. We gone. We gone. It's over, bro. Back it up. Ma'am, can you please get out of our truck? Please get out of our truck. You see what I'm talking about, JJ? Oh, they don't pay enough for this, dog.
She attacking him. She got his backpack on. She tripping, man. It's the black woman. She said she got a doctorate degree. He just trying to grab his bag. That's it. This shit is crazy. Now she's screaming for help. She on some weird shit. Listen, man.
Bro.
We gotta go, man.
I can't get up. She got me.
Everybody just get up. Why you bleeding out the mouth?
because he hit me in my face, and I'm pressing charges against you.
Ash. Bro.
Help me!
Ash, let go of the bag.
Shut up, Larry.
Stop.
Oh, whoa.
Ashley. I don't know. This man was.
We was trying to deliver her refrigerator. Take my phone, bro.
Help me! Let me go.
I don't have you.
Yes, you do. Let go.
He's only holding his backpack. Let his backpack go.
Why is she bleeding?
Because he hit me in my face.
Whoa. You've been here, Larry.
Yes.
What's happening?
Tell her, Larry.
What's up?
If you don't smack that dude in his face.
Man,
okay,
so
you let go.
I'm
Let
right
go.
I'm
about to get it for
Ali
you.
went to measure the refrigerator. She got a 29-inch refrigerator.
We're not going to let him
And she got 29 inches in each
We're
doorway.
not gonna let him
Ali
have
got
the
all the
bag.
measurements. He put it in the app or
We're
whatever.
not going to let him have the
So,
bag, okay? We're not
we
gonna
was
let him
trying to
have the bag.
leave.
Let me go.
Ali was trying to tell me to help him measure it and hold the tape measure for him. She told me no. No, stand there. I'm like, what? No. So I walked around her, you know what I'm saying, and I helped. Make a long story short, she walking us to the house. She walked to the front door. She locked us in. We ran to the back. And then she ran to the truck. Hot in our truck. Was blocking us from getting inside the truck. She grabbed Ali's bag and she got Ali's bag on. Now Ali's trying to get his bag back. Her teeth, like she's like trying to hold the bag. She biting the bag. And Ali trying to take his bag. Now her mouth is bleeding. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now she's crying, acting like she's a victim. She got the neighbors pulling up, acting like we in the wrong. Ali was just trying to get his stuff back. I was telling him, bro. Don't even chase it, bro. Like, wait till the police get here. He trying to get his bag because it's his belongings. He won't let me go. Just let the bag go. Just let go of the bag.
Grab my hand. It's on my arm.
All right, take this arm out.
Okay, no.
See,
No,
she attacking him.
No.
It's the customer. And it's this other guy that was with him. Who she said wasn't her husband. But he advocated for everything.
Ain't nobody getting punched.
No, it ain't her
What's in
husband.
this bag, Ashley?
It's somebody else.
Ashley, what's in the bag? What's in the bag, baby?
No.
What?
No, we gotta go. We gotta go.
I'm good. She crazy as hell. All I told her was that the refrigerator don't fit. What?
If that's not an example of the black community, real quick. I gotta end up. If that's not an example of the black community perfectly, y'all tell me what is.
And do you think she would have done that if the two delivery men had been white?
No.
Nope.
No.
I'm asking for a friend.
No. However, those white men would have called supervisors and or cops at the first sign of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I'm looking at this and I'm like, why y'all didn't call y'all supervisor? Why did y'all didn't call y'all supervisor, man? Why? So much could have gone wrong there.
Yeah.
Like if they injure that woman, or if she can claim they injure that woman, you are fucked. You lose your job, future employment prospects after you lose your job, and you may even end up in jail. Why they continue to do all that without calling any authorities or whatever, I don't. But that is the gynocracy.
There's gynocracy, but thing that's why he pulled out.
That's their gynocratic training kicking.
But that's why he pulled out the phone and started recording.
And that's great. But you gotta call. You gotta get yourself out of that situation. All that wrestling around with this woman and all this, and she's supposedly getting injured. I mean that was in my view. That was a lot of gynocratic thinking and behavior on their part.
It could be.
You call your supervisor, you call your cop, you hand your phone, you hand the phone with the supervisor on it, and the supervisor tells them either you let them out of that house and you allow them to safely leave that property, or we're calling the police. That's all that was supposed to happen.
Yeah,
I thought they did call the
supervisor. I think they did because she was actually on the phone with them.
Yeah, but I'm saying. You either when they were in the house, the moment she started fussing at them, I'm calling supervisor or manager immediately. Immediately. I'm not even hesitating. She's swearing at me or she whatever. I'm calling the supervisor.
The whole putting on the crocodile tears in front of the white woman, the whole crying. The whole, all of that, the way she was talking to whatever man that is, her boyfriend, clearly he wasn't her husband. The telling Larry to shut the hell up. Well, she said more than shut the hell up, right? All of that, and telling him to shoot him. Did she say that?
Yeah, she did.
Yep.
And then at the last minute, Karen was trying to come in and say it today.
She's like,
wait. Here's what's very important.
And it took the white woman to get her to give up the bag.
But here's the thing: the crocodile tears when the white woman pulled up. That's very important too. It's the don't identify with me as a woman type talk.
Yeah. No, in other words, the white woman.
Once the white woman showed up, they lucky they ain't in jail.
What? Yeah. Well, the white. That's a whole thing. When the white woman showed up, basically, she was the one in charge. Okay. And the white woman knows that Ashley should have been arrested for assaulting the delivery man. Okay.
Yeah.
That's normally what happened.
What's very important, and Afro National says, I got a PhD. Because she made it, y'all heard that quick. I got a PhD while she was walking away from
because when they recorded her locking the doors and barring the doors and getting out, that's kidnapping. Okay.
Yeah.
Automatically.
Yeah.
It's kidnapping.
So let me end off because Mr. Z got things to do and places to go and phone calls make. All right, y'all. So thank you, BGS, Black Food. Thank you, everybody else who came up. We'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. And this is what happens when you let women tell the truth or let them show their ass, and you get a bit of truth. If you let them talk long enough, you'll get a bit of truth. All right, y'all, Mr. Z out.